Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was Majestic Dragonlord and Slayer? Part 3. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. A snake, wolf, and stag P1. Harry ducked and backpedaled as quickly as a cat, avoiding the jabs and swings of Nymeria's attempts to tap him with her spear. Calling the piece of wood in Nymeria's hand a spear would be an insult to all proper spears out in the world. The butt ends of this particular spear were blunted to soften the blow. For training purposes, this was more than enough in Harry's opinion, considering the safety features were more for his benefit. While he was satisfied with keeping weapons training as less dangerous as possible, Nymeria was not at all happy with the restrictions. Ever since she got taken on a flight around Avalon on that flying carpet, she was trying her best to get back at him. She was embarrassed before the castle as she screamed her throat out in fright, and she hated the nickname Harry bestowed upon her. "Oh look, the sands are flying," Harry snarked, earning a frothing look of contempt from his training partner who was covered in sand from head to toe thanks to Nymeria, trying too hard to get him with that stick of hers. "Okay, that's enough, Nymeria. Make the switch. Harrian, you are on the offensive while Nymeria defends," Oberyn ordered from the sidelines. Nymeria let out a frustrated growl at her inability to touch him. "You cannot possibly be this good with a few weeks of training," Nymeria groused as she took hold of her spear with both hands while setting herself in a defensive position. Harry agreed with that assessment. It had only been barely a month since he entered the tutelage of Prince Oberyn. There was no way he could have possibly outperformed Nymeria, who trained for years under the Red Viper. But when you have access to magic, the scope of impossible things tends to shrink. And that's exactly what happened in his case. He was no super prodigy when it comes to handling weapons. He never needed to handle melee weapons in all his years, barring that brief stint with stabbing the sword of Gryffindor through the basilisk's mouth in his second year at Hogwarts. But he wouldn't characterize that particular event as evidence of his non-existent sword skill. He was sort of blindly stabbing at the snake, and it was a big-ass snake. The sword was bound to hit somewhere despite his lack of skill in handling a weapon like the sword of Gryffindor. Right now, he was enjoying superiority in the training yard, all thanks to a little ritual he designed to increase his physical prowess. Technically speaking, it was not a complete ritual. It was a combination of ritual and potions. The ritual he had undergone would strengthen his muscles and bones as he grows faster than normally possible, and there was a potion regimen that complemented the ritual that increases his speed and reaction time. The potion was a lucky find, as he was mostly experimenting with the roots of asphodel he nicked from Skane with the powdered roots of a heart tree. It turns out that the potion made with the two powdered roots enhances the nervous system within the body, which made him wonder about the magical properties of the sap from a heart tree. But that was for another day. Harry spun the spear in his hand, kicking up the loose sand against Nymeria as a distraction before he went on an all-out offensive. It was quite exhilarating, really. He could feel the blood pumping through his veins at an unprecedented rate as he danced around the training yard, taking quick, sharp jabs at Nymeria. "Slow down, Harrian. The whole point of the training is to make your body endure more strain and familiarize yourself with the techniques," said Oberyn. "Now that's disappointing," Harry thought as he slowed down to a more suitable pace. "First, you must train again and again with different techniques so that these techniques are ingrained in your mind and the body. Speed will come naturally after you can execute these techniques flawlessly. Now, wield your spear more slowly." Harry didn't disobey the advice of Prince Oberyn. He'd assumed the Red Viper was more knowledgeable in weapons training. He went slowly through the techniques with his spear as he attacked while Nymeria defended herself from his assault. There was hardly any strain felt on his body as he jabbed and smacked, testing Nymeria's defenses. The ritual seems to have worked wonders on his body, allowing him to endure more strain than normally possible. The only caveat was that he had to take the potion every full moon so that the effect lasts for a month. For now, keeping the ritual's benefits permanent was out of his grasp, but it won't be long before he comes across a solution to that particular problem. He always does, just like he found a way to have those maesters flee from Avalon. All it required was some imaginative use of Confundus charms and illusions to have those gray-robed men flee his home and the north like their lives depended on it. All it took was to conjure some illusions of ghosts and convince the maesters their lives were in danger. The resulting fallout was amusing if nothing else. He was sure the Citadel would get some frantic reports about the ghost of Brandon the Builder haunting the north. Harry blinked in surprise, stopping his thoughts as his spear stopped dead in its tracks as it connected with Nymeria's right shoulder. In this dance of spears, he had sidetracked and paid less attention to the yard in favor of his internal musings. And yet, he managed to score a hit on Nymeria, who was 7 years his senior. He took in the disheveled and out-of-breath Nymeria and realized she was at her last legs as far as stamina was concerned, while Harry felt like he could run a marathon without breaking a sweat. "That's," gasp, "not possible." Nymeria breathed out, trying her best to regain her composure as she held on to her spear to stand upright. Harry recovered from his shock and struck up an arrogant pose that projected confidence. "We Starks are made of tough stuff. It was only a matter of time before I surpassed you in the field," Harry said, arrogantly looking down on Nymeria, further infuriating the sand snake. "Why, you little," Nymeria growled, "daughter, what have I told you about losing your composure in a bout?" Oberyn asked, moving close to Nymeria and Harry. "Not to," Nymeria growled. "Is that all?" Oberyn raised an eyebrow. "No," she groaned, huffing a bit and standing straight as she regained her composure. "Always be the one to provoke, but never get provoked. Yes. Now, take some time to cool off and regain your composure. Find where you failed and train more to correct that mistake." Harry watched Nymeria leave the training yard to take a break. "Your improvement is truly baffling. In a few days, you seem to have made a significant leap in stamina and speed. That's impressive for someone your age," Oberyn observed. "As I said, we Starks are made of tough stuff," Harry said with a shrug. I'll be the judge of that," Oberyn said before calling on his 3 Valkyrie and having them train with Harry one after the other. It was safe to say his limits were truly put to a test. "The castle looks beautiful from this vantage point," said Oberyn, looking at the castle of Avalon from the boat he was sitting. Harry was also in agreement. The darkness that fell on his castle only emphasized the light supplied by the oil lamps burning all around the castle. "Yeah, it looks beautiful," Harry agreed before focusing on the task at hand. He was fishing in the dark, a hobby he picked up from Prince Oberyn. Unsurprisingly, the Red Viper took his interest in fishing and turned it into a training exercise, and that's why he was fishing under the cover of the night. Oberyn reached out and slapped the back of his head. "Ow! Close your eyes and focus," Oberyn said sharply. "I should have known better," Harry growled, before going back to closing his eyes and focusing his mind on the fishing pole. "You should have learned to let go of impulsive actions. One day, it'll save your life," said Oberyn. "I suppose that's as good advice as any," Harry thought. Harry just wanted to fish to pass time. It was not as if he could spend all his time in a day on training and looking over the different construction works that were happening around the castle. More and more people were arriving at Avalon each day to take up residence. Some came out of the prospect of a new start, while others were lured by his reputation as a blessed soul or by his lucrative promises. From early on, Harry knew he needed to attract more people in his own way to establish a thriving port rather than depend on the goodwill of the neighboring northern lords. To that end, he charged some of the minimal supportive men his father gave him and used them as messengers. He had them sent away with a horse and provisions to spread the word in every squalor about the abundant jobs and lucrative offers like assured food rations until these people land a job in Avalon. He also managed to arrange some heart-to-heart conversations with the merchant-class citizens of the North. He offered them access to grapes for a new budding winemaking industry, and he offered to store grains in Avalon free of cost to speed up the migration of the workforce. One of the major functions of a castle was to store grain and other crops that get collected from the peasants and then get bartered to the merchant class for a price. But the merchants won't be taking out the grain the moment they buy out the stocks. Instead, the grain and crops remain safely stored in the castle and methodically get released to the merchants over time. For this service, the lords charge a fee for the number of days the grain is stored in their castles. It also has the added advantage of diverting essential supplies to the whim of the lords and landed knights in the case of long winters, famines, and floods. If more merchants came to Avalon, it'd also increase the flow of more peasants that depend on these merchants. There is also his reputation as the Green Hand to consider. It was well known in the north that he can increase the yield of any farmlands with his magic. Undoubtedly, his reputation would ensure more people would seek out his lands, if nothing else for food security. The fishing pole in his hand slightly shook, alerting Harry that the bait was getting due attention. He waited patiently, noting every slight tremor that he sensed from the pole. At the right time, he pulled the pole back sharply, depositing a flailing fish on the deck of the boat. "Nicely done. Now, again," said Oberyn, patting his shoulder, making Harry sigh. He was really starting to hate fishing. The next morning, Harry was sitting inside his solar with Oberyn and Vayen Poole. The steward of Winterfell was loaned out to Avalon to set up the new household staff, and also to keep watch over Oberyn. While his father has given his blessings for Oberyn to stay at Avalon, that doesn't mean the Red Viper was trusted completely. We have nearly cleared the path through the Wolfswood. Once Lord Glover sends some additional men, we can complete the path far earlier than we expected. I'm also happy to report that the mountain clans have started supplying us with paving stones. The paving has already started from the King's Road and will progress through the Wolfswood as planned. Vayen Poole reported. "The stones are up to standard scale?" Harry inquired. "We have men working on ensuring the dimensions are kept uniform as agreed upon. It's impressive that you have managed to act promptly. I'd not have expected for the construction to be sped up this fast," Oberyn commented, his feet on the table while peeling off an apple with a small knife. "'Tis no secret that Avalon is going to develop a port and house a fleet on its shores. The small folk are moving from all across the north to work in the building of the fleet and perhaps to become a sailor in those ships. The airship has also been a tremendous help in transporting paving stones from the northern mountains and near Winterfell," said Vayen Poole. Harry supposed the airship must have been a huge advantage when it comes to shortening the transportation time as well as cutting the expenses. Fewer people working on transporting the stones means more people working on mining the stones for the roads. The many assorted safety charms he added to the airship that also increased the maneuverability of the airship, made it easier to fly even for a novice like Vayen Poole. The man was certainly skilled when it comes to logistics and any management role, which was a rare quality in itself. "Have there been any new developments in Winterfell that I should be aware of?" Harry asked, leaning forward in interest as he had not visited Winterfell for weeks. With his usual chores of entertaining the Archmasters, training with Prince Oberyn, and his experimentation with potions and rituals, he was a little bit busier than usual. The airship was also otherwise engaged in speeding up the transportation of workers and building materials. "Well, the news is not yet made public by Lord Stark, but Lady Catelyn is with child. Maester Luwin confirmed it yesterday." "Congratulations are in order then. Please extend my hearty well wishes to Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn," said Oberyn. "I shall convey your well wishes, Prince Oberyn."
Vayen Poolen otteet apprezzattiveli.
Huh. It seems they did forego their fight and made up, Harry thought, knowing well that it must have taken quite a lot of energy on his father's side to mellow out his mother. "There is also another matter," said Vayen Poole, eyeing Prince Oberyn warily. "Oh, do go on," Harry prodded. "A raven came from Dragonstone. Lord Stannis's daughter Shireen has been afflicted with grayscale. After much effort from some of the brightest maesters of the Citadel, the child survives, for now. Lord Stannis has come to know of your magic and how you developed a cure for the spring sickness. He has requested Lord Stark whether it'll be possible for your magic to cure his daughter." Harry was immediately interested in the prospect of making his attempt at taking on grayscale, a magical malady as some maesters classify the infectious skin disease. There was no known cure for grayscale, except for a surgical procedure that rarely ever worked. Since he got access to Rhoynar blood, he had been devouring any and all tales related to the old Rhoynar principalities of Essos. It was truly a sad tale as far as the Rhoynar were concerned. They seemed like a thriving community of water magicians that got enslaved and wiped out by clashing with the Valyrians. It was a popular story of how Prince Garren the Great assembled a massive army to resist the Valyrian freehold's expansionism. But Prince Garren's army was laid waste by the Dragonlords of Valyria, and in return, Garren was supposed to have unleashed a curse that drowned his enemies. It is claimed that many of the victors of Valyria and Volantis fell prey to grayscale after decimating the Roiner army. If this grayscale was indeed a magical malady, then he was quite interested in trying his hand at finding a cure. He could even experiment with the malady and see how it behaves against a Roiner descendant's blood. If it was indeed a blood curse, he wanted to see whether it'd spare infecting one with Roiner descent. It'd be a nice magical exploration, and he could also get access to Dragonstone, the ancient seat of Targaryens. There were bound to be some mysteries remaining unearthed in the old castle that could prove beneficial for Harry in the long run. He was still woefully ignorant of the fire dragons of the world, and he'd really appreciate some relevant information on the subject before he hatches the egg. It remains to be seen whether something useful remains at Dragonstone after all these years. As Marwyn alleged, it might be possible that the Maesters swept the castle for anything important during the reign of Aegon III. The Dragonbane was supposedly so broken and fearful of dragons that he allowed the Maesters to purge the knowledge of dragons in his early reign, which robbed House Targaryen of their ability to hatch their last remaining dragon eggs. This was the tale spun by Marwyn. He'd see for himself whether this tale holds any merit. It's only a month and a half away from the next auction, is it not? Harry mused aloud. That's correct. Vayan Poole nodded. I think I can accommodate curing the affliction that is plaguing Lord Stannis's daughter before the auction, Harry said, after thinking it over in his mind. It'd be a tight schedule taking into account the development of Avalon planned in the coming months, especially when he was expecting the arrival of builders promised by Lord Manderley for building the port facilities and ships. I don't think Lord Eddard is keen on letting you come in contact with grayscale. That accursed disease has struck down many men since its conception. There is no cure for grayscale, said Vayan Poole, looking a little green, perhaps thinking about grayscale. I like to cure incurable diseases. This grayscale sounds like an interesting challenge. I think I'll have a word with my father on the subject, Harry said, turning his attention to Oberyn on a dime. So, how about it? Up for a visit to Dragonstone? Are you serious? Oberyn asked incredulously, a sentiment that was shared by Vayan Poole, as well, going by the steward's eyebrows disappearing into his hairline. Oh yeah, it'll be fun. A wolf, snake, and a stag in the lair of a dragon. What could go wrong? And a snake, wolf, and stag P2? Absolutely not. I don't care if even the gods old and new are standing by your side. You'll not be going to Dragonstone and throwing away your life trying to cure grayscale of all things. Harry cringed as he took the full wrath of his lady mother after he pitched his plan of going to Dragonstone and curing Lord Stannis' daughter. But no means no, Harrian. And that's the end of it. Caitlin growled at him before kicking him out of her chambers. Harry came face to face with an amused Luwin standing dutifully outside his mother's chamber. I warned you, didn't I? Yes, you did, Maester Luwin. Come, walk with me, Harry said, leading the Maester out of his mother's earshot. Has father changed his mind? I think not, young Harry, and it's more than likely it never will, said Maester Luwin. I can't have that, said Harry, his eyes suddenly gaining a shine. That's why you'll be convincing him otherwise. You'll be speaking in my favor to my father, and extolling all the good that comes out of curing grayscale. Maester Luwin was now looking at Harry with complete bewilderment. Why would you even think I'll endorse such a thing to Lord Stark? Maester Luwin asked incredulously. Are you not a man of higher learning and an accomplished healer, Maester Luwin? Do you not want to see a proper and safe cure eradicate this scourge of flesh from our world? Harry asked. He could see the old Maester waver slightly. Yes, but if you had dismissed my claims of finding a cure to the spring sickness, what would have happened? So many lives could have been lost. Isn't it so? Yes, but once again Harry interrupted the Maester. Think how many lives I could save by finding a cure for grayscale. Think of Lord Stannis' daughter, and what I can do for her if I can visit Dragonstone. If Maester Luwin was moved by his appeal, the old Maester was trying hard to conceal it. Grayscale is a dangerous affliction. Even Dragonlords of Valyria have fallen to the infectious disease. I will not fall victim to the disease, Harry interjected, looking confidently into Maester Luwin's eyes. I will take precautions, magical precautions. Besides, I'll not be alone. Archmaester Marwyn will be joining me at Dragonstone.
Archmaester Marwyn?
Maester Luwin asked, looking perplexed. How did? The Archmaester's raven will arrive at Winterfell in a few moons, explaining everything. So, are you going to help me out or not? said Harry, looking expectantly at Maester Luwin, who finally sighed and nodded his head in agreement. Luwin is in my pocket. Now, the uphill battle to convince the Lord of Winterfell begins, he thought. With that happy thought, Harry skipped down the hallway looking for his siblings. The better part of the day had been spent arguing unsuccessfully with his father and then his mother about the merits of his visit to Dragonstone. Both of his parents shot him down rather firmly, denying him permission. No matter what arguments he presented, all of them were outright rejected, and he was told an emphatic no. He was now more than sure he'd have to use some healthy doses of Confundus charm. Using Maester Luwin was his last attempt to get what he wanted the normal way. If that also fails, there was no other option left before him other than magical compulsion. He turned a corner on a corridor leading to his siblings' rooms when a bucket full of flour got dumped on his head out of nowhere. From head to toe, he was covered in powder by the looks of it. He coughed and wheezed his way out of the offending powder while his ears picked up laughter and giggling from nearby. With some difficulty, he removed the offending powder near his eyes and found the source of the laughter. He saw Sansa and Jon laughing at his peril, holding their ribs. Robb, Theon, and Garland were smirking at the success of their prank and enjoying his struggle to dust off the flour from his body and clothes. Y'all gonna pay for that? Harry ran towards his siblings, intent on smearing them with the powder that was sticking to his body and clothes. It led to a wild chase all around the castle, turning it upside down in the process. The chaos they unleashed and the mess they left for the servants earned them a thorough dressing down from the Lord and Lady of Winterfell. The aftermath of the prank diminished any further hope of Harry gaining permission for the trip to Dragonstone. Bereft of choices, he decided to lead with the Confundus charm to speed things along to his satisfaction. But Harry chose to wait instead of acting quickly, mostly because he wanted to spend a few days with his siblings, and Marwyn's raven was yet to arrive. On the 4th day of his stay at Winterfell, Maester Luwin finally gave him the good news. The raven from Marwyn finally arrived, and it didn't take Harry much effort to charm the piece of paper with a powerful Confundus charm before it was handed over to the Lord of Winterfell.
Thisach Maester Marwyn.
Do you know him well, Maester? Eddard asked, after glossing through the contents in the piece of parchment. He is a knowledgeable man with a link for healing arts forged in his youth. He is also an enthusiastic traveler who has mapped out distant lands and tackled foreign ailments. Harry should be safe under the Archmaester's care. Harry watched in fascination as his father exchanged a long look with Maester Luwin. For a moment, Harry could feel his compulsion waver before the charm managed to consume his father, smoothing out his features. Archmaester Marwyn is also the foremost authority when it comes to magic in the Citadel. I've also communicated with the Citadel about the exact condition of Lord Stannis's daughter. My colleagues are confident the castle is safe to travel. Maester Luwin added. All right. Eddard sighed, his eyes trained on Harry. You can go to Dragonstone, but I'll be sending a guard detail under Jory. Harry readily agreed. That's one down, Harry thought. Now, to repeat the same feat with Mother. In the end, Harry easily secured permission from his mother. He took custody of the parchment from Maester Luwin and had it delivered straight to his mother. The Confundus took effect easily, and that was the end of the story. He stayed a few more days in Winterfell to ensure the charm took proper hold, and to transport some more migrant smallfolk from the nearby area. XX. Nearly a month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. The plan was for Harry to travel to Dragonstone after Marwyn arrives at the old Targaryen stronghold. This left Harry with a lot of time on his hands before journeying south. So, he thought this time was better spent on designing a new airship that was a precursor to the more versatile model that he was planning, with a dangerous trip in mind. With the arrival of more builders and small folk, he got access to a suitably large workforce. There was ample work to be done inside the castle, but Harry was content to let that work lag in favor of another project. He could afford that delay because Avalon was a giant castle, comparable in size to Winterfell. He didn't need all the towers and buildings in the castle to be functional for the castle's smooth running. Therefore, he diverted some of the workforces to constructing a larger airship. Not that there was anything wrong with the current airship. It was just that the current one could be hardly classified as a ship. It was more of a boat, and Harry wanted a bigger one. This time he decided to scrap the designs based on boats or longships. Instead, he went straight for an enclosed structure modeled after a zeppelin. The enclosed structure would offer more protection and he was hoping he could design the airship to facilitate the easy loading and unloading of heavier goods. With the current airship, he had to step in and shrink any of the heavier and larger size goods to fit inside the airship. Most importantly, with access to ice dragon crystals, he'd also be able to cut down the time for replenishing magic used in the airship. When he constructed the first airship, he had to depend extensively on runes to keep the flight capability of the airship consistent and work as intended. But that was no longer the case, all thanks to the ice dragon crystals. They were saturated with immense magic, which he was easily able to incorporate into the new design, which helps in reducing the dependency on runes. The first airship required a lot of runes, but the new one only needed minimal runes, and that was to function only as a backup security feature. The entirety of the new airship was instead directly powered by charms and spells that were bonded into the frame. And these spells were further directly powered by the ice dragon crystals placed under heavy wards connected by monitoring charms on his power ring. The most difficult part, however, was working on the interior of the airship. His magic could only help so far in speeding up the processing of wood and other resources. The real work has to be done by the workers themselves. When the work was finally finished, Harry was not satisfied with the quality of the interior. It was to be expected, though. The builders were working on an entirely new field of design as far as a ship was concerned, and there were severe time constraints involved. Perhaps, if he had not rushed the workers to complete within the time frame, they could have put more quality into their work. Maybe the interior could be redesigned at a later date, Harry thought, letting out an appreciative hum as he took in the exterior of the airship. The airship now looked like a smaller zeppelin made of wood. The striking feature was the addition of a long strip of glass window that adorned the two sides of the airship. That particular feature required some magical involvement. Glass was not exactly a locally available material in Westeros. But in the process of making glass window panes for the airship, Harry established several small glass-making facilities. For now, he alone could work those facilities, but once he returned from Dragonstone, he planned to add some features too. The facilities allowing the small folk to produce glass. The shores of Avalon and much of the Sea Dragon Point were rich in sand suitable for making glass. Surely, he'd make a killing out of establishing a budding glass-making industry. Well, this one certainly looks imposing, said Oberyn, standing beside Harry taking in the newly built airship. It'll certainly give the people of Dragonstone a fright. Tell me, we are going to land the airship far away from the eyes of the small folk, right? Jory inquired, looking at Harry. Where is the fun in that? Harry smirked. Stannis watched Archmaester Marwyn fussing over his daughter and occasionally jabbing a metal stick against his daughter's cheek. At first, his daughter cried loudly in protest, but now the child was looking curiously around in her crib. The infection seems to have gone dormant, the Archmaester commented. Is she safe? Stannis asked, his eyes finding the curious blue eyes of his daughter. I honestly can't say for certain. Grayscale is a dangerous affliction, and I'm sad to say we at the Citadel have always considered grayscale victims as a lost cause. The infection spreads rapidly and turns the soft skin into stone. But it doesn't end there. The victim is also robbed of their mental faculties, turning them violent as the infection grows,
sighed Marwyn.
Stannis already knew all that. He was already well informed about the disease by Maester Crescent and the many other maesters that treated his daughter. Tell me, Archmaester, do you seriously believe Harry and Stark can cure my daughter? Asked Stannis. Frankly speaking, I do not know. But I do know that Harry and Stark possesses powerful magic beyond the scope and understanding of most learned men I know in the Citadel. The reason we maesters have not found a cure for grayscale all these years is that it is no normal disease. It's a blood curse fueled by sacrificial magic and spite. Stannis gritted his teeth at the long and windy explanation that made less sense to him. He was starting to see why Maester Crescent expressed his doubts about hosting Archmaester Marwyn. He was about to ask the Archmaester more about what the man was planning to do with helping his daughter when his ears picked up the sound of rushed footsteps. My lord. A guard gasped out of breath near the door. What is it? He asked with a frown, taking in the wide-eyed look on the guard's face. There is something in the sky, my lord, said the guard, sweating profusely. There is something in the sky? Stannis drawled slowly, wondering whether this particular guard was a simpleton. I believe Harry and Stark has arrived. Come, we must greet the young lad. said Archmaester Marwyn, who proceeded to take his leave from the side of his daughter. Stannis eyed the man in bewilderment and felt himself grit his teeth more firmly for not making any sense. Nonetheless, he followed the Archmaester after making sure his daughter was looked after by the servants. On his way, he managed to see a giant wooden construct of some sort floating amongst the clouds. He paused by the window side and stared at the sight before him in utter disbelief. His mouth fell open as the wooden ship-like object began to lower down and set itself on the shore. "I told you, my lord. Harrion Stark possesses magic beyond our comprehension." Stannis distantly heard the Archmaester comment from nearby. He nodded absently before following the Archmaester to greet his new guest. A few minutes later, Stannis was once again starting to think he should not have listened to Davos and sought out the Starks. The Stark boy was not alone, which was to be expected. But what he didn't expect was for Oberyn Martell, his paramour and bastard daughter, to accompany the Stark boy. The said Stark boy was currently poking and prodding at his daughter's grayscale, afflicted cheek with a piece of wood. He exchanged a look with Maester Cresson, who looked none too happier to be a witness to the current happenings. But he had ordered the Maester Cresson to be present, and that was the end of it. Suddenly, his eyes caught the eerie yellow glow that lighted up the chamber of his daughter. To his surprise, the light was coming from the tip of the stick the Stark boy was using. "Wah! What's happening?" Maester Cresson asked in surprise. "Shush now. The boy is working a spell. Learn to recognize the Maester," Archmaester Marwyn said, waving his hand dismissively at Cresson, who looked immensely offended but remained silent nonetheless. The light slowly died down and Stannis looked at his daughter's face, hoping that this magic spell somehow cured her grayscale. But the disfigured part of her cheek remained afflicted with grayscale despite his hopes and prayers. "There is definitely dark magic involved. I need to draw it out, but first I need to make a salve to weaken the cursed parts of the skin," said Harrion, without taking his eyes away from Stannis's daughter. "Does that mean you can cure my daughter?" Stannis asked hopefully. "Give me 3 moons, Lord Stannis. Your daughter will not even have a scar left on her face. I can promise you that," said Harrion. "Well, isn't that some good news? Come now, Lord Stannis. You can afford a smile, can't you?" said Oberyn Martell in a jolly manner. Any sort of relief and happiness he felt was immediately drained away as he was mocked by the Dornish prince. He gritted his teeth, but otherwise ignored the Red Viper. His eyes remained trained on his poor daughter. He hoped his daughter would be saved as the Stark boy promised. Religion is not so bad. Dragonstone had a long history predating even the arrival of Aenar Targaryen. The arrival of House Targaryen was the one incident that stood out in the larger history of the Narrow Sea Island, and much of Westeros for that matter. But that doesn't mean the island of Dragonstone was an area disengaged from the long history of Westeros. Maybe the Undulls didn't think much of the island, but the First Men certainly have had a history in the place, as did the Valyrian freehold before Aenar Targaryen's arrival. Harry was looking right at that history, eagerly taking in the cave arts that he found in his exploration. The First Men runes could be seen all over the intricate cave system that tweaked his magical senses even now. When he first came into the castle of Dragonstone, he could not sense any magic in his sensory perception. It only took him a night's stay to feel the echoes from the walls of the castle. On the 3rd day, those echoes were far more powerful and his senses were being constantly assaulted by the calls of the ancient magic lying dormant in this place. He could see why the Dragonlords of the Valyrian freehold were interested in the island and constructed Dragonstone Castle as their outpost on the island. Like Sea Dragon Point, there was a powerful ley line on the island perfect for charging spells and the growth of magical creatures and plant life. Going by what he was feeling, Harry was nearly certain the ley line was far more powerful than the one he was nursing back to full potential in Avalon. The ley line's power was so prevalent here that it was automatically awakening just by his presence. He could even feel the ancient protections weaved into the runes of the First Men were also slowly gaining magical substance. It was quite fascinating to watch all of this happening. He foolishly thought the center of magical power was in the north or Skane. But no, he was very much wrong to make such an assumption. There was an immense magical nexus on the island, and he had a feeling that it'd only increase if he goes further east across the narrow sea. As for the source of this immense magical nexus that was partially awakened, He had a feeling that it was tied intrinsically to the Dragonmont. The volcano of Dragonstone was already active when he arrived at the island fiefdom of Stannis Baratheon. It was spitting out gray smoke from its peak, and once he had a closer look, it was also releasing smoke from its many vents scattered across its vast rocky expanse. Even the many tunnels leading to the volcano were fast getting warmer as time passed. The Dragonmont was getting far more activity, and he was no idiot to think that all of these activities were a coincidence. No. Magic was definitely involved, and it was trying to communicate its will. Harry had often found certain geographical sites project a magical will of their own. The reason why this natural will was manifesting remains unknown, sans some pure speculation from a few magical scholars. Some theorize that these magical nexuses are the result of echoes left by a previous magical tribe that called these sites their home. For whatever reason, these tribes may move out of these sites, but their collective consciousness leaves an imprint on the magic of the land. Pair that with an emerging ley line, the magic that permeates that particular area gains a will of its own over time. It was assumed that many magical creatures gained magic and were shaped by these localized nexuses of magic scattered across the continents. It was only a theory, but one that Harry thought there was some substance. He had seen several places of such unique magical will and nexuses in his old world. Hogwarts was one such place, as the castle had gained a mind of its own, going as far as locking out sketchy characters like Umbridge and Fudge from gaining control over the castle. He didn't see why the nexus of Dragonstone was not of a similar nature. He could see why the First Men were so interested in Dragonstone. It was quite obvious. Do you see why this place is littered with so much painted and carved history of the First Men and the Children of the Forest? Harry asked, turning his sights on his three Valkyrie and Nymeria. The four girls looked at each other and shook their heads negatively. Before the Valyrians ever came to this place, it was the abode of the First Men and the Children. This island is isolated from the mainland, away from the cold gaze of the others. This was their forge. They shaped and forged weapons made of dragonglass and transported them to the mainland during the first long night, said Harry, his fingers tracing the runes carved into the gray and black stones of the tunnel leading to the core of Dragonmont. He could feel the echoes of magic carved into these runes and their intentions. He had often wondered how the First Men, backward as they were, managed to arm themselves with weapons capable of defeating the wily enemy sealed away beyond the wall. The fact that the early First Men used dragonglass weapons to fight the others had rubbed him the wrong way. But Dragonstone was now making sense of those little inconsistencies. The runes in this place were used to absorb the heat from the Dragonmont and used to finely shape the dragonglass into arrowheads, spear tips, and knives. There were even runes carved into the tunnels to pull dragonglass, or which was working to this day, as he could see the black obsidian gleaming in many parts of the tunnels. Oh, come on. Be serious, Harrian. You can't believe those old stories about White Walkers and dead men walking to be real. Nymeria let out a derisive snort. Master Harrian never jokes on matters about the others. The others are as real as they come, as are their whites, said Anya, throwing a dirty look at the daughter of Prince Oberyn. Harry turned away from those two as they fell into an argument. Ever since he had passively begun to help Nymeria awaken her magic, Anya had been a little jealous. That jealousy was transforming into a rivalry of sorts between the two. Nymeria was not exactly aware the friction emerging with Anya stemmed from the elder Valkyrie's insecurity more than anything else. If he could help it, it'd remain that way for the foreseeable future. He was still studying the unique magical signature that was in Nymeria's body. Not to mention, he was not an idiot to teach Nymeria more about his magic without a failsafe. The Martells, despite his close friendship with Oberyn, was out for their self-interest and revenge. Entrusting them with magical power and knowledge would be the height of stupidity. He planned to create a society that accepts and celebrates magic, not one that uses magic as a prime medium for settling rivalries and grudges. Anyway, the point was moot, considering the nature of Nymeria's magic was somewhat different from what he had so far found from other natives. Anya was like him, capable of forming spells, but not to the fullest extent. Her true skill lies in elemental spells, especially fire. Adela was a gifted student when it comes to runes, although she was still in the process of learning to charge the runes because her personal magic was mostly depleted for the kind of work advanced runes demand. Kyla, on the other hand, more adept at sensing magic than the other two Valkyrie. Her magical reserves were lying dormant, and he was nearly positive it'll ignite once he nursed the ley line in Avalon to emerge from its dormant state. In fact, all three of his Valkyrie would get a significant boost once they spend a significant amount of time in Avalon saturated with the raw magic of the land. Your people believe in stupid stories meant to scare children. Turns out the northern mountains are inhabited by children. Nymeria mocked. You'd say that, you ignorant undull. Anya snarled. Foreigners like you can never understand the deep history of this land. Who are you calling an undull? I'm a Roiner, you stupid girl. Nymeria growled. Enough, you two. Anya, take your sisters and map out the runes of this tunnel. Adela, I want you to copy as many runic scripts as you can. Kyla will be sensing out more scripts that are hidden in the tunnel. Harry assigned the three Valkyrie with jobs that'd keep them engaged while he led Nymeria away from the tunnel. You do not let go of a chance to pick a fight with them, will you? Harry asked tiredly, walking back to the castle away from the Dragonmont. They are idiots believing in fanciful tales. Don't tell me you also believe in those silly stories, Harrian. If you do, I'd be feeling like an idiot to think of you as the smartest boy I ever know. Nymeria grouched, flicking her dark hair over her shoulder, letting it dance as she strode away with purposeful long strides. I always keep an open mind. If you hadn't seen the airship with your own eyes, would you have believed the rumors about a northern boy that can make flying ships? Harry asked, making Nymeria pause, coming to a halt. Okay. Nymeria slowly nodded, gathering her thoughts. Harry could see the struggle that was brewing behind Nymeria's eyes. But that's different, said Nymeria, turning away from him and continuing her long strides into the castle, giving Harry an eyeful of her sensually swaying hips and shapely derriere. Is she doing that on purpose? Harry wondered. He wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. From what he had seen so far, Nymeria was very open about her sexuality and flaunts her charm around to her advantage. The Dornish people, while predominantly undulls, identify more with their Roiner roots. Even their inheritance laws were framed around the cultural traits of the Roiner civilization. Harry was quite eager to visit Dorne when he was fully grown. The place sounds quite lovely for a vacation. Oh, I'm so looking forward to growing up. Is it really necessary for this unholy sound to heal the babe? Maester Crescent asked, directing a disapproving frown toward Nymeria. Harry suppressed his amusement as Nymeria continued her best to annoy the Maester and Stannis Baratheon with the flute he gifted. He did not gift the flute out of some misplaced notion that NYM had some extraordinary talent with the musical instrument. Rather, the flute was a cleverly disguised magical instrument, littered with secret runes inside, that was keeping tabs on her shifting magical aura. There were also some carefully applied listening charms as well to keep tabs on the Martells for good measure. Not to mention there was a tracking charm as well that was connected to his power ring. I'm sure there is a reason for the flute that is beyond the normal understanding of the Maesters. Please do keep your prejudices confined to your thoughts, Maester Crescent. Archmaester Marwyn admonished the Maester of Dragonstone, who noisily huffed, making his displeasure known. Harry could hear the grinding of teeth that was the characteristic telltale sign of an annoyed Stannis Baratheon. He suspected the second Baratheon brother was going to suffer tooth loss far early at this rate. That reminded Harry of looking into some potions for tooth care, skin care, and hair care. Music has a magic of its own. All dark magic is fueled by malevolent emotions and intentions. The cure is to weaken the malevolent will that binds the curse of the grayscale, to weaken its hold on the child, said Harry. He was not blowing smoke with that excuse. Music could be a powerful tool in healing the effects of dark curses if it was suitably powered by magic. But Newham's flute music was just a test on his part. He had been trying out many subtle ways to get a reaction out of NYM's dormant magic. So far, all his attempts have failed. He had thought the famed water magic of the Roiner might manifest in Nymeria. Keeping that in mind, he had subtly used Nymeria near potions to see whether her presence shows any significant effects on the tonics he prepared. Nothing much happened, and he had tested her against some of the magical ingredients he collected from Skane, which also ended in disappointment. He was hoping the flute would shed some light on the magic coursing through Nymeria. Sweeping those thoughts away to the far corner of his mind, he focused on the task at hand. There was no doubt that the grayscale affliction was in any way a normal infectious disease. It most certainly had its roots in dark magic. His 3 days of study further revealed there was sacrificial magic used on the curse. The malevolent will infused in the curse he was sensing even now all but confirmed there was some sort of ritualistic sacrifice fueling the curse. Channeling more magical power into the Elder Wand, Harry began chanting in Parseltongue. He could feel the natural magic of the Dragonmont surging as he began chanting in the Serpent Tongue. For whatever reason, this world was far more attuned to Serpent Tongue than even his home world, which was a fascinating tidbit of information. He knew Parseltongue could be understood by the children of the forest. Wisps of silver light blinked into existence at the tip of his wand and proceeded to sink into the grayscale-infected skin of the babe sleeping soundly in the crib. At first, nothing happened, forcing Harry to chant for minutes, uttering long scripts of healing spells in Parseltongue. After 5 minutes passed, the grayscale began to sizzle and let out black smoke. He quickly nodded in Anya's direction, signaling his trusted Valkyrie to bring a small glass flask to his side. Harry began earnestly directing the parting black smoke into the glass jar. The runes painted all around the glass jar, and the charms he bound to the glass kept the black smoke sealed inside the jar. The dark magic was somewhat weakened once it was untethered from the flesh of the child peacefully sleeping in the crib. Thank Merlin for sleeping and numbing charms, Harry thought, as he drained the dark magic from the child. It was a delicate work to drain dark magic, especially from a young baby which has barely holding any magic in its body. If the child was awake, it'd have cried till its throat hurt. Harry patiently kept chanting for a long time until finally, the black smoke stopped coming from the infected skin. The difficult part is over. The dark magic that was infecting your daughter is sealed away in this jar, Lord Stannis, Harry said, sealing the glass jar shut with a conjured fluid silver that coalesced around the mouth of the jar. But the skin remains afflicted. Archmaester Marwyn trailed off, looking at the scaled skin of the babe. I know. Harry nodded at the man before looking at Adela. Adela fished out a small vial of golden liquid from her pouch before pouring a small drop on the infected skin of the child. The liquid burned away the infected skin before their eyes, and at the same time, new unblemished skin regrew. In a matter of 2 minutes, the daughter of Stannis Baratheon looked like any other ordinary child except for the larger ears, which was a family trait from the child's mother's side. Lord Stannis, your daughter is cured of grayscale. It's safe to say she'll never even know she was afflicted by the curse unless someone explains it to her in the future. I guarantee that the infection will not rear up again. Your daughter will need no further medication or procedures going forward, said Harry. He could see the Lord of Dragonstone was moved by his words. Stannis Baratheon was a man who showed a cold exterior to everyone, but he was nonetheless a man influenced by emotions. Harry could see the emotional turmoil that was warring within the Lord of Dragonstone. While Stannis Baratheon struggled to maintain a calm facade, his wife, on the other hand, was another matter. Oh, bless you. Bless you and your family. 1,000 blessings to you, Celis Baratheon cried, pulling Harry into a hug. Harry patted her back, trying to calm the hysterical woman down. There, my lady. Harry attempted to console the crying woman. How can we ever repay you for saving our daughter? Celis asked, once she regained her bearings. My lady wife speaks true. Ask anything of me, Harry and Stark, and if it is within my power, I shall see it done, said Stannis, standing by his wife's side, his face softening a tad. I seek no payment or hold any wishes for curing your daughter, Lord Stannis. The old gods gave me the gift of magic to heal and restore the world of their design. Dark curses like this grayscale have tainted this world. It is my duty to cleanse these blemishes so that the age of magic the old gods' wills is manifested in the world, said Harry. Now, here Harry was blowing so much smoke, but he had an agenda for leading with that cringy dialogue. Having seen the magical potential of the island of Dragonstone, he wanted access to the Dragonmont. He had barely even scratched the surface when it comes to mapping out the Dragonmont. Going by the information his trusted Valkyrie had gathered from the runes, this place was just a goldmine when it comes to studying more of the magic of the Dawn Age. He was not willing to let that opportunity slip by, nor was he willing to let the Dragonmont lie dormant. He wanted to see the full potential of the Dragonmont unleashed, not just to satisfy his curiosity, but also to hatch the dragon eggs in his custody. He had tried the normal way of giving magical fire and infusing magic into the 2 dragon eggs, but the eggs remained unresponsive. I suspect the eggs need exposure to a suitably large magical source for a conducive environment to hatch safely. Otherwise, the eggs might deliver a stunted hatchling or remain petrified. Harry thought it was a theory, but one that he strongly believed in. Therefore, he needed the Baratheons of Dragonstone to be welcoming of his presence. "Tell me, Lord Harrion, tell me more about the old gods. Tell me more so that I may pray properly for the mercy they have shown to my daughter." Celis Baratheon begged him on her knees. "It's funny that I thought of all religions as the root of all evil. But now I realize that religion is only as evil as the people that follows allows it to be." Harry thought, looking into the eager and zealous eyes of Celis Baratheon. Harry eyed the Baratheon couple. When he looked at Stannis and Celis Baratheon, he only saw 2 new converts for the old gods and his ticket to accelerate the emergence of magic in Westeros. And 4 artworks related to the story. Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. The Miracle of Dragonstone. "This is so wrong," Maester Cresson muttered, walking back and forth across the entire length of the painted table. Davos eyed the old maester who had served loyally beside Lord Stannis since his lord was a child. There is no man in the 7 kingdoms who wishes the best for Stannis than Maester Cresson. Davos thought, "Do you know why I left my post at Storm's End and came with Stannis against the express wishes of the Citadel?" Maester Cresson suddenly asked, catching Davos by surprise. Davos scratched his chin, wilting under the stare of the gray eyes of the old maester. "Stannis is a man of duty. Duty is what has kept him strong after Lord Steffan and Lady Cassanna. He holds on to it like a shipwrecked sailor struggling to stay afloat by holding onto a plank of wood. I don't see any change in Lord Stannis that'd compromise his commitment to duty," said Davos, only to get a sharp look from the maester. "Do you not see the danger the Stark boy has brought upon Stannis? Lady Celis has abandoned the 7 in favor of the old gods on a dime. Every waking moment, day and night, she insists Stannis do the same." Maester Cresson huffed. "It is a disaster." "I didn't take you for a godly man, Maester Cresson," said Davos. "I know enough not to fixate on one religion, but the lords of Westeros and the small folk are another matter. Dragonstone and the Narrow Sea Lords follow the faith of the 7. House Baratheon is now the royal house of Westeros. Along with the many assorted titles that come with the crown, there is the title of Defender of the Faith. Do you not see how it'll look to the realm if the king's brother abandons the faith?" Maester Cresson asked, his eyes alight with worry.
Majestic Cresson, ser Davos.
Davos was not the only one to have been taken by surprise by the arrival of Ser Axel Florent, Lady Celis' uncle and the Castellan of Dragonstone. Ser Axel? Maester Cresson frowned at the knight. Lady Celis' uncle was a difficult man in Davos' opinion. The man was stout, round, with thick arms capable of crushing a grown man in minutes. While the Castellan of Dragonstone was courteous to most, he was also quick to anger, which had always made Davos speak very carefully in the presence of the Florent knight. Perhaps it was because of this caution that Davos was treated fairly by the Reacher knight, unlike other knights and lords of higher stature in Lord Stannis' service. Lord Stannis and Lady Celis ask for both of your presence at the foot of Dragonmont. Davos exchanged a look with Maester Cresson even as he took to his feet. "Don't tell me this has something to do with the Stark boy," Maester Cresson bemoaned, rubbing his old face tiredly. Davos noticed the disapproving frown that graced the face of Ser Axel's face. It'd seem Maester Cresson is not exactly being cautious to notice the shifting winds blowing the sails. Davos thought, "I wouldn't want to keep Lord Stannis and Lady Celis waiting. Please come, Maester Cresson," said Davos, pleading discreetly with his eyes. Thankfully, the maester agreed without making a fuss, even though the man kept muttering under his breath on their walk toward the Dragonmont. On some level, Davos understood Maester Cresson's apprehension, considering Lord Stannis' position in the royal court. 'Tis no secret that King Robert favors his younger brother Renly. Otherwise, why deny Lord Stannis the lordship of Storm's End? Davos mused. He could understand why the lordship of Dragonstone was given to Lord Stannis immediately after the rebellion. The narrow Sea Lords were Targaryen loyalists, and there was no one better to reign them in other than Lord Stannis. As he understood it, the seat of Dragonstone was also the seat of the heir to the Iron Throne. Lord Stannis was the heir of King Robert, but that state of affairs changed with the birth of Prince Joffrey. In Davos' opinion, Storm's End should have been given to Lord Stannis, at least in the wake of his lord's victory over the Ironborn. But that was just his personal opinion. There might be other reasons that he was not privy to for the king to keep Lord Stannis in Dragonstone, but he certainly knew those reasons were not shared with his lord. When they finally reached their destination, there was a small group of castle servants, sworn knights of Lord Stannis, and small folk present gathered around in a circle. It was with some trepidation that he followed Ser Axel into the crowd, and what he saw made him a little relieved. Thankfully, no unpleasant event was going on that'd bring shame to his lord's family. It was just the Stark boy planting some saplings around what appeared to be a small spring of water. Davos blinked a few times and searched his memory about a spring of water in this locality. He scratched his chin in deep thought, but he could not recall any water bodies nearby this area. The spring was not particularly large, so he might have missed it. "This is not good, Ser Davos," Maester Cresson muttered. Davos looked at the old maester in exasperation. He had the distinct impression that Maester Cresson was rather a devout follower of the Seven, and that was the problem rather than just the concern for Lord Stannis' position in the court. Not just that, he also noticed Ser Axel was also keeping an ear out for Maester Cresson's words. This does not bode well, Davos thought, knowing that Ser Axel's loyalty was to his niece rather than Stannis. Perhaps this is not the right time, Davos whispered back, but it must have gone unheard because Maester Cresson continued to air his complaints. Planting weirwood saplings in Dragonstone. For centuries, Dragonstone has never had weirwood trees, and now the faith will not like this, and word will quickly spread of Stannis' sacrilege and that of Lady Celis. Maester Cresson bemoaned, his gray eyebrows scrunching together in worry and palpable disapproval. "What would you rather do in my niece's position, Maester?" She prayed and prayed for days and nights for the Seven to heal her daughter. Bear in mind, she is a mother who lost many children on her birthing bed. So, keep your less forgiving thoughts in your mind, Maester, before you bring the wrath of House Florent upon your bald head. Ser Axel growled at them. Davos noticed many eyes were watching them, and Lord Stannis was not so ignorant of their conversation. So, to save face and to keep the peace in his lord's household, he decided to step in. "Peace, Ser Axel." The maester was just concerned for Lady Celis and Lord Stannis. "I'm sure he meant no disrespect to the good lady. Let's just pray for Lady Celis and her daughter's good health. The gods, old or new, are welcome to bless the Lord and Lady of Dragonstone." It turns out his diplomatic approach was not so well received by Maester Cresson. "This is not right, Ser Axel. Tell me, would Lord Florent approve of his niece taking up the old gods? Think of the scandal this brings to House Florent in the Reach at the heart of the faith," Maester Cresson said. Davos slowly extracted himself away from the maester's side, not to give the impression to Lady Celis or Lord Stannis that he was standing with Maester Cresson in this matter. The matters of lordly politics and religion were far above him, and has always been for someone like him whose only concern was putting enough food on the table for his wife and sons. What have the gods, old or new, ever done for people like him? They were cold and silent to his kind, so he saw no reason not to return the treatment. At the same time, he was aware not everyone thought the same way as him. "If the Seven were fair to our house, my brother would be ruling from Highgarden instead of Mace Tyrell, who starved Lord Stannis, and my niece would have been the Lady of Storms." "And," Ser Axel growled, "quiet, both of you. I'll not have you disrespect our guest in my presence," Stannis warned, his sharp blue eyes putting both Ser Axel and Maester Cresson into silence. Davos let out a relieved sigh, for he had the presence of mind not to attract the ire of his lord. Besides, Maester Cresson and Ser Axel have the luxury of bearing the ire of Lord Stannis and living the rest of their lives in comfort. He could not afford something like that. He could no longer go back to the life of a smuggler, so he was entirely dependent on the mercy shown by Lord Stannis. His sons served the Lord of Dragonstone, and he'd not jeopardize their future by displeasing Stannis Baratheon. He could feel Maester Cresson looking pointedly at him. Whatever might be the reason, he pretended not to see the old maester and focused on, well, He was not exactly sure what was going on, but he kept his eyes on the Stark boy and kept his mouth shut. Lord Stannis, Lady Celis, the blessings of the old gods do not come easily. The old gods do not care for your posturing or useless prayer. To receive the help of the old gods, you need to wish for the well-being of more than your family in your heart, said Harry, leading Stannis and Celis near the planted saplings. Lady Celis wishes not to suffer any more miscarriages. It is her wish to not lose any of her children to the enemy of life. The old gods would stay silent for such a selfish wish, but if your honest prayer is to seek protection for all mothers regardless of their status or beliefs, and the gods are satisfied in your sincerity, how do I do that? Guide me, O Blessed One, said Celis, falling to her knees. The duty of the Lady and Lord of Dragonstone is to protect and rule its people, is it not? Focus on your duty, my lady, and embrace the people as your children. See yourself as their mother and face the old gods. Touch one of the saplings and say your prayers in your mind. Show the gods your heart, and they'll let them into theirs. Before the assembled crowd, Celis Baratheon knelt. She also forced her husband to emulate her, which the Lord of Dragonstone did, albeit reluctantly. Together, the couple touched a sapling and prayed. There was a strong gust of wind carrying the hot air of the Dragonmont, followed by a blinding flash of light. Before the gathered crowd, a miracle took place, its effects as clear as day, and word spread all across the island of the miracle. You know, I thought it'd be a waste of time to come to this island, but it's turning out to be highly entertaining and beneficial, said Oberyn, looking out of the window from his chambers and enjoying the full frontal view of the Dragonmont it offered. I do agree that it has been entertaining, my love, but benefit? I do not see it, Ilaria said, sprawled out on their bed, covered in a sheer silken robe. House Baratheon is not as united as we assumed. I do not know whether Harrion intended it, but his actions here will only increase the estrangement between the Baratheon brothers. And I see the benefit in that for our goals. You mean to befriend Stannis Baratheon and use him against the Lannisters and his brother? Ilaria asked, her tone suggesting the feasibility of such a plan. Oberyn chuckled while shaking his head. Nothing of such sort. These things have a way of working out on their own. We just have to provide a little nudge in the right direction, said Oberyn, marveling at the gigantic branches of the 5 weirwood trees that had sprung up where the saplings were planted. I need to write to Doran. My brother is the more experienced one when it comes to the war that goes on in the shadows. He'll know to be discreet and use this situation without showing our hands in this. You play a dangerous game, my love. You risk endangering your current relationship with Harrion, Ilaria warned, her dark, smoldering eyes trained on her lover, who continued to stare out of the window. She climbed out of their bed and enveloped Oberyn in a hug from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. Her eyes found the gigantic weirwood trees in the distance. She could even make out the giant 5-pointed star etched on the bark of the giant trees. It was truly a miraculous event, but her months of stay in the north have sort of prepared her for expecting the impossible to happen when it comes to Harrion Stark. Your concern is not unwarranted, but you know my brother. He knows to play the game well, said Oberyn, pressing a kiss on his lover's ebony hair. Harry was impressed by the speed with which his trusted Valkyrie mapped out the runes of several unexplored tunnels of the Dragonmont. They've toiled in the tunnels, often without rest or sleep, to collect the information they needed to set things right in the Dragonmont. The presence of First Men runes accelerated the emergence of the ley lines, and soon magic was in the air, thrumming with power, not to the same extent as in the past, but it was considerably more powerful. The little trick he did with the 5 weirwood trees and the healing pond was a testament to the rising magic of Dragonmont. He felt no shame whatsoever in using the frankly unhinged mind of Celis Baratheon to his advantage. The woman was just so easily moldable, and he couldn't resist the opportunity to cultivate a lifelong friend in the Lady of Dragonstone. There was no way he was leaving Dragonstone alone for long periods of time. He intended to make more visits as the Dragonmont was something unique and it'd be right useful in hatching the dragons. Not to mention, there were still a hell of a lot more tunnels and secret chambers inside the Dragonmont. He was also sure the Valyrians had made some changes to the Dragonmont to create a nourishable environment for their fire dragon companions. He was quite eager to learn all about that as he gathered it'd be very useful in his future visit to Valyria. The Valyrians were an interesting people. Somehow, they've managed to bind dragons to their bloodlines. At least several select Dragonlord families managed to accomplish this feat, and they were said to be unearthly beautiful. Even the wizards and goblins have never managed to bind dragons to their blood. Wizards managed it with house elves, but even there, the bond was nothing like what he had read from several books about the Targaryen dragons. There were so many fascinating things the Valyrians discovered in the field of magic. The Valyrian glass candles were one of them, and then he had come to know that the Valyrians also had people blessed with the power of prophetic dreams. He was not exactly an enthusiast of prophecies, but his friendship with Luna taught him many intricacies of the spirit realm. He didn't fully understand it, nor did he think he ever would, but he was interested to learn the Valyrian interpretation of the art. Most importantly, he was interested in the book written by Dinis the Dreamer. The book called Signs and Portents was allegedly a book written by Dinis Targaryen, who foresaw the doom of Valyria. Details about the book were sketchy, and he only learned of the book's existence from a random reference made by Septon Barth's work about the dragons of House Targaryen. He had searched for the book in Dragonstone using summoning charms and other locating charms to no effect. It was most likely the book was either stolen, destroyed, or kept in another secure location, perhaps the Red Keep. There was also the possibility that the Targaryens kept their most valuable possessions, other than their dragon eggs, in a secret chamber inside the Dragonmont or in the castle. It could be possible that the artifacts were safely stored away under magical protections of Valyrian origin, capable of thwarting his spells. When it comes to a race like the Valyrians, he wouldn't put it past them to master sophisticated magic. Nonetheless, he was happy to find a set of Valyrian glass candles in Dragonstone. It was not particularly kept hidden, and he had only come to know of its existence thanks to Archmaester Marwyn. The man was apologetic that he was unable to transport the glass candles in the Citadel to Dragonstone. Apparently, the Citadel was not agreeable to part with their property, even though they don't have any members amongst their ranks that can operate the Valyrian artifact other than Marwyn. He was incredibly fortunate there was a glass candle of Valyrian origin in Dragonstone. Otherwise, he'd have had to resort to nicking the Valyrian communication device from the Citadel on his way back home. That's why he was walking towards the solar of Lord Stannis, while Jory Castle was overseeing the safe transport of their companions and personal effects into the airship. When he neared Lord Stannis' solar, he could see several guards standing outside a closed door, but there was shouting going on inside the solar. "Hi." Harry waved at the guards. "May I see Lord Stannis?" The guards looked at each other in askance. Did Robert ever think about me when he made his decisions, Maester Cresson? Did he even send a raven inquiring about the health of my daughter even once? Stannis thundered, his words sounding off as if bolts of lightning were raining down from the sky with all their fury. Ours the fury indeed. Fitting words for House Baratheon. Harry thought as he heard the Lord of Dragonstone argue in earnest with the Maester of the castle. "Well, I asked you a question, Maester. Did he?" Stannis could be heard shouting at the top of his lungs again, but the shouting came to a halt when one of the guards bravely knocked on the door. "My lord. Lord Harrion Stark asks for an audience," the guard said, dipping his head into the room tentatively. "Send him in," Stannis said after a moment of silence. The door swung wide open for him. He nodded thankfully at the guard before stepping inside. "Lord Stannis." "Maester Cresson," Harry said, nodding at both men once entering the room. "I've come to express my gratitude on behalf of House Stark for your hospitality, Lord Stannis. It is I who should be thanking you for curing my daughter of her affliction. My wife and I are indebted to you. If there is anything you need, you only need to ask. I've no need for any material gain, but if you'd allow it, I'd like your permission to visit Dragonstone for academic purposes," said Harry. "I do not understand," Stannis said, frowning at Harry. "I'm a student of magic, and I've taken some interest in an artifact in your possession, Lord Stannis. This is the only castle in Westeros that holds a Valyrian glass candle, and with your permission, I'd like to study it more closely," Harry explained. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Maester Cresson eye him suspiciously. "If that be your wish, then it is granted. You may visit Dragonstone at your leisure to study this glass candle." "Thank you, Lord Baratheon," Harry bowed. giddy at the fact that Stannis agreed without asking too many questions. Under the cover of studying the glass candles, he just secured indefinite access to Dragonstone. This gave him access to the Dragonmont, and he could further run his little religious experiment on the island without much fuss. All in all, it has been quite a successful journey so far. Wonder what's happening in Avalon. I hope they made some significant progress with the roads. Harry mused. But what he didn't realize at the time was his interventions in the Dragonmont's natural magic had certain unforeseen effects. Rise of the Old Gods P1. Jon Arryn found no pleasure in doing this, but he was left with no other choice. The spider was many things, but the Associ eunuch was not incompetent in his job. The winds of change in Dragonstone cannot be ignored, especially when he sends many ravens to Stannis, asking for the man's immediate return to the capital. In return, he was treated with silent treatment by the Master of Ships. He had to intervene before Stannis made a fool of himself and alienated the Narrow Sea Lords. It had taken them years of hard work and backroom deals to keep the former Targaryen loyalists in line. He considered it one of his better achievements in the political arena to shear off the loyalists one by one from the dragons. Stannis was also instrumental in keeping the Narrow Sea Lords loyal to the new Baratheon dynasty, and right now, the Lord of Dragonstone was about to squander it away. He had tried to inform Robert of the danger that lies ahead because of Stannis' decision to abandon the faith. But Robert refused to see the danger that it holds for his royal dynasty. No prince of Westeros spurned the faith and did not suffer any consequences. Maegor Targaryen was a towering example of what happens when going up against the faith. Jon feared once the recent changes in Dragonstone become public knowledge, their enemies might use the situation to their advantage. Any goodwill that they've built with the Lords of the Narrow Sea could be eroded within a fortnight. As he and his guards closed in on the castle of Dragonstone, he could see there was a welcoming party at the open gates waiting to greet them. He immediately recognized Ser Axel Florent, the Castellan of Dragonstone. The Florent knight was a short, muscular man with prominent, large foxy ears for which House Florent was well known. The onyx eyes of the Florent knight carried no hint of warmth or friendliness. He supposed that was to be expected. House Florent joined the rebellion on Robert's side on the expectation that they'd be elevated over House Tyrell when the Baratheon dynasty took over the Iron Throne. Even with Celis Florent's marriage to Stannis, the Florents were not particularly happy to remain subservient to House Tyrell. Nonetheless, Lord Alliser Florent had accompanied him when he summoned the old fox of Brightwater to King's Landing. He was hoping Lord Alliser could speak some sense into Lady Celis and abandon this mad quest to abandon the faith, thereby putting Robert's reign in jeopardy. Lord Alliser, Lord Arryn. On behalf of Lord Stannis and Lady Celis, I bid you welcome to Dragonstone. Well met, cher. If it's possible, I'd like to speak with Lord Stannis promptly. Jon cut straight to the chase, not wanting to waste any time on empty platitudes. Yes, Axel. I also want to have a word with Celis. There are matters of great importance that need to be discussed, matters that affect the whole family. Lord Alliser said, his tone eerily soft. That was something Jon disliked about the Lord of Brightwater. The man could speak with more sound, but chose not to. Sometimes, it was hard to hear Lord Florent with his old ears. If that be your wish, my lords. Lord Stannis and Lady Celis have gone to Dragonmont. The Dragonmont? Jon asked curiously. Having heard the reports from Varys, he was well aware the old volcano was the epicenter of this troublesome affair. Yes, Lord Arryn. There has been some trouble brewing lately thanks to, well, you'll understand when you see it. Ser Axel said, speaking nothing of the matter further, which gave Jon a very bad feeling. He soon came to learn that the bad feeling he felt was not without its merit. When he and Lord Alliser reached the base of Dragonmont, there was a huge crowd gathered there, mostly comprising of the small folk. But to his growing dread, Septons and Septas were leading the small folk from the forefront, shouting out slogans and praising the Seven. His eyes strayed to the gigantic weirwood trees, all 5 of them. Oh, how he wished he was not seeing those trees. But those trees were hardly going to go away, and cutting them down would also unleash another problem. Not since the conquest and unification of the 7 kingdoms had anyone dared to cut down weirwood trees. Not that there were many left to cut down, to begin with, in the first place, but the principle was what mattered. Disperse these miscreants immediately. A good thrashing should teach them a valuable lesson in obeying the laws of the land. John heard Stannis order the men, making his eyes widen. The men under Stannis' command rushed to obey, resulting in a full-scale melee happening right in front of him. He shared a look of worry with Lord Alliser before they both rushed towards Stannis' side. The Arryn and Florent men-at-arms by their side made way for them, pushing away the rebelling small folk and faithful. Stannis, you must stop this madness. We should not escalate matters and make an enemy out of the faith. Jon shouted over the screaming and fighting men, steadily making their way forward. By some stroke of luck, Jon managed to reach Stannis and Lady Sellis. A moment later, he was joined by Lord Alliser. "Uncle, you are here. Have you come to learn the truth about the great old gods?" Sellis asked, a disturbing smile on her face despite the perilous situation that was developing around them. "Sellis, stop this madness. This'll bring nothing but misery to you, your daughter, and our house," Lord Alliser said, his eyes alight with worry, looking around at the frenzied crowd emboldened by the poisonous words of the Septons. "You do not understand, uncle, because you cannot see or hear them. The old ones have spoken to me. They're nearly here." Sellis screamed, a wild look in her eyes. "Nearly here for what?" Lord Alliser asked back heatedly. "To rise and take their true place. The binding of those accursed Valyrian demons has weakened. The old gods will rise again from beneath this earth and wipe clean of these false gods and their weakling followers, just like they did in Valyria. The Starks have always been right. Winter is coming." Jon shook his head at the sheer madness the Lady of Dragonstone was shouting at the top of her lungs. "Stannis, are you hearing all this? This is madness. You'll weaken your brother's hold on the throne by making an enemy of the faith," Jon said, hoping to appeal to the sense of duty that remained strong in Stannis. But to his surprise, Stannis laughed, a distinctly familiar laugh that was accompanied by the skies of Dragonstone rumbling with thunder. "It is amusing that I become Robert's brother only when he needs something from me. All the other times he treats me like the plague he should distance himself from. My precious brother did not even send a raven inquiring about my daughter's health when she was on her deathbed. I suppose he was busy whoring and drinking himself to take notice of the suffering of his niece." Stannis let out a nasty, mirthless chuckle. "Does he even know that he has a niece? My lord, the Septons. They are lighting fires. Give the order, and we'll cut a path towards them and stop them before they harm the trees," one knight said. Jon turned to look in the direction where the knight was pointing. Sure enough, the Septons were lighting fires, no doubt, to burn the weirwood trees.
Leave dem be, ser Austasse.
Let them try their best and reap the consequences of going against the true gods. Let the people see the true might of the old gods as they emerge from their slumber. Lady Sellis shouted for all to hear. Jon was powerless to stop what came next. He watched on in horror as the Septons set the weirwood trees on fire. The fighting ceased as the fire spread across the 5 weirwood trees, making the Septons and their faithful followers jubilant. "See for yourself the falseness of these fake tree gods. They can't even defend themselves from." The Septon never got to finish his gloating as the fire began to get sucked into the weirwood trees in a vortex, right into the 5-pointed star carved on its wood. Jon was not the only one to gape openly at the miracle that happened before his eyes. He blinked a few times and shook his head to make sure he was not suffering from delusion. Before his watchful eyes and of hundreds of others, the star glowed an ominous red, as did the 5-pointed leaves of the weirwood trees. The ground began to rumble all of a sudden, making Jon and all the gathered men struggle to find their footing. The horses began to neigh and shake off their riders before taking off in 4 directions. Large flocks of birds began to take to the skies and began to circle above their heads, crying repeatedly as if they were giving a warning about what was about to follow. But no amount of warning was enough for what came next. Jon felt a shiver crawl up his back and froze as he watched the large roots and vines of the 5 large weirwood trees seemingly come alive. His mouth fell open in shock and horror as these roots and vines snatched the Septons and Septas into their grasp, making the small folk scream and run for their lives. With the small folk now keeping a distance from the site, his guards and that of Dragonstone could properly keep a secured perimeter around the weirwood trees. But that was for naught as the septons and septas screamed in pain as the roots and vines began to dig into their flesh. It was a horrendous sight to see as the roots and vines began to crawl through beneath the skin, breaking bones and tearing muscles apart. The periodic cracking and crushing sounds of bones getting torn apart made John shiver with fright. The guards and knights surrounding the trees barely managed to hold their ground, but they all were slowly moving back, not to get ensnared by stray roots or vines. Not a drop of blood spilt from the captured septons or spettas. For nearly half an hour, the septons and septas screamed their throats out before falling silent, their eyes vacant with the light of life. The vines and roots stopped moving beneath their skin, and then he watched with further disbelief as red five-pointed leaves began to grow out of the corpses. Within minutes, new weirwood trees began to take root and grow from the corpses of the septons and septas. Some of the knights and guards emptied their stomachs, watching branches and vines growing out of the ears, mouths, and eyes of the corpses. When it was all done, there were not 5, but nearly 13 huge weirwood trees towering over everyone at the base of Dragonmont. The silence that followed the rise of new weirwood trees was broken by the jubilant laugh of Lady Celis and her cohorts, most of them women. The old gods have risen at last after the passing of many millennia. The false gods and their followers will be swept away. Now is the time for you to repent for the sins of your ancestors. The old gods are wise, and in their wisdom, they offer you mercy no matter the crimes of your ancestors upon them and their followers. Bow before the great old ones and pray for forgiveness. Confess your weaknesses and sins to the wise ones, for they are all-powerful but merciful. Cast down the false idols in your hearts and embrace the old gods. Their kingdom shall be forged once more, and the false sinners have no place in them. John watched the ravings of Celis Baratheon with a composed look, but he was anything but composed on the inside. He was even more shocked to see Lord Alistair Florent also join Lady Celis, albeit reluctantly. Watching more and more small folk and knights fall to their knees and seemingly pray before the weirwood trees only reinforced the feeling of failure. Seeing all this, only one thing was going through his mind. I've failed. Harry was suitably impressed to see that it wasn't a waste of time to set up a budding glass-making industry before his departure. It was still a single unit of glass production, but still, the workers in the production unit picked up on the working process fairly quickly. They managed to produce 13 caskets of glass products, mostly wine glass, as that was the only mold he had set up. Some of the earlier products were slightly defective as the workers were only recently getting familiar with the process. But there had been a marked improvement in quality as he inspected the recent products made. This looks promising, Quartermaster. Do you think you'll be able to transfer the skill to more workers if I set up more production units? Harry asked, eyeing the man in charge out of the corner of his eyes. My lord. I just need more time to teach them properly. The process is no easy task. It'll take several long hours of training a day to get them as good as this lot. Harry was happy to hear that. He liked it when people made fanciful claims without thinking things through. Might I suggest that you take the best worker in this group and study the exact hand movements and practices the man does in his workstation? Write down every movement this best worker makes and teach it to the rest of the workers to increase their work quality. Harry suggested. My lord. My pa was a bricklayer, you see. I'm afraid I'm no good with the letters or numbers, my lord, said the quartermaster, an embarrassing flush on his cheeks. My apologies. Harry nodded at the man in understanding before turning to Archmaester Marwyn. I'll be quite happy to have one of my acolytes perform the task, my lord. Or perhaps I might do it myself. It'll be interesting to learn the intricacies behind glassmaking, said Marwyn. Harry nodded absently before going around the workspace, observing the workers while his Valkyrie shadowed him everywhere. The small setup he had created for glassmaking was not working based on mundane technology. The forges were powered by runes which absorbed the ambient magic and converted it into the required fire. There was a plethora of charms involved inside the production unit that took care of keeping the temperature, lighting, and the general ambience inside the workspace conducive. It kept the workers relaxed and performing at their peak efficiency. He was planning to build up more facilities like bathhouses, public freshwater sources, and perhaps even some fountains as part of keeping the industrial vibe going in his lands. Maybe even some worker-friendly schemes like free food for workers and a special school or daycare for their children. There were many things that his muggle enemies had taught him, and he'd used those lessons to the greatest effect. Watching the workers work their hardest in manufacturing new glass products, Harry thought he was seeing the first major steps in realizing his dream of magic coming alive to the forefront of everyday life. There was more to be done for sure, but he was slowly getting there. People need to familiarize themselves and adapt to living around magic and magical creatures if Harry's dream is to come to fruition. Come see me today evening. I'll allocate more funds for you to recruit new workers. 2 days from now, you'll get a visit from the builders about the particulars of another facility. Harry promised the quartermaster before taking his leave back to the castle. After managing some lordly business, which was not many, thanks to Vayan Poole managing most of the administrative tasks and spending some good time in the yard with Nymeria, he was resting a bit. He was, however, jolted awake when he felt a disturbance in the wards. Harry frowned as he could feel no further disturbance in the wards. He could not even feel any warnings that should have come as part and parcel if the wards were breached, seeing as a slew of monitoring charms were connected to his power ring. Maybe it was my imagination, Harry thought, closing his eyes and going back to sleep, only to jolt awake once more when he felt a flicker in the wards. No, there's definitely something going on, he thought, hauling himself out of the bed. Just as he reached his door, there was a huge surge of magical power that shook the protective wards of Avalon. He looked out through his open window, and he could see the vague outline of the magical dome that was protecting Avalon. The wards are becoming visible for all to see, Harry thought, rushing out of his personal chambers and going straight for the ward stone. When he finally reached the secret chamber that housed the ward stone, he could feel the presence of a powerful magical source that was pushing against his wards. The ley lines. They are trying to emerge all of a sudden, Harry whispered confusedly. The ley lines were nowhere near ready to emerge the last he checked. The ward stone he had left at the base of his castle had been slowly nurturing the ley lines so that they may one day emerge safely and saturate the land with the natural magic that has been siphoned off for centuries. The fact that the ley lines were now pushing against the enforced magical flow that he had designed was quite surprising. How the hell did the ley line get revitalized all of a sudden? Harry thought, even as he slowly removed several bindings on the ward stone to let the ley line emerge. There was no point in keeping the ley line suppressed, especially when it could potentially tear apart his precious ward stone and make a spectacle as it emerged with raw power. It was better to help it emerge so that it wouldn't annihilate the restrictive wards or even see him as a hostile presence. One by one, he took out the locks he had placed on the ward stone, and he kept feeling the magic of the ley line sing as it rose from strength to strength. When the last lock was done away, a powerful surge of magic coalesced in the air, leaving a distinct minty smell. His wards flickered for a brief moment before strengthening well beyond their present state. He supposed the magic that was venting out through the ley line did not judge the wards as hostile. He could even feel his power ring getting excited by the strong magical presence saturating the land and the air. What changed? Harry wondered aloud, scratching his head at this turnaround. While Harry was struggling to come up with a reason for this sudden resurgence in magic, changes were happening to Westeros, and not all those changes were appreciated by the majority of the inhabitants of the vast continent. Whether they approved or not, these changes were there to stay as the old gods of the forest rose from their slumber, all thanks to some brazen activity of a troublesome wizard. Rise of the Old Gods P2. Eddard enjoyed the peace and quiet offered by the godswood. The gentle wind that caressed his skin and hair felt like the whispers from the old gods. The scattered hot springs inside. The godswood, on the other hand, provided him with the warmth and comfort of his dearly departed mother. The rustling leaves of the weirwood trees, on the other hand, were akin to the laughter of his siblings from beyond the yoke of death. The faces carved on the trees, on the other hand, offered him the comfort that his father and the many ancient Starks were watching over him. Sitting here with his back against a tree, he felt like he was amongst his family. It was peaceful and, at the same time, offered him a spiritual ambience. He looked at Ice, the ancestral sword of House Stark. The sword had changed many hands in its long service to House Stark. Ice had stood by his family as a trusted friend in victory and defeat. In some ways, House Stark's histories were written with the tip of this sword. Taking the whetstone into his hand, He began sharpening the edges of the Valyrian steel blade. It was said that Valyrian steel never loses its sharp edge. To those who make that claim, he could only shake his head. A good swordsman never shirks from taking care of his sword, no matter the quality of the steel. The whetstone was not just a tool to sharpen the edges of the sword, but also a reminder to keep the skill with the sword polished. A wise soldier knows the sword becomes an extension of oneself only when it reflects a part of his soul. Eddard mused. And to put your soul in something is to love it and learn it. He knew every inch of the ancestral sword of his family. He knew every swing of his sword and where it'd land. He knew that because he treated ice as a part of his being. Ned. Eddard took his eyes away from ice and instead fell on his wife. Cat, are the children all right? Eddard asked, pausing his activities. The children are all right, but Ned, a raven came from Dragonstone? From Stannis? Eddard frowned. No, not Lord Stannis. It's from Jon Arryn. Maester Luwin waits at your solar, said Catelyn. Jon Arryn? Eddard blinked in surprise, wondering why Jon was riding to Winterfell from Dragonstone instead of the Red Keep. Did Luwin say anything? No, husband. It has the seal of the office of the hand. Luwin thought it prudent to break the seal in your presence. Very well then. Let's see what Jon has to say, Eddard said, standing up and letting out a sigh. He got the distinct feeling that this had something to do with Harrion's visit. Eddard fell into the chair in force after reading the contents of the message sent by Jon Arryn, just as he suspected Harrion was involved. Only in this particular case, Harrion had only planted a weirwood tree in Dragonstone with the permission of Lord Stannis and Lady Sellis. Whatever happened afterwards had nothing to do with his second son. At least, he hoped that was the case, because he had never heard of weirwood trees acting like Jon Arryn described in the message. He had half a mind to dismiss the whole letter as a joke from his old mentor. It'd have been easy to believe that his son was responsible for the trees acting like life-sucking contraptions. However, he also liked to believe that the old gods had taken action against those zealot septons. Even his dear wife, who was a staunch follower of the Seven, took action against Septa Mordain when that woman called Harrion a demon. He had allowed the Septa to stay and constructed the Sept in Winterfell out of consideration for his lady wife. If his lady wife hadn't taken the necessary action, he'd have taken that woman's head with ice. Similarly, he got the feeling that more zealot sections started to crop up after the events that transpired in Dragonstone became widely known. My lord, what should we do? Maester Luwin asked. Send word to Lord Manderley and Lord Reed. I don't want any Septon or Septa or any religious zealots to cross into the north, Eddard ordered after a moment of thought. As you will, Lord Stark. Eddard watched in silence as Maester Luwin took his leave before turning to his wife. Should I write to father and seek his aid in pacifying the faith? Catelyn asked, her eyes full of concern. Eddard thought it was an interesting proposition, one that he gave some serious consideration to before dismissing it. Lord Hoster Tully was his father-in-law and had helped him during the war, but the man's ambition knows no bounds. While he'd certainly appreciate the Lord of Riverrun's aid, he knew for certain there'd be a price attached to that help. Most likely, Lord Tully might be asking for something related to Harrion, and he didn't want to put his son in the position he was in during the rebellion. The time when wolves bowed to the lords of the South had come to an end. The reports he received from the Glovers and Manderleys were indications that he could now chart a different course for the North and House Stark. No, Cat, we shall not bother your father in this matter, Eddard said, measuring his words carefully. These zealots are responsible for whatever happened to them. They should not have taken arms against the wishes of the Lord of Dragonstone and the old gods. If the faith wishes to place blame on my son, then so be it. Winter will come for them, just as it has come for the enemies of House Stark. Ned, the faith is a dangerous foe. Even your friend, the king, might not be able to placate them if they truly intend to turn against our son, said Catelyn, directing a pleading look at her husband. Let me travel to Riverrun and speak with my lord father. He could appeal together with Jon Arryn before the High Septon before this issue with Lord Stannis spirals out of control. No, Eddard said firmly. The South might have forgotten what happened to Andalos when they poked the wolves. The North remembers. The times when we Northmen would meekly sit by have come to an end. If the South wishes ill will upon my son who is blessed by the old gods, then the whole North will stand with him, as will the gods. What if Robert sides with the faith? He won't. Eddard was sure of it. He might not have a choice. Robert might be the king of the Seven Kingdoms, but he is also the defender of the faith, said Caitlin. If that's the case, then Robert will have to remember that no Septon fought for him at the Trident. He ascended the Iron Throne on the shoulders of the men of the North. If the North placed him on the throne and called him king, then it can be undone just as easily. Ned. Caitlin looked at him in horror. That's treason. Yes. Eddard nodded grimly. I'm well aware. Let's hope it does not come to that. It's fascinating, isn't it? Hairy-eyed Spring, who was watching him intently beneath the shade of the heart tree of Avalon. What is? He inquired. A strong gust of wind rustled the red leaves of the heart tree that were now towering over most of the buildings inside the castle save for the many towers along the walls. The wind carried a strong scent of the sea, as well as a tint of something immaculate, which was beyond the scope of any articulation. It was not just the air this unique quality was being imbued. He had noticed that there was a vibrance to every blade of grass, every square inch of soil, and every gallon of water that could be found in Avalon. Release the boundless gift within you and open yourself to the world, Harry and Stark. The gods of the forest have awakened, and it's all thanks to you. Their presence is no longer a passing whisper but a long, melodious song, said Spring, her chestnut-colored hand pressed against the bark of the weirwood tree. Harry was jolted when he opened his senses and allowed the magic of the land to flow into his body. It was as if he took a dip in a small stream pouring down from a mountain, carrying with it the rich minerals capable of cleansing all ailments known to mankind. But when he looked beyond the nourishing effect of the magic teeming around his castle, his senses led him directly to the source. So, these are the old gods of the forest, Harry thought. He could feel thousands upon thousands of pairs of eyes watching him, silently judging him in a wide expanse of darkness. At the same time, he couldn't feel any distinction from the gods. It was as if these old gods were coalesced into a single entity despite what its pluralistic name would otherwise imply. Diversity in unity. What a strange feeling. Harry muttered to himself. He was about to ask what they wanted with him, but his awareness was cut off, and he found himself in his body. You saw them, didn't you? Spring asked knowingly. Yes, I did. They were very different from the last time I felt them. That's because the old gods were barely sustaining themselves. You've set them free from their slumber, said Spring, making Harry blink owlishly. Me? What did I do? Harry asked incredulously. Before the Undulls invaded, the Valyrians came to Westeros on the behest of their gods. They decimated our people in Dragonstone and took the island's control from us. Using the island, they weakened the old gods so that they may invade us in our weakened state, said Spring. Harry doubted that particular story. If the old gods were as powerful as Spring said, then they could have stood against the Valyrians. Although, he supposed the Valyrians might have had their own tricks up their sleeve, like blood magic and dragons. Not to mention, Spring did mention the involvement of the gods of Valyria, which was not good news at all. In a way, he supposed even the Undull invasion could be considered a part of a plan by the Valyrian freehold to weaken Westeros and the First Men Kingdoms. The Valyrians fought the Giscari, Rhoynar, and Undulls in Essos. Only the Giscari got burned out of their cities, while the other two groups were forced to flee their homelands and somehow managed to land in Westeros without getting pursued by the Valyrians. He suspected the Valyrians may have thought to let the Rhoynar and Undulls pass into Westeros so that their enemies could weaken themselves by battling each other. So, the old gods are strong now? Harry instead asked, filing away his thoughts. Their presence is strong in the weirwood trees. As days go by, their power will only grow, said Spring. What does that mean for the continent and the people? I honestly do not know. The old gods have been suppressed for thousands of years. How they'll react is well beyond my understanding, said Spring, her yellow eyes staring intently at the weirwood trees. Harry grunted. Going by the looks of it, he got the feeling that these old gods were not unhappy with him, which was a good start. However, he knew these old gods, or whatever entity that resided in the weirwood trees, was powerful in magic and loved to consume the natural magic of the land. So, if these old gods were now awake, would that mean they stop leeching magic? Or does it mean they'd consume more? He didn't know. The ice dragons certainly didn't have a higher opinion about any gods and considered them foreign entities. Despite that, the ice dragons fought side by side with the children and these old gods against the undead. Perhaps the ice dragons didn't give much credence to the whole idea of gods and praying to these gods in front of a tree. It was not his cup of tea either. But he was not above using that particular facet of the local culture to his advantage, so long as it served his goals. Lord Harrion. Harry turned his head towards the voice that was calling him. That sounded like Marwen, he thought. He turned back to say his goodbye to Spring, but she was nowhere to be found. I really need more training in situational awareness, Harry thought, finding his way out of the godswood that had sprung up all on its own around the lone heart tree in his castle. In the wake of the emergence of the ley line, once he came out of the bounds of the godswood, he found Marwen and Vayan Poole waiting for him on the other side. Both were sporting grave faces, Vayan Poole more so than Marwen. The two men were standing near the fountain he just installed that was constantly showering clean water, keeping the castle's inhabitants constantly supplied, thanks to his magic. He was planning to install more of those in the budding towns and villages cropping up outside his castle walls. What? Has something happened? A raven came from Winterfell. I'm afraid there is some disturbing news coming from Dragonstone. What disturbing news? Harry asked. The answer he got made his eyebrows disappear all the way to his hairline. XX. John knew something was seriously wrong when he was greeted by none other than Varys the Spider at the docks the moment he disembarked. There has been an unfortunate development, Lord Hand, said Varys, a simpering look on his face. I gathered as much, Lord Varys. Do go on, he said tiredly. The fishermen folk have spread the word about the happenings of Dragonstone. Word has spread like wildfire in the city. Has there been any untoward reaction? John asked, hoping against hope that the situation was still salvageable. The High Septon has gathered all the good fellows, Septons and Septas, to the September of Baelor. While the mouthpieces of the faith claim this is merely a part of the routine spiritual conclave, I'm afraid that's not the case. So, the crown has reasons to be wary of the faith, John said, closing his eyes and cursing the gods for denying him the opportunity to settle this matter quietly. I'm afraid so, my lord, said Varys once they resumed walking out of the dockyard. There is also another matter. Oh, do tell. There have been some strange songs coming from the Citadel and Highgarden. It seems Lady Olenna is aware that Queen Cersei is responsible for the High Septon's sudden hostility against the Starks, and she has also taken a keen interest in the bloodline of House Stark. I'm told she has hired many maesters from the Citadel to look into the Stark bloodline, particularly after the Targaryen Civil War. John was now a little bit surprised and worried. If the Tyrells were aware that Cersei was the one behind the High Septon's actions, then it'd spell disaster for the current relations between House Stark and House Lannister. It might even strain relations between the North and the Iron Throne for years to come. As for Lady Olenna's sudden interest in the Stark bloodline was a curious matter indeed. I'll have to make some inquiries with the Grand Maester to see whether there is something that'd be of interest for the Tyrells in House Stark's lineage. Perhaps the Grand Maester could glean some insight from the Citadel. John thought. There is also another interesting whisper about Archmaester Marwen. It seems the good Archmaester has taken residence in the newly built castle of Harrion Stark. Yes, I'm aware of that, Lord Varys. John nodded, but he fell on the ground, losing his footing as the ground trembled. Everywhere around him, people screamed and ran as the shaking intensified. There was a loud crashing sound, and to John's horror, he saw the giant dome of the September of Baelor falling down. The September. He didn't really get the chance to witness what happened next because a lot of people began screaming and running inside the city. John was confused, and when he looked at Varys, he saw the Master of Whispers looking frozen in shock. Following Varys' line of sight, he was met with a massive wave cresting far away in the sea. John quickly climbed to his feet and pulled himself over atop one of the horses. Varys, come, he shouted at the Associ man, who thankfully snapped out of his stupor and climbed on the horse. John urged the horse to speed away inside the walls of the city. He rode as fast as he could, but the city was descending into chaos. Buildings were falling apart, and the confusion along with fear upon seeing the September of Baelor tumbling down from Visigny's hill set the people to run in all directions. He rode the horse, oftentimes riding over the men and women alike through the tightly packed streets, accompanied by his guards until finally stopping at the base of Aegon's Hill. By this time, John could hear the screams of men, women, and children from all around the city. The walls of the city must have held strong before the wave, John thought, looking at the walls and seeing them standing firm. But he had no doubt a great disaster had fallen upon the city. The smoke and fires coming from all around the city spoke volumes about the scope of the disaster. It was as if the city had been sacked by an invading army. "At least, you won't have to worry about the faith come morn, my lord Hand," quipped Varys. That was said in bad taste, and he didn't like it, but Varys was speaking the truth. He looked at Visenya's Hill, where the Great September once proudly stood with its giant dome and many crystal towers. There was nothing left but a giant cloud of smoke in the wake of the tremors. He doubted the High Septon, or even many of the faithful, survived the collapse of the Great September. This was one great disaster we could have been without in this situation. The gods remain as cruel as they always have, John muttered, looking at the devastation that was surrounding him. The Queen of Thorns P1. The dust cloud that arose from the fall of the Great Sept of Baelor alone killed hundreds of small folk on Visenya's Hill. At least, that was the talk in the Red Keep. The true extent of the devastation remains unknown, as people were finding it difficult to assess the situation. According to all the reports Jaime heard from the small council meetings, the September of Baelor had struck down almost half the people who had their homes at Visenya's Hill. According to Grand Maester Pycelle, it was a miracle that the Red Keep was spared the same fate as the September of Baelor. Even the Dragon Pit had caved in despite being in ruins for nearly a century. Thankfully, the reputation of the Dragon Pit kept the place deserted from any serious settlements nearby, which ended up saving lives. As far as Jaime knew, there was not much loss of life being reported from Rainey's Hill. Not that it mattered in the end, because the settlements outside the city walls were gutted by the sea. It was as if the gods wiped the shores clean of everything. Not even the homes and many small castles were spared from the wrath of the sea. In the blink of an eye, the shores of King's Landing were wiped clean, leaving no survivors. The tales he had been hearing spoke of half-eaten bodies of men, women, and children being strewn across the shores of Crownlands thanks to the sea throwing out the dead into the land. This situation had even scared the Crownland lords to hole themselves up in their homes, fearing there was some curse upon the capital city by the gods. If the Crownland lords were behaving like morons, then the small folk couldn't be blamed for taking their meager possessions and running away from the city as if their lives depended on it. This dealt a serious blow to the rescue efforts in Visenya's Hill, as a portion of the city watch was now diverted away to keep watch over the flow of people out of the city. "Oh, my king!" A throaty moan interrupted his musings, making Jaime scowl. While the city was coming undone brick by brick, the king was rutting away with his whores in the chambers of the Red Keep with no care for the happenings outside. It made his blood boil because he was a glorified bodyguard of a whoring oaf with no sense of concern for the subjects the man claims to protect and rule. The creaking sounds and lusty moans coming from behind the door only increased as time passed, making Jaime restless. At this very moment, he knew good men were out there in the streets helping the people of this wretched city recover. Some were undoubtedly taking advantage of the chaos, and there was no one capable of overseeing the city's recovery. Jon Arryn was just one man in this cesspool of a city, with little to no tact when it came to whipping up the lazy and incompetent fools infesting the court and the city watch. It was almost painful to watch the old falcon try to move under the weight of the Iron Throne with Robert's Faddis staying on that awful chair. The thought of giving his help crossed Jaime's mind, but he promptly discarded the thought. "I'm the Kingslayer to these fools. Let those with their precious honor help them in time of their need," he thought vindicatively. Just as the thought made its exit from his mind, he saw Ser Barristan approach in his steel plate armor with the customary white cloak of the Kingsguard bellowing behind his back. Here comes the self-proclaimed Knight of Honor. The knight who stood by as a madman raped a helpless woman but finds fault in killing said madman for the sake of stupid oaths. Ser Barristan the Bold. Jaime mentally scoffed in derision. "Ser Jaime, is his grace available?" the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard asked, his pale blue eyes eyeing Jaime neutrally. "His grace wishes not to be disturbed while he is otherwise engaged in a matter of great importance." Jaime said that with a straight face. "Ah, yes, your grace." Right there. Not even the lusty moans of the serving wench made him lose his composure. Jaime stared at Barristan, as if he were deaf to the happenings of Robert Baratheon's chambers. But he did enjoy the disappointed and sad look the honorable knight was now sporting thanks to the activities of the king, while his city lay in ruins. "Has he been in there for long?" Barristan eventually asked. Jaime could smell the awkwardness in the air. But that was nothing compared to the smell inside Robert's chamber. "For hours without end," Jaime admitted. Seeing the incredulous look of the Lord Commander, he further added, "There are a couple of whores inside his chambers. He has been taking turns at them with wine and steak, powering his vivacity all day." He saw the way Barristan's face fell at his honest words. For a moment, he felt a pinch of sympathy for the old knight. He could understand someone like Barristan, who had taken the white cloak at such a young age to serve the old King Jaehaerys II, could not be thrilled to serve Robert the Whoremonger or Robert the Drunkard. Those were the names the king was getting famous by in the streets, according to the Master of Whispers. Then again, the man served Aerys the mad, suffering Robert Baratheon's proclivities should be far easier. Jaime thought, "His Grace needs to be informed of the small council meeting. Lord Aaron insists that he attend this meeting." Barristan said, "His Grace cannot be disturbed. Those were his orders." Jaime parroted the same line the White Bull used to say to Prince Rhaegar whenever the Silver Prince made his attempts to intervene in Aerys' activities in the Queen's chambers. The crinkling eyes of Ser Barristan let Jaime know that the knight was reminded of those days. "Then I suppose I shall wait for his Grace," Barristan said, taking his stand by the door. "I suppose there is honor in becoming a mere messenger." Jaime could not help but quip, "Yes, there is. Those who stab their king when his back is turned might not see it." Barristan firmly retorted, "It seems age has not dulled your humor, Ser," said Jaime, a strained smile on his lips. "Then I fear for your wits, Ser Jaime, for you seem to be misinterpreting facts as humor." Ser Barristan said blandly. Jaime was about to retort back, but his ears picked up a distant rumble. "Did you hear that?" Jaime asked, looking at the Lord Commander. "Hear what?" Barristan frowned.
That.
Jaime exclaimed as the low rumbling began to become audible and even began to shake the painted glass window. "Another tremor?" Barristan asked worriedly. "We should inform his Grace." But before anything of the sort could be done, there was a tremendous explosion. The painted glass shattered, raining down shards of glass pieces, forcing Jaime to turn away and shield himself with his cloak and armor. His ears were ringing from the sound of the explosion, and he was left disoriented for a minute. When he finally regained his bearings, he saw Ser Barristan on the floor with blood coming out of his ears. "Ser Barristan." Jaime rushed to the old knight's side and shook him awake. "Ser, are you all right?" The Lord Commander groaned but otherwise remained unresponsive. More tremors shook the Red Keep, and it was then Jaime saw a green glow from the broken window. It was as if the air outside was glowing with a green hue. He dragged Ser Barristan to the side and helped him lean against the wall, after which he slowly approached the window. The sight he saw made him swear 1,000 curse words, all against his own person. Visenya's hill was set ablaze by wildfire, with long tongues of green fire reaching high enough to touch the clouds. And he could only curse and blame himself, for he had forgotten all about the caches of wildfire Aerys planted beneath the great September of Baelor. "It's my fault. It's all my fault," Jaime whispered over and over, taking in the city that was ablaze in green flames. It was to this scene Robert Baratheon walked in half naked with sheets wrapping around his body and 2 whores joined to his hip on either side. "Huh. Sorry, ladies. It'd seem I was not the cause of those tremors." Olenna smiled, watching her granddaughter sleeping soundly by her side. The poor thing had dozed off after nursing her sore leg all afternoon. She didn't lack servants for that kind of work, but it gave her more satisfaction when she was pampered over by her young granddaughter. Marjorie also loved to take care of her, mostly for the stories she'd get to enjoy, but still, it was out of genuine affection. What more an old woman like her could ask for from her granddaughter? "You have such a kind heart, my little Rose," Olenna mused, petting Marjorie's brown hair. But kind people get nothing in the 7 Kingdoms. It was a lesson her granddaughter had yet to learn, but one Olenna would teach her soon. She'd have waited a few more years before imparting several lessons to her granddaughter, but certain circumstances have changed. The unprecedented rise of House Stark. All thanks to the 8 Namesday old Harry and Stark, challenged the very notion of age in the Game of Thrones that the great houses of Westeros play. No other youngster had ever changed the game so much in such little time. She was almost giddy to meet this young man, not that she needed to wait much longer. If the captain spoke true, their ship should be reaching Avalon by evening. It was hoped they'd reach the castle before sunset. She'd have avoided the trip, but it was now House Tyrell's turn to secure a Valyrian steel weapon of their own. Many of their vassals could boast of owning a Valyrian steel blade, and now House Tyrell will no longer be shamed as such for their lack of such an exquisite weapon. A Valyrian steel weapon was not valued for merely its superior quality of steel or its dominance on the battlefield. It was a symbol of wealth and legacy that made the owners stand apart from others. And now House Tyrell was about to own a Valyrian steel sword. Most importantly, they were even welcome to watch the forging of the blade, which was a rare event in itself. There was no way Olenna was going to slip such an opportunity to pass by. After all, who can claim they watched the forging of a new Valyrian steel sword with their own eyes? There are famed smiths of Qohor capable of recasting Valyrian steel, but they won't be showing anyone their methods. The fact that the Stark boy was not at all concerned showed profound ignorance or confidence. Either Harry Stark was too stupid to give away his secrets, or he was confident that his methods could not be replicated. Either way, she was curious to see to which side the Stark boy leaned, and see the process with her own eyes. Besides, there was the new castle of Avalon that Gorman was singing praises of upon his return to Highgarden. There were certainly some curious rumblings in the Citadel after the Archmasters returned from their journey to the north, and based on the overall gist she got from Gorman, they were very much impressed and stunned by this Harry Stark. A sudden knocking on her door shook her out of the thoughts that kept her engaged. "Come in," she said. The door to her cabin swung open, and on the other side was her grandson, Willis. "Grandmother, we're nearing Avalon. Come, it is a sight to see," Willis said excitedly. The sound even awoke Marjorie from her slumber. "We are? Let's go watch the magical castle, Grandma." Marjorie squealed excitedly. All signs of sleep flew away, and a radiant smile asserted itself on her face. "Very well then. Do help this old woman, my dears." Together, they made their way to the bow of the ship, and the sight that greeted them was majestic. The evening sun illuminated the castle, which was surrounded by 12 tall towers jutting out high into the sky. The castle was carved out of white marble, but the tower roofs were painted dark brown. So, when looked upon from a distance, the castle looked like a giant cake with chocolate toppings on the towers. The castle was surrounded by a giant wall almost as high as the one in Highgarden. Encampments could be seen on the wall with many soldiers standing guard. There was even a giant glass dome surrounding a building that was shining under the sunlight. A colossal weirwood tree could be seen towering over the walls with its leaves looking blood red under the evening sun, shielding many of the buildings under its shadow. It was quite a sight to see. Well, Gorman was not wrong in saying the castle does not have a stone out of place, she mused aloud before turning on her grandson. "Have you noticed it yet, Willis? It's as if the whole castle is carved out of a single stone." Willis said in awe. "Yes, I have only seen one castle in Westeros, and that is Dragonstone," said Olenna, looking intently at her grandson whether he'd pick up the clue. "Valyrian architecture." Willis turned to her with wonder in his eyes. "Yes," said Olenna, happy that her grandson was not as slow as her son. "It's so beautiful." Marjorie squealed with wide eyes, drinking in the beautiful castle that was sitting proudly atop a hill. "That it is, my little Rose. That it is," she trailed off, staring at the majestic sight. It took them more than an hour to enter the castle, mostly because there were no port facilities for them to disembark safely. Their ship had to be anchored far away from the shore and use a rowboat to row their way to the shore. It was certainly going to be very difficult for the men accompanying in their escort ships to make land. Not that she was worried about some no-name soldiers of the Reach, but they needed to restock essentials for their return journey. There was a reason that 3 ships were escorting her and the children. The Ironborn may have surrendered and suffered heavy losses in their failed rebellion, but they were a stubborn lot. She wouldn't put it past those pirate scum to attack her ship on transit through the sea. They've kept as close to the shores as possible, but you never know. These waters had been treacherous for thousands of years, and she didn't expect it to change just because the Ironborn was soundly defeated by Robert Baratheon. "It's a shame that Loras never got to see this with us," said Willis as they made their way inside the castle's walls, walking in through the giant doors made of wood. He'll get his chance in the future. He could visit Garland and take a detour to Avalon," said Olenna before catching the wood used around the castle. "It seems the foresters have generously supplied the Starks with their precious ironwood." However, all warmth and playfulness fled Olenna's eyes when she saw the man coming to greet their party. "Lady Tyrell, Willis." Oberyn Martell greeted them. "Prince Oberyn, I hope you are doing well," she said coldly. "As well as one could hope," Oberyn said, smiling politely before eyeing Marjorie curiously. "My sister, Marjorie," Willis introduced. "Ah, of course. The littlest rose in the garden." Oberyn reached out to pet Marjorie's hair, but Olenna intervened by pulling her granddaughter behind her. "I didn't know princes of Dorne now served at the leisure of Starks. My, how the times have changed. As thorny as I remember. A grape who became a thorn in the gardens of Highgarden. You are a rare breed indeed, my lady. I've often said to my brother that you'd have thrived in Dorne, not that you're doing any less in the Reach," said Oberyn. "As spectacular as this reunion is, I think it is appropriate for our guests to rest in the warmth of the castle and take bread and salt, my prince." Vayen Poole interjected before tempers flared, having known there were issues between the Red Viper and the Tyrells beforehand. "Come, my love. Let Lady Tyrell and her grandchildren take the guest rights and rest. I'm sure you can catch up with our northern neighbors tomorrow," said Ilaria, leading away Oberyn, who waved his goodbyes to Willis, who returned them despite Olenna's displeasure. "I don't know how you can stand that man and his antics, Willis. He is the reason your leg is hurt." Olenna furiously whispered at her grandson. "You were the one who taught me always to keep a calm mind. Besides, Prince Oberyn never meant to hurt me. Accidents happen in justs, as I'm sure you know. I'm rather thankful that I got off easy with my life intact. I know many knights who have broken their necks upon being unseated in a joust," said Willis. "Now, come, grandmother. I'm sure we don't want to keep Lord Harry Stark waiting." As they were escorted inside the castle, Olenna noticed the change of color. If the castle was white on the outside, it was pitch black on the inside except for the strange squiggly lines that oozed a pale yellow glow. The castle was also well defended by a second wall, which was connected by a bridge to the outer wall. There was a 40 feet depth from the bridge and the ground and some 100 feet distance between the two walls. Strangely enough, she saw some apple trees in between the walls. Once they crossed inside the inner wall, she saw the many keeps that sprawled out over the large circular area guarded by 6 tall towers. The ground was paved with black stone as far as she could see. Small streams of water and water fountains could be seen almost everywhere. There was even a statue of a colossal wolf with water pouring out of its maw and getting collected in what appeared to be a pool. "Is that hot water?" Willis goggled at the pool. Olenna was also taken aback as her eyes finally noticed the steam coming from the pool. "Yes. Lord Harry made it so that the small folk get easy access to clean hot water for their daily use. Pipes are laid out from the sides of the pool, delivering warm water to the different households and settlements outside and inside the castle walls," said Vayen Poole. "Where does this water come from?" Olenna asked, finding it a bit difficult to understand the depth of facilities she was seeing in a newly built castle like Avalon. "Frankly speaking, my lady, I have no clue. Lord Harry is blessed by the gods with many gifts. He commands the water to flow as he wishes, and it just happens." Olenna stared at the man incomprehensibly before shaking her head. "The more I learn, the less everything makes sense," she thought, following behind the steward to a larger keep with statues of 2 snarling wolves carved on the door. "This is the great keep where Lord Harry holds court and welcomes his guests. Please be welcome to Avalon." As the doors swung open, Olenna's breath hitched at the sight of her. It was a giant hall paved with smooth, spotless white marble. There were seats made of the same white marble with red coloring, lining on the 2 sides of the hall all the way to the other end of the hall, where a throne of black and gold stood proudly on a raised dais. On a closer look, she realized her mistake. The throne was made of black marble, and the golden yellow color was the cushion. This was the same for the white marble seats that lined the hall on either side. The red color she was seeing was the cushions, and based on a cursory look, it was made of the finest silks. She also took note of the giant golden banners with a snarling black wolf hanging from the many flagpoles inside the hall. "Grandmother," Marjorie whispered. "Yes, my dear. Look up there." Olenna frowned at her granddaughter, who was pointing straight up. When she looked up, her eyes widened as she saw what appeared to be 10 giant spherical balls aligning themselves around what appeared to be a bright ball of golden light captured inside a glass sphere. Further back on the ceiling, there were little spots of white light twinkling away on a black background akin to a clear starry night sky. "Welcome to my humble home," said a voice that echoed throughout the hall. Olenna found the source of the sound to be a boy dressed in a blue doublet and black breeches. Undoubtedly, it was the Stark boy, as she identified his black hair and stormy gray eyes even from this distance. "Even though I've only heard about you all from Garland, I can easily identify all of you, thanks to his descriptive skills. On behalf of House Stark of Avalon, I welcome you into my halls as my honored guests." "So, this is Harry Stark," Olenna thought, eyeing the steady eyes and firm posture of the boy standing before her. "This one has the looks of a wolf." The Queen of Thorns P2. Olenna still found it difficult to digest most of what she had seen in Avalon, even after her week-long stay in the castle. The castle was supposedly built using magic in a single day, and by the looks of it, some Valyrian sorcery was used, seeing as the castle resembles Valyrian architecture. Many of the rooms and halls inside the castle were far larger inside and looked smaller on the outside. The only explanation she received for this strange phenomenon was magic, as if that one word made all sense in the world. If anything, the sheer scale of magic she witnessed challenged the very notion that Harry Stark was a normal child. She was sure the boy was a demon in disguise, or the gods themselves had come down from the heavens in the flesh. She didn't see any other way that could explain away all the magical nuances she had seen so far in Avalon. Even the fanciful tales of Garth Gardner or other first men kings of the Age of Heroes could hold a candle to the versatile magic on full display in Avalon. Everywhere she looked, she could find a fountain spraying water high into the air in intricate designs. The small folk were free to take the water and use it for their daily needs. There was even warm water made available to the small folk in public fountains that could be found across the settlements that had sprung up surrounding the castle, free of charge. There was no doubt in her mind that the small folk of Sea Dragon Point were living a life of luxury that most knights or lords in the south could not afford. All thanks to magic. It was not just the numerous fountains that took her by surprise. There were public bathhouses scattered across the land maintained and operated under the oversight of House Stark of Avalon. Farmlands were given on leases for long periods of time with the option of buying them out from the Starks at a reasonable price. That was an unprecedented move, as far as she was aware. Yes, lords tended to give land leases to merchants, but allowing them ownership of farmlands was never done in most parts of Westeros. Inns and taverns were granted that privilege, but never farmlands. Giving ownership of farmlands to the small folk was something unthinkable to someone from the Reach. It was akin to the Lannisters selling off their mines to some commoner, or the Foresters giving portions of their ironwood forests to the small folk. It just was not done. The most that could happen was giving land grants to minor lords or knights. The North might lack knights, but they have no shortage of petty lords. Instead, the Stark boy was forming guilds comprised of small folk, and the odd thing was no one was trying to put a stop to it. It was as if all the adults in this castle had collectively lost any sense in them. Only large cities or old settlements housed guilds, and even they were just powerless entities working under the whims of the lords of Westeros. While she marveled at the stupidity of the Starks and those who advised them, she was also grateful to the Stark boy. "How are you feeling, Willis?" she asked eagerly. "Like I can run all the way to Highgarden," Willis said, his awe clearly visible as he walked, twisted, and twirled on his 2 feet without any impediments. His crippled leg was now hale and hearty. "Well, I certainly hope you don't make any such attempts, young man," said Archmaester Marwyn, who entered the healing ward unannounced, startling Olenna and Willis. "You'll not strain your leg for the next 7 months, and you'll strictly follow the instructions of Lord Harrion. You'll apply this oil on the 7th day of each month without fail." "What is it?" Olenna looked at the 7 glass bottles filled to the brim with a yellow viscous fluid, an oil extracted from grape seeds teeming with magic blessed under the light of a full moon. While Lord Harryon's magic has no doubt yielded promising results, he recommends that you apply the oil as instructed in this chart to ensure there are no unforeseen complications, said Marwyn, handing over the bottles and a lengthy parchment with instructions. Willis nodded in understanding and began reading through the instructions on the parchment. Olenna, on the other hand, was looking at the bottled oil, or, more specifically, the fancy glass bottle that was housing the magical oil. No doubt it's the glass made by the glassmakers of Avalon, she thought. The snarling wolf head on the outer periphery of the bottle all but screamed the origins of the glass. This was no Myrish glass, and that alone was enough to shake her up about what was in store in the future. The sheer wealth that the Starks could generate if they managed to provide stiff competition to the Myrish glassmakers was enormous. The North was also in a comfortable location to supply their glass to the 7 kingdoms. The only hindrance she could see came from the Ironborn that could pose issues in sea trade. But that minor issue could be resolved if the Starks raised a fleet to protect their interests. The works in progress along the shoreline she saw while entering the castle let her know that the Starks were thinking along those same lines. Perhaps I should have a word with Paxter. No doubt he could offer his help to the Starks, and that should be a nice gesture for healing Willis. It could also be useful to have a stake in the glass trade. Olenna thought, I shall express my sincerest gratitude to Lord Harryon. When do you think he will return from his sky voyage? Willis asked the Archmaester, who just shrugged his shoulders. Olenna was sure she'd never forget the sight of a giant, but strange-looking wooden construct taking to the skies with the ease of a raven. She had, of course, heard the tales of the infamous airship that supposedly sails the clouds faster than a dragon. However, seeing the gigantic airship with her own eyes was entirely another experience. Her only regret was that she didn't get to sail inside the airship among the clouds. The sheer power and awe she felt when she saw the airship and the Stark boys' magic in action made her quite satisfied with the fact that she had the presence of mind to send Garland to Winterfell. It was now more than clear to her that the coming century would not be known for the rise of House Baratheon or House Lannister, but of House Stark. She could see it clearly now. The Lannisters were going to exhaust their resources, and Tywin's brand of greed would seek to devour the crowned stag and sink his claws firmly into the Iron Throne. That mad daughter of his would piss off more and more of Robert Baratheon's allies. Jon Arryn can only shield the Iron Throne so far from Cersei Lannister's stupidity or Tywin Lannister's greed. This wouldn't have been a problem if not for the total apathy and disinterest Robert Baratheon was showing in ruling the 7 kingdoms. The stag was quite content to spend his royal days ducking and drinking from the first light to the hour of the wolf. Without Jon Arryn and Tywin Lannister, House Baratheon was bound to fail in holding the Iron Throne. The Martells were waiting patiently for the right opportunity to strike, and if history had proven anything, it was never to underestimate the resilience of the Dornishmen. In addition, there was the Targaryen prince and princess to consider. If those dragon hatchlings were even half as competent as their famed ancestors, they'd end up fighting it out with the Baratheons and Lannisters for the Iron Throne. Considering all this, the royal court was not exactly the place for the Tyrells to play their games. King's Landing was far too dangerous for a Tyrell these days. Even if they were to try their luck in planting new roots in the capital, they'd be ill-received by almost everyone. The Reach houses had been shunned from the royal court on account of being loyalists, except for House Florent. In such a situation, the Starks were looking for a stable political entity to get close to. Considering their closer ties with King Robert and Jon Arryn, there were also other reasons she was personally interested in pursuing closer ties with the Starks. Should the Baratheons, Lannisters, and Targaryens muck things up in King's Landing, the Starks were also a viable replacement to ascend the Iron Throne. It was probably not going to happen, but the Starks do have a blood right on the Iron Throne, according to some sources from the Citadel. The current Stark bloodline can trace their ancestry to Jacaerys Targaryen, the eldest son of Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen. There were conflicting records in the Citadel about the alleged marriage between Sarah Snow and Jacaerys Targaryen. The Starks themselves had never publicized their blood ties to the Realm's Delight. Perhaps some of those records she found in the Citadel were wrong, as many maesters like Gildane and Munkin claim. I do not know when Lord Harryon might return, but a raven came from Winterfell. It had seemed Lord Tyrell has arrived at the castle with his escort. I suspect Lord Tyrell will make his way to Avalon after a brief stay in Winterfell, said Marwyn. Truly? Will Lord Stark accompany my son? Olenna asked, a calculating look on her face. Frankly speaking, I do not know, but it is more than possible that Lord Stark might visit under the unfortunate events of the capital. What unfortunate events? Olenna asked, sitting up straight with her interest piqued. As the maester regaled the tale and scope of destruction that struck King's Landing, she was partly horrified and elated in equal measure. Though unfortunate for the capital city's inhabitants, every piece of silver the Lannisters and Baratheons lose diminished their power, giving House Tyrell a distinct advantage. Undoubtedly, the capital might require grain and other essential supplies, all of which the Reach could provide. Might I trouble you for a raven, Maester Marwyn? I need to make arrangements in Highgarden if your words are true. Quite bold of the Valyrians, Harry muttered, feeling out the Valyrian glass candles with the aid of a plethora of sensory charms. He was alone in the chamber that houses the glass candle in Dragonstone. Lady Celis was all too happy to provide him with the necessary time and facilities to study the glass candles at his leisure. But his presence at Dragonstone has another intention. When word reached him about what transpired in King's Landing, he was immediately ticked off. He suspected there was more to the random quakes and tsunami that had devastated the capital city, and he wanted to confirm his doubts by paying a visit to the Dragonmont. The sudden resurgence in magic, Spring's warning about the old gods rising from slumber, and the sudden destruction of the Great September of Baelor were not random events. At least, he liked to think that way. That was why he had rushed to Dragonstone under the cover of studying the glass candles. After ensuring the doors were locked, he channeled his magic into the glass candles and waited patiently. One after the other, each of the candles lit up, and suddenly he felt like he was being swept off his feet. He felt weightless and was drifting freely in the air. It worked. Harry was suitably impressed with the ease at which the glass candles were functioning. All he had to do was pump a sliver of magic into the glass candles and channel his intent, thereby directing the astral projection toward his intended target. The only piece of astral projection Harry has ever known to work efficiently was the modified Patronus charm. There were some other magical artifacts capable of replicating a form of astral projection. Still, such knowledge was either lost in time or collected dust in a dusty old library of a pureblood family. The Valyrians seemed to have mastered blood magic and soul magic to some great extent. No doubt having millions of slaves to experiment for thousands of years helped. Harry thought, even partially separated from his physical body, he could feel certain sensations, like the wind rushing around him as his astral form approached the Dragonmont. The only problem, however, was that he could not feel his usual magical power in this astral form. There was some form of energy at his beck and call, but it was not something he was familiar with. It almost felt like a thin film of water covering his astral body from head to toe. Exactly what it does, or how he was supposed to use it, remains to be seen. As the Dragonmont came into view, he urged to go through the first tunnel he saw, and his astral body directed itself accordingly. It was as if he was flying a broom. According to Marwyn, the glass candles worked on the desires of the user's heart. Marwyn had found him by wishing with all his heart to find the source of resurgent magic. Therefore, Harry chose to replicate the method. I want to see the lair of the old gods. The astral form picked up speed and began traversing through the tunnels at a pace that made it difficult for Harry to follow. He abruptly came to a stop, however, as a white wall of energy suddenly sprang up out of nowhere on his path. Stop! Who are you? The voice was distorted with several echoes, making it challenging to discern any emotion or the source's gender. However, Harry found it quite fascinating because the white wall of energy was pulsating every time the echoes came out. Another form of astral projection? He wondered. My name is Harrion Stark of Winterfell, he said. Stark? Winterfell? Yes. I'm a friend of the Children of Forest. The white wall of light pulsed brightly before coalescing into a sphere of dense energy. Why are you here? Harry got a distinct impression that the voice wasn't thrilled to have this conversation. I seek an audience with the old gods, said Harry, testing the waters. If the voice was coming from the old gods, then it made his work that much easier. The white sphere pulsed once before dimming down. For what purpose have you come, Harry Stark? Am I to assume I'm speaking with the old gods? You. The voice trailed off as it began flickering with a pale blue hue. We shall speak again, Harry Stark. For now, return to your home, and the next time, do not dare to use this unnatural magic to desecrate this place. With the ominous warning delivered, the sphere broke apart into specks of light, and Harry found himself falling on his back in the chamber before the glass candles. Well, that was a giant waste of time, Harry muttered before picking himself up from the floor. Eddard was in awe of the castle his son had magicked out of the hillside facing the sunset sea. It was a magnificent castle modeled out of Winterfell, but with certain distinct touches from his son. Many of the keeps were modeled after Winterfell's Great Keep. He was sure, because he could see many of the keeps taking after a similar design, and the adjoining bridge that connects them to the armory, glass gardens, and library. He noted there were a lot of stone bridges and fountains. All of that was protected by a series of giant towers and 2 layers of walls with ironwood doors guarded by Stark men. Vayenpool has done a splendid job in such a short time, Eddard thought, observing the positioning and patrolling parties of guards all around the castle. There are a lot of guards, but there is room for more. He made a mental note to bring up the matter with Vayenpool. It would be costly to have more men armed and trained, but they could afford it now. Besides, with everything that was going on in the capital, he got the feeling more men trained in arms were only going to be an asset in the future. I've been meaning to meet the man who laid low the sword of the morning. Eddard eyed the older woman, whom the eldest Tyrell boy escorted. Is that why Lord Mace sent Garland to Winterfell? Then I'm sorry to disappoint you, my lady. Sir Arthur Dane could best me any day in a straight fight. And yet he fell before your sword, my lord, said Willis Tyrell. I had help, said Eddard, remembering his trusted and loyal friends who lost their lives all for nothing in the end. No matter the sacrifices and blood spilled, Lyanna was still lost to him, just like his father and elder brother. So did Sir Arthur from 2 of the finest knights of the 7 kingdoms, said Olenna. True, but I doubt this is why you have sought me out, my lady. No, it's not, Lord Stark. We owe a debt to your son that cannot be easily repaid. An injury in a tourney had crippled my grandson, thanks to the Red Viper. All the maesters of the Citadel and healers of good renown from distant lands have tried their best to heal his leg to no success. Yet your son fixed up Willis within a day without asking anything in return. My son has been blessed with gifts beyond my understanding, thanks to the gods. I'm happy young Willis has recovered from his injury, said Eddard. And that brings me to the matter at hand, Lord Stark. I'm sure you've wondered why the High Septon woke up one morning and declared your son a heretic. Now that got his undivided attention. He had sent raven after raven asking Jon Arryn, but the man had been evasive in all the replies. The only meaningful response he got from the hand of the king was that the situation was being handled, and the old falcon did keep his word in the end. The High Septon rescinded the declaration against his son, and he had let the matter drop for now. Besides, Jon Arryn had promised him to fill in the details at a later date. They were even planning to meet at the Eyrie, but the disaster that struck the capital city ruined those plans. Lady Olenna's eyes suddenly gained a gleam, and Eddard realized belatedly that he was not successful in shielding his interest in the matter. The word in the Starry September is that our esteemed queen paid a lengthy visit to the High Septon with many gifts, and when she walked out of his office, the High Septon was quite adamant about speaking against your son. Queen Cersei? Why? Eddard asked, utterly baffled by the notion that his friend's wife was behind the High Septon's edict that gave him many sleepless nights. He frowned at the older Tyrell, doubting the woman's words. Frankly, I've no idea, Lord Stark. Be careful, my lord. For some asinine reason, the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms seems to hold a grudge against your family, said Olenna. He wanted to ask more, but a vast shadow suddenly engulfed the castle, and for the first time, he saw the new airship his son had made hovering above the castle. He could only stare in awe despite knowing that he ought not to be surprised by Harrion's abilities. His only consolation was he was not the only person constantly in awe of Harrion. His son was a walking, talking bundle of wonder and mystery. He doubted anyone could understand Harrion entirely. Sharpthorn. Mace Tyrell was a happy man these days. There were no wars he had to worry about, and most importantly, He was far away from all the politicking of the Reach. He never realized how much time he spent worrying over detail after detail while acting as the Lord of Highgarden until he visited the North. There was no need to plaster a smile on his face from sunrise to sunset while in the North. Unlike the Reach, the people here never cared for small offenses. But most importantly, his mother's watchful eyes were taken off his back. Instead, his lady mother was busy pursuing the Dornish party or the Starks. In the Reach, he'd have never been able to enjoy a moment of peace because he was constantly looking over his shoulder. He knew the judgmental eyes of his mother, the knights, the lords, and even those godforsaken servants were on him when he was not looking. He knew they were watching him like hawks, just as they did to his poor father. His mother consistently articulated and implied that his father was a simple-minded man who threw away his life in pursuit of simpler things. Mace never believed such slander against his father. His father, Luther Tyrell, was a kind man and a loving father. But now that he was far away from the Reach, he felt as if he was free to do as he pleased, which was a pleasant feeling. For once, he was bereft of most responsibilities and could enjoy his time to the fullest with his family. There were ample reasons to be merry as his eldest son Willis was no longer a cripple being a prominent one. He felt guilty about the injury his eldest son suffered in the tilts. He blamed the accursed Dornish prince and wished the Red Viper would suffer great torments in the Seven Hells, but he knew he was just as guilty. It was his obsession to see his sons as great warriors and not suffer the same stigma he and his poor father had suffered that pushed him to prod Willis far early into tourneys. Poor Willis had suffered for his obsession, and Mace had never felt so guiltier at that moment. But now his son was healthy as a horse, which was a cause for celebration. Not to mention, House Tyrell would finally own a Valyrian steel sword. No longer will any Tyrell look diminished before their vassals in the Reach. 1,000 years from now, his descendants would learn they came to possess a Valyria steel sword because of Lord Mace Tyrell, he thought giddily. His son was hale, and he was getting a priceless sword that could only increase the prestige of his family. He was over the moon with happiness. His only regret was his father was not here to see this wonderful moment. He knew his father would have been pleased to be a part of this moment. Here it is, Lord Tyrell. A Valyrian steel sword, as you requested. Mace blinked owlishly at the sword that was presented to him by the young gifted smith of House Stark. The sword was in a green sheath, and he was tempted to unravel it before the watchful eyes of everyone in the castle. But he could feel those judging eyes of his mother, and all his confidence melted away. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand, and predictably it came wet. Willis, come here, my son. He called for his eldest. Father, you should take the sword. The seven have truly blessed me with a kind and dutiful son. No doubt, all the credit goes to my Allery. He thought,
No, son.
I'm but an old man. I might be the Lord of Highgarden for now, but you will carry on my name and blood. You should take the sword, as is the right of the future Lord Tyrell. This is my wish, Mace said, gently pushing his son towards the sword. He watched on proudly as Willis unsheathed the sword made by Haryon Stark. It was every bit as beautiful as he had dreamed while journeying to the north after winning the bid in Bravos. The sword was made of gleaming silver that looked like it was constituted by moonlight. Lines and ripples marred the steel surface of the sword except for a tiny part near the handle where a golden rose could be seen brightly shining. He had never seen anything so beautiful in his entire life except for his children. Nothing could triumph over his brave Willis, chubby Garland, vibrant Loras, and beautiful Marjorie in his eyes. Not even this Valyrian sword he was about to spend a fortune to obtain. Seeing the sword with his own eyes, he was willing to set aside the worry of paying up more than 3 million gold dragons to the Iron Bank. The prestige of owning something so expensive would no doubt triumph over the fact that he just committed a significant amount of wealth of Highgarden on a single sword. With the kind of gold he spent on the sword, he could have hired all the mercenary companies of Essos twice over. Lord Tyrell, if you would name the sword. A sword like this should not be left without a name for long, said Haryon Stark. Lord Haryon speaks true. Name the sword, father, said Willis, an excited gleam in his eyes. Mace was suddenly taken aback as he became the focus of many pairs of eyes. His only consolation was that it was not those same judgmental eyes he often saw in the Reach comparing him to his father. Not that he was embarrassed about his father, but thanks to his mother, his poor father had a reputation for being simple-minded. Me? Maybe it is better if you— No, father. You made it possible for House Tyrell to possess a Valyrian steel sword. You should be the one to name it. Willis said firmly. Well, Mace sneaked a peek at his mother, who looked on neutrally, which made him sweat a little. How about Sharpthorn? He asked, sweating a little under the judging eyes of his lady mother. Well, I suppose it is a good name as any, I suppose, Olenna said, rolling her eyes. Mace gulped down some much-needed air, thanking the seven in his mind for their blessing. His mother certainly didn't compliment him, but he'd take that over her sharp insults any time of the day. At least, the happy grin on Willis' face and the merry look on Marjorie's and Garland's was enough to settle him for the day. House Tyrell was now the proud owner of a Valyrian steel sword, even though they would pay several shiploads of gold in return. Seven blessed them all. It seems the Tyrells have departed on happier terms. They've even offered the aid of House Redwine and Hightower if we so wish in developing a port and a fleet in Avalon, said Harry, once he was safely inside his solar in his father's company and Archmaester Marwyn. I know, said Eddard, nodding slowly but not making his opinion on the matter known. What do you make of it? You're asking me? Harry asked incredulously. Maester Luwin thinks you are far smarter for your own age. Why do you think I've let you run Avalon without much interference in the first place? I don't run Avalon. Most of the stuff is done by Lord Poole. Harry shrugged. I doubt that is the case, Harrion, Eddard said doubtfully. Anyway, this is not something that I should decide on my own. It is one thing to depend on the Lords of the North, but it is quite another to involve the great houses of the Reach in our internal matters, said Harry. Yet you're quite comfortable with having the Martells in your castle despite my wishes otherwise. You went behind my back and used your mother to get what you want without paying heed to my reservations about the Martells. I like Oberyn. He is more honest than you might think. Harry defended. It is not about honesty, son. Dornismen have no sense of honor. Their words are wind, said Eddard, feeling tired that he was coming back to the same argument all over again. Nonetheless, you've managed to hold on to the Red Viper as per your wish. There is no point in revisiting this argument. While I'd advise caution against any aid from the Hightowers or the Redwines, it has to be said they do have resources that can speed up the construction of the fleet, said Marwyn. Harry looked curiously at the Archmaester. I'm sure House Manderley's and House Glover's aid is crucial, but we could use the shipyards of Redwines and Hightowers to construct our fleet. After their construction, they could set sail to our port once the port is finished. I'd have suggested the same with Bravos, but those ships will have to sail around Dorne, which brings them close to the pirates of Stepstones. Marwyn explained. An excellent idea, Maester Marwyn. I was thinking the same. The Redwines have the largest fleet in Westeros. They have built ships from the time of the Gardener Kings. They have the resources and the ability to build us ships, and we have the gold to pay them, said Eddard. Harry thought about it, but it did not sit well with him. I was rather hoping the ships could be built in the north. It'll take time, but our people will get all the jobs, and more people will get skilled in shipbuilding, which should be an advantage in the future. We could do that, but also leave some of the ships to be built in other shipyards. Eddard voiced his opinion. Harry frowned at his father, who was a staunch isolationist but was now behaving far differently. There is something else causing you to pitch cooperation with Southern houses. If you don't mind, I'd like to know the reason, said Harry, leaning forward in his seat. We need allies. You said so yourself that the cold winds are rising beyond the wall. We'll be better off establishing good trade ties with the southern kingdoms to brave the storm. Harry looked searchingly at his father, but the man was very good at holding his composure. That doesn't mean he didn't detect his father was hiding something. Something must have spooked the Lord of Winterfell to deepen trade relations with the Reach of all places. After all, there were other houses in the south along the shores of the summer sea capable of building ships. In the end, he just shrugged and accepted the suggestion to outsource some of the shipbuilding to the Redwines or the Hightowers. It was not as if he would stand in the way of his father's wish, especially when he was allowed to run Avalon to his liking to a certain extent. Probably it has something to do with what happened at the capital, Harry thought before he put that issue out of his mind. There were better things to worry about, like establishing trade routes for his Avalon-made glass. There were going to be 2 lines of glass products that he was hoping to release into the markets of the North and Bravos. One was the high-end quality product that would compete with Myrish glass. Then there was the less expensive product line he hoped to get some traction in the North before slowly expanding into the Vale and Riverlands. No doubt, it was going to be some busy months ahead. I should take your head for this, you blonde-haired potato head. Go. Leave these chambers before I decide to crush your skull under God's grief. Robert roared. Stannis sat back and watched Jaime Lannister leave the small council chambers red-faced. He had always thought the Lannister knight was an oathbreaker and a charlatan. Now, he knew better. The man was an idiot before anything else. Your Grace, perhaps it was unwise to blame Ser Jaime, Grand Maester Pycelle started, but was immediately shut down by the angry monarch. Shut your trap, you wrinkly old buffoon. That fool knew there were tons of pots full of wildfire beneath major buildings of this city. For the 7 hells, there are wildfire pots beneath this funking castle right this moment. Robert slammed his hand on the table, making everyone flinch. To this day, that idiot refused to say a word of what the Mad King had planned. Who else should be blamed for what has happened? Your Grace, Ser Jaime is not the only one in this council who has served the Mad King. Surely, the Master of Whispers should share some blame, said Peter Baelish, a self-serving smile on the man's face. Stannis didn't know why, but the Vale man rubbed him the wrong way. Nonetheless, the Master of Coin raised a fair point. Varys also served the Mad King as Master of Whispers before the Associ man came to serve in Robert's small council. Your Grace, the Mad King was a paranoid man. He plotted and planned in his mad mind, and as talented as I am, even I'm appalled to know of this wildfire plot. If there was but a whisper of this plot, I'd have informed Lord Eddard the moment the Lord of Winterfell marched the army loyal to his Grace into the city. Varys simpered. Stannis felt like gritting his teeth at the obvious ploy of the eunuch. All the man had to do was throw in the Stark name and distract Robert from the real issue. Ah yes, Eddard. That quiet wolf had warned me to throw that Lannister cunt into the black cells and wring the truth of his actions. I should have listened to the man then. Robert growled to himself. But that doesn't excuse you, Lord Varys. You were the Master of Whispers. I find it hard to believe the Mad King moved caches of wildfire across the city while you remained blind to these movements. Stannis pitched in once again, placing the attention on Varys, making the bald eunuch's smile weaken a little. The Mad King charged me with watching his enemies, Lord Stannis. If I were to violate his orders and spy on those men working under the orders of the Mad King, then I'm afraid I wouldn't be sitting here with you in this council. Varys said blandly. Rather, I'd be a pile of ash at the foot of the Iron Throne when Lord Stark came to the city's rescue. And I suspect everyone in the council will remember Lord Tywin's army was cutting a bloody swath through the city. I'm afraid I was busy trying to stay alive rather than sniffing out the new mad plans of the Mad King. Stannis gritted his teeth, but chose not to point out the eunuch's cowardice. It'd be a useless gesture, as he could already see the rest of the council happily swallowing the garbage Varys was throwing around. He strongly suspected the Master of Whispers knew more than he let on. Unfortunately, he had no proof other than vague accusations that the eunuch could easily slip away with his silver tongue. The blatant smug smile on Varys' face, on the other hand, was something he could not bear to see. It spoke volumes of how decadent this small council was turning into and how irresponsible Robert was in leaving traitors and charlatans free rein in the halls of power. His elder brother might be a skilled warrior, but it was wasted on him thanks to a dull mind which allowed unscrupulous characters to take advantage. The alchemists must be questioned, Your Grace. They should know more about this wildfire plot than they let on. Grandmaster Pycelle suggested, rubbing his white beard as if it took some deep thought to come up with that suggestion. Where are we with that, John? Robert asked, happily draining a glass full of wine the servant poured into his cup. Unfortunately, nowhere, Your Grace. We lost our Master of Laws in the fall of the Great September of Baelor, and lost the captain of the city watch when the wildfire took the rest. We are unfortunately severely undermanned with the city tumbling into anarchy. We lost a good portion of the city watch and guards when the wildfire ignited as they were helping move the debris. Jon Arryn sagged into himself tiredly. It'll take us a lot of time to build back the city watch and properly assert ourselves in the city, much less worry about the alchemists. Perhaps it'd be prudent to ask for aid from the Crownland houses and bolster the city watch with their men. Baelish suggested. I have already sent ravens and riders out with that request. We'll soon know how they respond, said John Arryn, nodding at his fellow Valemen. I'll bring forth the garrison of Dragonstone to aid the city, Stannis offered, which was received gratefully by the Hand. However, there is another important matter. His Grace and his family cannot stay in the Red Keep, or the city for that matter. What are you talking about, brother? Robert looked at him with his reddening eyes, thanks to the massive amount of wine swirling in the man's belly. The city is not safe. You heard it from Jaime Lannister himself. The Mad King hid caches of wildfire all around the city underneath the guild halls, the Red Keep, and who knows where else. The September of Baelor has decimated many people, and who knows what will happen if the other caches of wildfire explode beneath our feet tonight or tomorrow. We need to move the royal family far away from the city and remove the wildfire caches safely, said Stannis. Are you out of your mind? I'll not be running away from. Lord Stannis speaks true, Your Grace. John Arryn interrupted with a pointed look at Robert. This is not an enemy you can battle away with your hammer, Your Grace. We need to think of your safety and the royal family first. Perhaps His Grace can move the court to his ancestral seat of Storm's End or Dragonstone. Ser Barristan spoke up, surprising everyone. The old knight had been far too silent since Jaime Lannister's testimony. It'll be better if His Grace holds court in the Stormlands. It'll be prudent for the royal family to be surrounded by loyal lords, and no one is more loyal than the Stormlords, said John Arryn, his eyes quickly falling on Stannis briefly before slipping away. Stannis knew at that moment John Arryn didn't want anyone to focus on what was happening in Dragonstone. He didn't particularly care either way. The old gods decided it was his time to bring the storm as his ancestors did. All those who follow the path of injustice will get their due, and only the righteous shall survive the coming storm. The voice of the old gods had spoken, and it was his duty to see it done, for the gods had shown him what awaited them all. So, when the small council dispersed and all the attention was on the travel plans of the royal family, he quietly withdrew into his quarters. There among his baggage was a small sapling that the old gods gave him. He took the sapling with him, neatly ticked it inside his sleeve, and made his way to the godswood of the Red Keep. It only took him a few minutes to plant the sapling in the godswood. Like all godswoods in the south, the Red Keep lacked a heart tree as the Undulls had cut it down ages ago. Soon, that'll no longer be the case. The old gods will rise, and with them, I shall rise to great heights. Stannis thought, his eyes lingering on the Red Keep, and saw the Iron Throne in his mind's eye with him sitting on it with a crown of weirwood on his brow. Soon, Stannis smirked before taking his leave. A little brother, Pin or Old Pin, as his friends called him, had been a farmer all his life. His pa was a farmer, and his old grandpa was a farmer, and so were others. He came from a long family of farmers, and therefore he became one too. He and his ancestors had plowed the fields of Starks for as long as he could remember. The nature of their craft was such Pin and his family had to move around from field to field according to the weather. When the snow starts their first fall, he'd pack up his family from their small hut north of Winterfell and move into Wintertown. The southern fields were much warmer and, therefore, more resilient for crops. The snowing also comes slower compared to the northern fields for some reason. Now, things have changed in Winterfell. Summer snows should have covered the northern fields of Winterfell, but Lord Harryon's blessing warmed the lands, and not a pint of snow could be seen anywhere. The fields were also teeming with harvest just weeks after planting new crops. It took many farmers like him a lot of time to adjust. There was even fear that the faster harvests would be wasted as the crops needed to be sold or stored safely. Again, the Green Hand's gifts allowed them to store the harvest indefinitely without damage. Some called the second son of Lord Stark the second coming of the Builder. It was rumored the old gods blessed the lad and even managed to raise castles and towers out of his magic. But farmers like Pin called the lad the Green Hand for turning their fields with flourishing crops and somehow storing the produce without spoiling. Old Pin had no idea how those warehouses in Winterfell kept the crops fresh and usable for a long time other than it had something to do with magic. He didn't care for it either, so long as he got paid what he was owed by the Starks. Hey, Pin, where are you going this early in the morn? It was none other than Slán and his ilk making Pin scowl. For as long as Pin knew, Slán and his family worked on a nearby field, and their families have always been rivals. He didn't know the reason, but his pa never liked Slán's pa, and the rivalry was something he inherited. To make matters worse, they were even neighbors, which made for awkward confrontations from time to time. I've got better things to do, Slán. What do you want, huh? He said gruffly to his bald rival. I don't see your sons with ya, Pin. Still no word from them. Whatever should have happened to them, I wonder. Pin gritted his teeth and continued walking to the field, hiding the worry he had for his sons. Two of his eldest sons had gone west to the new castle of the Green Hand, following the promises of new job opportunities. It was a perilous journey, passing through the Wolfswood all the way to see Dragon Point, where men had not dared to settle for centuries. It had been well over 7 months since he had seen or heard anything from his two sons. He was concerned, as were his wife and younger daughter. If the Starks hadn't started distributing the steel plows, he would have never allowed his sons to abandon the fields. The steel plow made his work easier as the hard soil of the fields stood no chance against the steel tip. With the new plow, he could till the fields faster and easier compared to the wooden plow he had used in the past. You don't need to worry about me sons, Slán. They're me blood and were born in a proper winter. They're not like your summer snow pups hanging around ya. Pin growled. You speak arrogantly, Pin. I'll soon see you break your back in the fields, you old ducker. Those winter pups are most likely dead, or they've abandoned your old mug. Slán smirked vindicatively. Sod off. Pin snarled before continuing his walk toward the field amidst the jeering of Slán and his sons. Pin worked all day, refusing to even go for his noon break. His worries and prayers for his sons fueled him better than bread ever could, and that made him work all the harder. Despite putting up a brave front, he worried rightly for his two sons. If something bad happened to my pups, Pin worriedly thought. He could not bear such a thought. He had to believe his sons were safe and would return one day. He was growing old, and he could work for only so long. He could not bear to think of asking his daughter to work the fields with him. No daughter should take up such work while her brothers and father are breathing. Pin thought resolutely. It was evening when he decided to finish his work on the field and leave for his home. He was sweaty and filled with filth from head to toe. The signs of a good day's work. Pin mused, carrying his plow. Just as he walked a few paces, he saw his daughter running towards him with an excited face. Pa, Terence and Yoren, they came back. His daughter excitedly yelled. The relief he felt when he heard those words from his daughter's mouth was indescribable. It was as if a weight was lifted off his old heart. Thank the old gods. Pin muttered a silent prayer in relief. He didn't care whether his boys were returning empty-handed or not. At least, they returned before the snow set in, disrupting his work. His sons could now help him till the field. There was silver to be made while the fields were teeming with the Green Hand's blessing. But when he finally reached his hut, he was surprised to see an ox nearby with his sons. Pa, we bought the ox from Wintertown. You won't have to work too hard with this one ready to plow the fields, said Yoren. But how? Pin spluttered, looking on in disbelief that his sons managed to buy an ox, a hunky one that looked like it could plow the fields 100 times without breaking a sweat. Oxen was expensive, costing some gold dragons, and he could not afford it unless he had his family go hungry for months and save up the silver. We got a job as glassmakers in Avalon, Pennsylvania, said Terence, making Pin blink in surprise. If we save enough gold in the coming months, we think we might be able to buy a piece of land close to the castle. Glassmakers? My son's buying land? I don't understand. He stared at his sons, gaping openly. Oh, Pa, let's just say we've found our fortunes in Lord Harryon's land. Come, let us talk inside. There is a lot to tell ya. Pin numbly followed into his hut with his sons, never realizing that the fate of his family was changing forever. Similarly, fortunes were being rewritten for many families in the north. XXXXXX. Harry looked over the numbers once more in the parchment before looking at the Foresters sitting across from him. Gregor Forrester, the current Lord of Ironrath, had a softer face. A thick brown beard covered most of the man's face, but the Lord of Ironrath was soft-spoken and a well-mannered one, which was hard to come by in the north. Most northern lords Harry had seen were rough, boisterous, or both. The Foresters were a welcome change from that pattern, although Harry had doubts about Lord Forrester's son and heir, Roderick Forrester. Like Lord Gregor, his heir had brown hair and sported a similar beard. However, Roderick Forrester looked more like a Glover, especially the steely look in his eyes that reminded Harry of Galbart Glover. "The price is acceptable, Lord Forrester. How quickly do you think you can supply the ironwood I require?" Harry asked, steepling his fingers and looking curiously at the Foresters. "We don't have the supply of wood ready in our hand to meet your requirement. We'll have to fell new trees from our lands, which will take a while," Lord Gregor said tentatively. "How long?" Harry asked patiently. 3 months or more. "We don't usually get such large orders, my lord. We'll need time to hire more workers and gather more tools. There is also the issue of transportation." The Lord of Ironrath said rather awkwardly. "I understand." Harry nodded, having expected this already. "I want all that I need within 4 months. Should you require anything, you may contact me." Harry looked at Marwyn, who gave him another sheet of parchment. He quickly wrote the number of gold dragons and silver stags the Foresters were owed before pressing his seal at the bottom of the parchment. After taking one last look at the parchment to ensure everything was in order, he held out the parchment toward Lord Forrester. "You only need to show it to Lord Poole. He'll be arranging the gold for transport within a fortnight," said Harry. "Thank you, Lord Harrion. We'll make sure to deliver all the ironwood you need within the stipulated time," Lord Gregor said, handing over the parchment to his son and signaling Roderick Forrester to leave. Harry frowned as Lord Gregor Forrester stayed behind. "If I could have a moment of your time, my lord. It is a matter of some importance for your ears only." Harry looked searchingly at the Lord of Ironrath before agreeing. A few minutes later, Harry watched stoically as Lord Gregor left him be in his solar. Marwyn immediately slinked back into the solar once the Lord of Ironrath left. "Is there something troubling you, Harrion?" Marwyn asked, getting comfortable in his seat. "No. Did you know Lord Gregor Forrester has 2 bastards he keeps a secret from everyone in his family?" Harry asked, rubbing his eyes and slinking back in his chair. "No, I did not, but I'm not surprised. It's to be expected from most lords, and not all of them are as forthcoming as Lord Stark when acknowledging the product of their dalliances," said Marwyn. "I gather Lord Gregor wanted to discuss something about his bastard with you for a reason." "Aye. They have magical powers," said Harry. "They?" Marwyn asked. "MMHM, Elzara and Jazara Snow. When I visited Deepwood Motte, the Glovers told me. Rumors of a warg in the Ironwood Hills. I didn't take them seriously then, but now," Harry trailed off. "So, they are wargs. What does Lord Gregor want from you?" Marwyn asked curiously, intrigued by the prospect of finding more magical power in the north. "Jazara Snow is the warg, but his sister is something else that worries Lord Gregor. I suppose the man hopes I can house them safely in Avalon for obvious reasons." Harry shrugged. "It could be advantageous with the goal you have in mind," Marwyn reminded his young lord. "A school for magical studies. I know. We are nowhere near the capabilities of hosting a school in Avalon. We need committed teachers, books in different fields of study, and a committed number of children for the school to succeed," said Harry. "Well, I could take a few students and start them on teaching numbers and letters if some adjustments are made in some of my duties," Marwyn suggested. Harry thought about it for a moment before shaking his head negatively. Marwyn was someone he needed on his beck and calm mostly because keeping a watch on the Ravens was now a necessity thanks to the glass exports picking up pace from White Harbor. Besides, the Maester was otherwise busy taking up some magical lessons from him or one of his Valkyrie. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Marwyn could free up his time if someone else took up the job of Ravenry. What if your duties were reduced by delegating watching over the Ravens to someone else? You could have more time, and perhaps even take a few students along the way as a start. Harry suggested. "You want another Maester to take up the Raven duties?" Marwyn asked with a raised eyebrow. "No. I think it's time that you take up a student and pass on your knowledge to handle the Ravens. Perhaps one of the Valkyrie could be taught the skill of Ravenry." Marwyn thought it over for a moment and found some merit to the idea. It was way better than writing to the Citadel asking for another Maester for Avalon. The gray rats of the Citadel would pounce on such an opportunity and send one of their stooges to keep an eye on everything in Avalon. This way, he could ensure the gray rats never get their filthy hands on Avalon, and at the same time, he saw an opportunity to dislodge the Citadel's hold on knowledge in Westeros. If I could pass on the knowledge of Ravenry to more people in the north, then perhaps the castles of the north could have northerners as Raven Masters. Marwyn thought, you know what? Let me pass on a message to someone I know in Bravos. I think I can get some knowledgeable teachers from Essos to set up the school you have in mind for teaching letters and numbers. Meanwhile, I think Adela might be suited to the task of mastering Ravenry. Harry just nodded, having already thought along the same vein long ago. He watched Marwyn take his leave before magically closing the door. As the door slammed shut, the sound awoke Fenris, who was sleeping soundly on a cushion made of silk atop a trunk. The Black Wolf let out a huff of protest that amused him before lazily dozing off. His thoughts once again went back to the Citadel and their hold on knowledge. The Citadel's monopoly over many fields of study didn't sit well with him. Inviting experts in fields of mathematics, medicine, and many other fields of study from Essos to teach in his new school has always been the plan. Aside from just focusing on magical education, Harry wanted a wide assortment of subjects of non-magical nature as well. The only thing holding him back was the screening process required to weed out the foreign spies from the group. But now, the wards were fully functional and could easily screen out the rats. There was one other matter that also was a prerequisite before he opened his school. He needed to find a healthy habitat for dragons to flourish. The date was set for the hatching of the 2 eggs. It was to be on a night with a supermoon in the sky. The closeness of the moon to the planet would ensure the surging of magical power. If his calculations were correct, then the reviving ritual should capture enough dense magic from the ley lines, enabling the resurrection of dragons into the world. Usually, a magical flame was more than enough for dragons to hatch, but he had tried that already to no luck. The usual means were not enough, possibly thanks to the role dragons play in this world. It was a theory at this point, but one he thought held some measure of substance. Dragons played the role of balancing magic in this world. They made their home in places of great magical power and kept the magic in those places balanced by becoming an avatar of sorts. They amassed significant volumes of magical power in their body, thereby embodying certain unique characteristics of the place they call home. It was the only explanation he could think of when it came to the existence of ice dragons. Fire dragons attained their nature through their exposure to the 14 flames of Valyria. Then there were sea dragons to consider, but he had yet to encounter one. Anyway, it was abundantly clear a great surge in magic was the only way to bring forth dragons out of their eggs. The ice dragon would need a source of cold to grow healthy, and the fire dragon would require a heat source. No doubt, it'll be tricky to create such habitats. Harry thought. The problem was it was nigh impossible to facilitate such polar opposite habitats for the dragons. Not to mention, the dragons would need a constant stream of magic for their growth. That means the dragons would have to be close to Avalon to take advantage of the ley lines. But how? Harry wondered, letting out a sigh and leaning back into his chair. Then his eyes fell on Fenris and the trunk on which the wolf was sleeping, which immediately sparked an idea in his mind. A magical trunk, Harry whispered, his eyes widening in surprise. It'd be a difficult task to set up all the charms and runes to create a conducive environment for both dragons. Since when did a little difficulty ever stop me? Harry thought. The screams coming from the room made Eddard worry. Oh, he knew Maester Luwin knew best, but as a husband, he rightly worried for his dear wife. He could not help but pace back and forth across the length of the hall. There is no need to worry. Everything will be all right. Eddard tried to console himself, but it didn't succeed. He continued to pace back and forth, and shooting looks at the closed door from time to time whenever his cat let out a scream. It was his fault, really. They had come to a mutual agreement that they'd be having no more children. Many women have lost their lives in the birthing bed, and he didn't want that fate for his wife and deprive his children of their mother. But one night, his passion got the better of him, and 2 months later, Maester Luwin pronounced Caitlin pregnant. You should calm down. Mother is healthy, and I've used spells and potions ready to make everything smooth, said Harry, making Eddard jump. I thought I told Jory not to let you, Rob or Sansa pass the corridor, Eddard said, frowning unhappily. You should have known by now that no one can keep me away from anywhere, said Harry. Eddard sighed, knowing well the truth in that statement. He knew all too well how difficult it was to restrict his son's movements. He was also reminded of the reason why he and Caitlin decided not to have any more children. The succession of Winterfell was secured with Robb and Harrion. Then there were Sansa and Arya. Their children were headstrong and took up enough of both of their attention every day. Sansa was fiercely independent, taking after Harrion in behavior. His oldest daughter only inherited the looks from his wife. He had a feeling that Arya would be way worse than Sansa. Robb, on the other hand, was all prim and proper. More composed would be the apt description he'd use, and so was the case for Jon. Eddard blinked as the door suddenly opened, with Maester Luwin poking his head outside. "My lord, it's a boy. Aha, a little brother that I can spoil. This day gets better and better," Eddard heard his son say, making him palm his face. He had prayed and prayed to the old gods to give him a daughter precisely fearing this sort of thing. It seems the gods were intent on making his life as difficult as possible. King Stannis, Jon Arryn sighed, feeling the weight of his age pressing down on him. He felt as if he was ready to keel over and die any moment, thanks to the demands of his position as the Hand. The weeks following the royal family's relocation from King's Landing were utterly chaotic. No matter how they tried, they could not keep a lid on the royal family's movement from the Red Keep. In hindsight, he should have listened to Varys' advice to shift the servants of the Red Keep first before the royal family. On the other hand, priority was given to safeguarding the royal family as soon as possible because of the wildfire caches beneath the Red Keep. The consequence of that decision was the word spread of the king and his family escaping from the city. All sorts of rumors cropped up just as Varys had warned him. Some believed the Baratheons were changing the capital to the Stormlands. It was not particularly a harmful rumor, but those that followed were not harmless. Some claimed the king set the September of Baelor on fire in a drunken stupor. Some other rumors claimed the ghost of the Mad King had taken over the king and was planning to burn the whole city to ashes. Some more far-fetched rumors would have everyone believe that Lord Tywin was attacking King's Landing for some reason. Rightly or wrongly, the blame was being pushed into the heads of House Baratheon and Lannister. There was hardly anything he could do about it to change the perception of the small folk. He had already tried to dispel the rumors, but the death count because of the giant wave that laid waste to the city's outskirts and the destruction of the Great September of Baelor had made the people unreasonable. The Targaryens have been gone from Westeros for nearly a decade, and the small folk remembered the Lannister army's actions in the capital rather than the cruelty of the Mad King. The city's economy was now gutted beyond repair if he was to trust the words of Lord Baelish, adding more problems into the mix. The wave not just washed away the lives of thousands, but also the livelihood of tens of thousands in the city. The port facilities were damaged to the extent that no ship would ever moor on the city's shores anytime soon. The damage to fishing boats and loss of life in the fishing community also created acute food shortages in the city. The fishing communities that managed to survive became jobless because of the devastation the sea brought upon them. There was the loss of harvests along the fields near Blackwater to consider, as a lot of salt water had flown inland, rendering the fields useless. There were many waterlogged areas all around the banks of Blackwater, and the damages sustained by the city walls were also going to be an issue in the coming years. In short, the crown required a gigantic sum of coin and a lot of luck to ever even recover from the damage that had been inflicted on the capital. The rapid migration of the small folk was also becoming a problem. He was sure the recovery would also be affected by the fleeing small folk in the future. The sound of the door to his office slowly swinging open garnered his attention. The smell of perfume let him know it was Varys long before the eunuch showed his face. "Lord Hand, is this a good time?" Varys asked. "Please come in." He invited the Master of Whispers inside his temporary office in the capital city. "There is a matter that needs your attention, my lord." "What is it now? Are the Crownland lords making more ruckus because of the refugees?" Jon asked tiredly. Ever since the small folk were leaving the city in droves, his office had flooded with complaints from the neighboring lords about the influx of refugees. Their lands were being overrun by the staggering number of people fleeing the city. Most of the small folk were looking to start anew, while others were simply running away because of fear. Rumors had spread that the gods cursed the city, and people were running away. Whispers of doom were on many lips, giving him and those who stayed behind a nightmarish job of keeping some sort of law and order in the city. "There is that, my lord. But this is another matter. The alchemists have somehow escaped the city. Very reported gravely. For a moment, John sat there stunned, gaping at the Master of Whispers as if the man spoke gibberish. What? What do you mean? John thundered, standing up in alarm. It's as I said, my lord. I became aware when I noticed the guards assigned to keeping the alchemists inside their guild halls were not responding. I sent my little birds and found the guards were sleeping soundly with no trace of the alchemists. That's impossible. John Aaron shook his head. I have my most loyal men and the best of knights of the Vale guarding the alchemists. I'm inclined to agree, my lord, but the alchemists have escaped their guild halls. Varys looked at him with pity. How? John whispered. I'm endeavoring to find out the exact details, my lord. My guess, however, is that the alchemists made their escape disguising themselves as fleeing small folk. Varys said gravely, if we are to capture these unpleasant fellows, we need to act fast. John shook his head and took a deep breath. He could not afford to lose his temper, especially in this poor situation. They'll most likely attempt to make their escape to Essos. We need to check the roads leading to Duskendale. I've sent word to the City Watch to search every man leaving the city for any possession of scrolls or books. Good thinking, Lord Varys. John nodded appreciatively. Come, we have work to do. By the time the sun was setting, all he had to show after the search for the fleeing alchemists was a few burned books, scrolls, and pans in the Alchemist Guild. It was as if the entire gang of alchemists had vanished without leaving a trace. No one saw them departing, and no one saw anyone entering the guild. The guards and knights charged to watch over the alchemists were no help. All they remember was a strange fog enveloping the guild halls before they fell asleep. Somehow the alchemists managed to put the guards to sleep, burn away all the evidence of their nefarious works over the years, and make their way out of the city in quick order. Someone definitely helped them escape the city, John muttered, looking dejectedly at the half-burnt guild hall of the alchemists. There is no doubt, my lord. I suspect Lord Varys. I'd suspect the loyalty of a eunuch who served the Mad King, said Lord Baelish. John didn't want to revisit the argument that happened in the last small council meeting. While he was also wary of the Essosi, he'd not proclaim the Master of Whispers a traitor. The primary reason was the man had no reason to be loyal to the Targaryens. Aerys might have brought Varys into court, but that was the extent of the Mad King's generosity. There were no great boons granted to Varys by House Targaryen to retain the loyalty of the man even to this day. No, Varys is not involved, John said confidently. After all, Varys had worked tirelessly to find the alchemists. John had watched the man work, and he could find no fault in Varys' methods or dedication. My lord Hand, Lord Baelish. Varys called out to them as the eunuch arrived in their midst. Has there been any luck? John asked hopefully. I'm afraid not, my lord. I have sent word to my little birds across the Crownlands to watch for our fleeing prisoners. As per your order, Grandmaster Pycelle is sending ravens to all the Crownland lords, and riders have been dispatched along the King's Road to hunt them down. Varys reported dutifully. John could only sigh in disappointment. There is not an ounce of good news in this place, is there? John bemoaned. Actually, my lord Aaron, I do have a piece of good news to share, said Baelish, a sharp smile on his thin face. Our Bravosi friends have responded to our request. I'm told the Iron Bank is most happy to loan us the gold we need to restore the city. That's indeed a piece of good news. John smiled, clapping the shoulder of his fellow Valeman appreciatively. However, he was not overtly moved by the news. Getting the gold to restore the city was only the beginning. The real work would depend on how effectively the gold can be spent to revitalize the city. He had traveled the many parts of the city, and many squares were empty save for stone and wood. Otherwise, everything was stripped bare as the small folk made their escape. There was a lot of work to be done, and it was not helped by the knowledge that traitors were running free in the city. May the Seven save us all. John whispered out a prayer. My lord, there is another matter that begs your attention, said Varys, eyeing Baelish with distrust. It is a matter you asked me to look into discreetly. Oh, come then. John walked away with Varys out of the earshot of Baelish. What is the matter? It's about Lady Olenna's interest in House Stark, said Varys. You found out what she is after? John asked hopefully. Yes, my lord. It's hard to keep track of Lady Olenna, but not so much when it comes to the maesters she has employed from the Citadel. It seems Lady Olenna is interested in the lineage of House Stark. More specifically, she wants to find a blood relation to House Targaryen in our northern allies. Now, Jon was flummoxed. I don't understand. What does she hope to find there? It's common knowledge that House Targaryen never married into any northern houses, said Jon, finding it strange that Lady Olenna would obsess over something easily well known in the Seven Kingdoms. Ah, you forget, my lord, about the pact of ice and fire made between House Targaryen and Stark when dragons danced in Westeros. Varys reminded, hiding a tittering smile behind his sleeve. We all know that the pact never came close to completion. Jon scoffed dismissively. Since when have the Targaryens ever kept to their oaths or promises? True, but Lady Olenna seemed to have found out enough evidence to suggest that the Starks gained Targaryen blood, especially from the heir of the Black Queen.
What?
Jon stared at the Master of Whispers with wide eyes. What are you saying? I'm saying that Lady Olenna seems to think the Starks have a blood right to the Iron Throne because they carry the blood of Jacaerys Velaryon. That's preposterous. Jon sputtered. I agree, my lord. I'm just saying what I found from my little birds. Jon was in shock as his mind struggled to come up with a reasonable explanation for the Tyrells getting obsessed with the blood ties the Starks supposedly have with the Targaryens. Was there a larger plan afoot? Jon thought worriedly. The sudden appearance of the Red Viper in the north and the Tyrells sending Garland Tyrell to foster in Winterfell under Eddard's care cannot be a coincidence as he initially imagined. Both the Martells and Tyrells were there in Winterfell, and he feared what those two former Targaryen loyalists were plotting. Reading more deeply into the disappearance of the alchemists, he was sure there was a powerful enemy with a huge reservoir of resources to facilitate their escape. Did the Tyrells and Martells form a secret pact? Are they trying to break House Stark from the alliance that saw the crowning of Robert Baratheon? To what end are their plans? Progressing? Are they looking to restore Viserys Targaryen to the Iron Throne? Or are they merely hoping to cause chaos among the allied great houses? These were the questions that took root in his mind, and he suspected there were no easy answers. He suddenly cast a curious look at the Master of Whispers, hoping to get another perspective. What do you think about this, Lord Varys? He suddenly asked, surprising the Associ eunuch going by the raised eyebrows. I suspect either Lady Olenna is under the assumption that Harry Stark's magic must come from this supposed blood relation to Jacaerys Velaryon, or Jon looked at the Master of Whispers with renewed interest. Or it is a ploy to make us act rashly. I mean, who cares whether the Starks carry the blood of Lucerys Velaryon or not? The dance happened more than a century ago. What difference will it make, my lord? Varys asked, shrugging dismissively. Jon was reminded of the fact that Varys remains an Associ man through and through. Perhaps in Essos, blood matters very little, but in Westeros, blood ties matter a lot to the Lords of Westeros. After all, the Lords of Westeros were not known for their impeccable reasoning and common sense. XXXXXX. My lord, we are ever so grateful for our rescue. You've not just saved our lives, but also saved the Order of Alchemists from a most assured end at the tip of the executioner's blade. We are forever in your debt. Grandmaster Haleen bowed his head with his forehead touching the floor in reverence, his balding head shining under the torch's light. So long as we live, we'll not forget this day and what you did for us, my lord. You are indeed a blessing from the gods, said Wisdom Pollitter. Harry had to strain his ears to make sense of what Wisdom Pollitter was saying, as the man was an old fossil with no teeth to speak of. Poaching a few alchemists had always been a plan he was nursing in his mind. The rapidly deteriorating situation in the capital, however, forced his hand, and Marwyn was the one who helped him realize the alchemists were a treasure. He had assumed the alchemists were better-informed chemists who manipulated different substances to yield almost magical results. But Marwyn firmly disagreed, as the Archmaester had apparently kept extensive contact with the Alchemist Guild and held them in high regard. According to Marwyn, the alchemists were extremely well-learned when it came to elements, but they were also gifted in magical spells. The Archmaester believes the alchemists were remnants of the Valyrian freehold, much diminished in their capabilities since the doom and the fall of the dragons, but still very much a part of Valyria's might. It'd be a crime to let them rot in a cell or get executed when they could contribute much to my goals. Harry thought, "Your appreciation is noted, Grandmaster Haleen. However, I also bear bad news regarding your order. You're now fugitives running from the crown. A return to your old posts is almost impossible as things stand," said Harry, noting that there were no surprised faces among the wisdoms of the order. "We know, my lord. If we had stayed, we'd have been judged harshly for the actions of our long-dead members. The Iron Throne cannot assign blame to anyone else, and the likes of Grandmaster Pycelle would love to see our heads on spikes." Grandmaster Haleen admitted with a pained look in his brown eyes. "I've come to know from Archmaester Marwyn that you and your fellow wisdoms are a treasure trove of knowledge when it comes to elements and their interactions. He thinks highly of your order and your abilities when it comes to pyromancy. After speaking in length with Archmaester Marwyn, I find myself intrigued by your magical affinity. It is my hope that we can learn from each other and pursue the long, mysterious path of discovery in magic and alchemy. We'd be honored to be part of this great journey, my lord," Grandmaster Haleen said happily. A few minutes later, Harry watched as the last of the alchemists settled in the quarters of his castle without disturbing the castle's inhabitants. The whole poaching mission was now a complete success, and he only had to worry about keeping a lid on the fact that the alchemists were under his protection. But Harry didn't think it was going to be a difficult task. He had allocated an entire tower for the alchemists to settle, and he would ward it away from the eyes of any curious parties, namely his Dornish guests. Not that he'd have to worry on that front for long. Prince Oberyn had already informed him of his need to leave for Essos on some business. That should lead the alchemists to go about their business more openly. Besides, he didn't have much use for the alchemists in the immediate future. They could spend the coming weeks in their tower arranging their records and books, as well as integrate themselves into the alchemy department he was planning to incorporate into his wizarding school. He shook those thoughts away when Marwyn returned after settling the affairs of the alchemists. "They're very impressed by your magic. Wisdom Pollitter was singing praises of your magic about how you hid the airship with an invisibility spell. I think you just replaced House Targaryen's position in their minds," said Marwyn, an amused smile on his face. "It was so simple to break them out. The only difficult part was the disillusion charm to hide the airship and explain the plan and convince the alchemists to come along." Harry shrugged. "Now that we have the alchemists, we need to pick up the pace with the plans to find children with magical affinity. I do believe I have got an idea on how we should proceed on that front," said Harry, looking thoughtfully at the raven sitting inconspicuously on the window side. XXXXX. A golden stag stood with a visible miniature storm surrounding its antlers over a defeated and bleeding golden lion with hooves pressed down on its throat. The lion let out a pitiful groan before it breathed its last, succumbing to its fate. Another groan attracted the eyes of the victorious stag and found a wounded crowned stag not far away from the lion. A wolf was howling in the distance, and a falcon flew in the sky, letting out a mournful cry at the state of the wounded stag. The crown fell off its antlers and rolled on the ground until it came to a stop before the golden stag with a miniature storm around its antlers. The falcon suddenly landed and bowed its head before the golden stag. Many more creatures emerged from land, sky, and water, bowing before the golden stag. The golden stag suddenly smacked the crown with its legs, making the piece of gold ornament fly up and fall on the stag's antlers. All the creatures began chorusing as one. "King Stannis! King Stannis! King Stannis!" Stannis woke up with a gasp in his bed. He could hear the turbulent sound of the waves outside smacking into the shores of Storm's End. He let out a relieved sigh before he sat up in his bed. The same dream again, Stannis thought with a frown, his ears still ringing with the chants hailing him as king. "The crown is yours, Storm King," the winds whispered in his ears, startling him. The old gods had shown him a vision where he sat on the Iron Throne at Dragonstone. He had seen the destruction of the Great September of Baelor in his dreams long before he knew about its destruction from the Raven. It was per their instruction that he planted the weirwood sapling in the godswood of the Red Keep. But the dreams of the fallen golden stag, that was new. It all started when he came to Storm's End and met that boy. Stannis climbed out of his bed and dressed in clothes befitting his station before he stepped out of his room. He walked the halls of his ancestors deep in thought. He didn't know what the old gods were showing him. Oh, he understood there would be a battle between a stag and a lion. It could mean his brother was fighting with his lady wife, which was nothing new. After all, it was a common occurrence in the Red Keep, and nothing had changed in that daily routine since moving to Storm's End. But it could also mean House Lannister and House Baratheon could end up fighting a war. He was not sure of the exact reason for something like that to happen. The old gods were not clear on the visions. Their whispers were faint, as if a faint echo in a howling storm. Their power is greatly diminished far away from the island of Dragonstone. Stannis thought grimly. But not for long, my lord. A guard came toward him and quietly whispered the message in his ears, making him smile. He nodded at the guard before he changed his course to the shoreline. There, a small boat was waiting for him carrying Ser Davos seaworth.
Ser Davos.
You have what I need. I do, my lord. Davos nodded, taking out a clay pot with a sapling of the weirwood tree. Watered it with clean drinking water, just as you ordered. Not a leaf fell in the voyage. Good.
Come, Ser Davos.
You must see the godswood of Storm's End. It is perhaps much older than the castle of my ancestors. I'm not much of a man of the gods, my lord. Davos muttered. I assure you the old gods don't care.
Come.
The gods look favorably upon those who aid them in their time of need. Stannis insisted. The godswood of Storm's End was old as Westeros, but it lacked a heart tree, just like all Undul-dominated lands. Stannis had heard the stories 1,000 times. The Durandons who ruled the Stormlands before Aegon's conquest were first men. They repelled the Unduls and their armies with their mighty armies. 7 times, the Unduls attacked, and 7 times, their armies broke before the Storm King. The 8th time, they came as guests, offering gifts and marriages. The Storm Kings turned their backs on their gods for golden whores. The heart tree that stood tall for thousands of years in this godswood was cut down, and with it, the roots of first men were cut away from the Stormlands. Not anymore. Let the new roots seep in deep into the ground, and the old gods shall rise again. And with the old gods, the kingdom of first men shall be reborn with a new king. Stannis thought as he planted the sapling. The air suddenly changed as he poured water around the sapling. The whispers came to him from the wind. He turned around sharply, startling Davos, who stood beside him. His eyes widened as he saw Edric Storm standing some 5 feet away from him. The whispers carried by the wind became ever more apparent. The key. The boy is the key. The boy is the key, said the wind. The boy is the key? The key for what? Stannis muttered as he looked at the boy who reminded him so much of a younger Robert with clear blue eyes and hair as black as night. Lions walk in the garb of stags, the winds whispered to him, and he suddenly saw what the old gods were trying to show him all this time. Everything fell into place as his eyes widened in realization. My lord? Lord Stannis? Stannis shook himself out of the stupor to find Davos shaking him by the shoulder. My lord, are you all right? Ser Davos asked worriedly. I'm perfectly all right, Ser Davos. I want you to go to Dragonstone and gather men, loyal men. Tell Ser Axel to gather the best of knights and to prepare Dragonstone for war. When the Raven arrives from Storm's End, I want those men in King's Landing. I want the royal fleet to take full control of the gullet. Ravens must be sent to my bannermen. Have them gather at Dragonstone. Stannis issued order after order while an increasingly confused and scared Davos watched everything with an open mouth. My lord, are you sure? Davos asked hesitantly.
Yes, Ser Davos.
I've never been more certain in my life. War is coming, and I intend to win it. Stannis said, his eyes shining with steely resolve and every word oozing with conviction. A storm of swords P1. You know what I'd miss the most when you leave on the morrow? Harry asked as he jumped back from a sweeping strike aimed at taking his legs from underneath him by Nymeria. What? Getting beaten up by a girl? Nymeria asked with a growl as she swiped and jabbed persistently with her spear, poking holes into the defenses created by her opponent. No. Your charming personality and these wonderful talks we regularly have before I lay you low into the ground like this, said Harry as he deflected a few of Nymeria's jabs, but suddenly, he managed to trap her spear using his sword and arm guard. He quickly forced her spear into the ground, and Harry managed to put his foot on it. Predictably, Nymeria went for her dagger fastened on her hip and slashed, aiming for his heel. He somersaulted over her, leaving his sword, but in the air, He freed his dagger from his waist. When his feet touched the ground, he quickly caught Nymeria by her hair and pulled her down with his dagger poised at her neck. So, who's getting beaten up by whom? Harry asked cheekily. Nymeria scowled before she smoothed out her expression and took on a coy smile on her lips. If you wanted a view down my dress, you could have said so, Lord Stark. You need not have been so forceful. Nymerian winked suavely. Nice try, you wily snake, Harry scoffed, increasing the pressure he was exerting on the dagger so that its tip dug in a little into Nymeria's skin. You're a spoilsport, Nymeria complained, seeing as her natural charms were not working in distracting Harry. You've to say the magic words to get up, Harry insisted when she looked at him with doe eyes. Fine. Nymeria let out a sigh of disappointment. I forfeit. You should have led with that instead of your usual tricks, said Harry, removing the dagger and giving her space to climb to her legs. Nymeria lay there flat on the ground before she did a perfect kick-up, landing gracefully on her feet. Harry was slightly distracted as her stunt did interesting things to several parts of her body. You're staring, Nymeria teased. You're no longer engaged in combat with me. I can stare all I want, Harry said shamelessly, eyeing her when she laughed before his eyes again went back to staring at her upper body. You're doing it again, Nymeria teased. Harry just shrugged as he remained immune to her attempts to push his buttons. She was the one intent on trying to get a reaction out of him using her body. He just happened to appreciate the view whenever outside of their bouts contrary to Nymeria's intentions. That was her problem, not his. Oh, I'm going to miss this banter between you two. It's like watching one of those Norvosi plays. At least, I can leave knowing that I managed to impart some valuable lessons into your head, Harry and Stark, said Oberyn, smirking proudly. You taught him too much, father. He was a cute little wolf cub when I first met him. Now, he thinks too much of himself, said Nymeria, dusting off the sand from her breeches. Really? I think you remain the same flying sand who screamed her heart out for the whole castle to hear. Harry japed. Wah. You. Nymeria lunged at him with her bare hands, leading to a lot of grappling on the sandy floor. The next day, the whole castle was assembled outside to see off Prince Oberyn and his Dornish party. You've been a splendid addition to the castle and an entertaining guest, Prince Oberyn. I also thank you for the valuable lessons you imparted. No, thank you. Thanks to you, I touched the clouds, a privilege only dragon riders could claim. Not to mention the wonders of magic that you showed me should last me a lifetime of warm memories about this place. Oberyn embraced Harry and patted him on his head. Don't slack on your training. A good swordsman never stops training, and a good soldier never stops preparing for war. There is no war, Harry pointed out. Maesters claim peacetime comes after war. Those who believe peacetime is for feasts and debauchery will lose the next war. Peacetime is the time when men prepare for the next war. Keep that in mind, young Stark. Peace is an illusion mentioned in history books written by victors over the blood of their defeated enemies, Oberyn said, his tone turning a tad serious before his carefree smile was back in place. I'll be missing our training sessions and friendly banter, Harry and Stark. Though peculiar and annoying as you can be, I consider you a friend. Nymeria leaned in and hugged him while whispering into his ears, It's a shame that you are so young. When you grow up a little more, find me in Dorne. Maybe I'll take you up on that offer someday. Harry nodded, keeping their banter on even ground. Nymeria smiled at him coyly. You should visit Sunspear. My cousin Arianne will like you. What is there not to like? Harry asked, raising his chin superciliously. Nymeria giggled, shaking her head before climbing on her horse. The Dornish party rode away on their horses with an escort from his guard detail. He didn't want the trouble that'd fall upon him and his family if a Prince of Dorne somehow winded up dead while traveling in the north. The situation in the south was already precarious enough.
Maester Marwyn.
Come. He called for the Archmaester once the Dornish party disappeared in the distance. My lord, any word from the south about the capital? Harry asked, keeping his true worries confined to his mind. He had not shared the strange meeting he had inside the Dragonmont with anyone else. In fact, he'd like to keep it that way. There was no point in bringing up some quasi-divine entities into his daily troubles. He got the feeling it was going to crop up anyway eventually, and he was putting off that particular can of worms into the future as far as possible. Perhaps the old gods would settle down after some initial shenanigans and go back to whatever godly thing they were supposed to do. Nothing good, my lord. The Citadel is not happy about my self-appointment as the Maester of Avalon. They're showing it by being petty and sharing their usual knowledge of events transpiring in the capital. Nonetheless, I happen to have a good relationship with many maesters working in the Crownlands. They tell me the situation is dire. Dire as in no hope dire, or just a recoverable dire? Harry asked. The small folk from the city are fleeing. They are, of course, flocking to the closest safe havens, which happen to be nearby castles like Rosby, Duskendale, Hayford, Antlers, and many other locations throughout the Crownlands. Some have even taken to migrating to the Reach, and perhaps in time to the Riverlands as well. That's quite a lot, Harry admitted. It is, I'm afraid. It seems the people of King's Landing feel the city will no longer be the capital city of the Seven Kingdoms. They feel King Robert has abandoned them, said Marwyn, rubbing his beard with a troubled look on his face. Has he? Harry asked with a frown. In a sense, yes. The king has shifted himself, his family, and the royal court to Storm's End. While the small folk in King's Landing are grappling with the loss of crops and livelihood, His Grace seems to be having the time of his life by throwing balls, feasts, and tourneys in Storm's End. There is some serious discontent among the Crownland lords as they are saddled with the burden of accommodating the fleeing small folk from King's Landing. Harry's frown only deepened. He didn't have any stake in the Baratheon dynasty, but King Robert seemed to be a reasonable man, which was profoundly beneficial on occasion. He hardly saw any tyrannical tendencies in the Baratheon king, and that was a plus in his books despite the man's frivolous spending of gold and unhealthy trysts outside his marriage bed. If some sort of power struggle happens and the Baratheon dynasty falls, the replacement on the Iron Throne might not necessarily be a considerate ruler in sync with his interests. Maybe even a regency could be established for Joffrey Baratheon should King Robert get deposed. He could see the Lannisters making a play for the control of the throne, or even one of Robert's brothers should they gather more support. The natural succession laws of the Iron Throne had become redundant with the overthrow of House Targaryen. The flimsy claim Robert Baratheon raised for his right to sit on the throne would not stand for long. Sooner or later, someone with more power will go for the throne. The cycle will continue until a dynasty manages to hold on to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms long enough to forge some traditional bonds over the succession. Economic and political instability was not exactly good news for a place like Avalon or even the North, where much of the economy was not as active as compared to the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. Harry was not surprised that the most attractive and lucrative profession in the North was hunting and brewery. It was to be expected, of course. The people of the North could not live without good furs that could ward against the biting cold and ale to drown in their sorrows. Most northern families have a skewered diet, almost completely dependent on meat. The harvests were hard to come by thanks to a hostile climate, and those few harvests that got some yields were squirreled away in castles. The commoners hardly get any say, and they tend to suffer the brunt of any decisions taken by the lords of the North. Old men of the North leave their families when winter arrives on their doorsteps. They wander among the snowy plains of the North, becoming food for shadow cats, so that the young and their family survive the winter. There was even a saying in the North that spoke volumes of the true state of the largest kingdom of Westeros. The snows take the old in winter, while war takes the young in summer. The only advantage, as far as he could see from the North's prominent profession, was that it gave the North a surplus of highly competent soldiers in times of war. But having good warriors to throw into the bloodbath of war was not exactly an attractive prospect in Harry's eyes. That was why he focused on investing and diversifying the human resources of Avalon. There were other ways of maintaining the martial culture of the North, rather than depending on the current system. Therefore, as a first step to demolishing hunger in Avalon and increasing nutritional intake, he introduced rationing for the poorest households. So far, only a handful of families could avail the benefits of rationing because of the lagging survey process that identifies poor households near Avalon. Forming the guilds was a crucial step in collecting data about people settling in Avalon, their professions, and the income they generated. He was also hoping to develop the guilds as a platform for trade disputes, quality management, wealth generation, quick transfer of knowledge, and as a means of increasing productivity. Has the survey made any strident gains? Harry asked, knowing the difficulties the surveyors were facing in the field. I'm afraid not, my lord. The population of Avalon is less but growing. We lack enough literate men for the surveys to gain traction. Prince Oberyn has left Avalon. There is no more need for the alchemists to hide in their tower. We could use them as surveyors as a temporary measure. Harry suggested. They won't be happy, but they'll follow your orders. Marwyn mused aloud. Speaking of the alchemists, they have a request, my lord. Oh. Harry raised an eyebrow. What do they want? Some of the alchemists have family back in the capital. They inquired whether it'd be possible to have their family resettle here in the north. Harry was thoughtful for a moment. He could understand their concerns, but at the same time, he didn't have the resources to pull off a stunt like that without raising red flags in the capital. No doubt, the families of the absconding alchemists were most likely kept under watch. I'll consider it, Harry said reluctantly. Tell them to formulate a list of their family members. I need detailed descriptions and their place of residence. Not an iota of information should be left out. XXXXXX. Edric Storm had never felt like an outsider in Storm's End except for now. When he had learned from Ser Courtenay Penrose that his father, the king, was traveling to Storm's End with the royal family and court of King's Landing, he was so excited to meet his father, the demon of the Trident. His father was the man who laid low the last dragon at the Trident in a battle that had all the bards sing songs on his father's prowess. Edric aspired to be a warrior like his father, and that was why he cherished the gift of a small warhammer he received on his namesday from his kingly father. He was there when his father rode into the castle on his black horse with a golden antlered crown atop his brow. His father was the epitome of a warrior and king, and he was happy that he would get to meet the man every bard in the Stormlands sings songs of tribute. However, it didn't take long for Edric to realize that his father was not interested in seeing him. He had tried so many times, but the guards and knights surrounding his father always sent him away, calling him names. His last desperate act was to gain the friendship of his half-brother, but that plan left him in his current state. Edric whimpered, touching the sore spot on his cheek where Boros Blunt struck him on the orders of the queen. Bastards like you dare to speak to my son. Joffrey is the crown prince of the Seven Kingdoms. You don't deserve to look upon my son, much less speak to him. The queen shouted at him. Tears gathered in his eyes as he felt many eyes being trained on him. He could not understand why he was not even allowed to speak to his half-brother. I just wanted to speak to my brother. He whimpered. My Joff is not your brother, you silly child. You are nothing but a mistake born of sin from my idiotic husband's flings. Haven't your whore of a mother taught you anything, bastard? Don't call my mother mean names. Edric cried. You dare to order me around, bastard? Ser Boros, the bastard, has yet to learn his lesson. The queen smirked cruelly at him. He closed his eyes when the Kingsguard knight raised his hand to strike him again, but the blow never came. When he opened his eyes, he saw the knight's arm was stopped by his uncle. It was not his Uncle Renly, but Uncle Stannis. You dare to strike a child carrying Baratheon blood in Storm's End. Stannis growled coldly. The queen. Edric watched wide-eyed as his Uncle Stannis punched the Kingsguard knight square in the jaw. The knight crumbled down with a pained shout. What is the meaning of this? Ser Boros was acting on my orders. I'll have your head for this. The queen let out a shrill scream. Edric shrank back in fright at the scary look on the queen's face. Do what you must, Stannis said coldly before stomping hard on the Ser Boros face against the wall, which made the Kingsguard knight let out a pained howl and proceeded to fall unconscious. Edric was hauled out of the corridor by his uncle, while the queen continued to scream threats at them both. You need not fear, nephew. Nothing will happen to you. Edric had never considered his older uncle a warm man like Uncle Renly. But today, he truly felt warmth as he clung to his uncle's arm even though his cheek was throbbing in pain. Later that day, he was getting treated by Maester Jern for his injury when the doors to Maester's chambers were pushed open by his younger Uncle Renly. Edric, what happened? Renly gasped at the sight of his nephew in bed with his cheek being treated with oil. He was received with the hospitality of our dear queen. Stannis said blandly, Brother, word has been spreading that you attacked Ser Boros Blunt of the Kingsguard, said Renly, hoping that his brother would explain the situation, but as usual, Stannis merely scoffed before standing up. I should have taken the man's head for striking a child carrying Baratheon blood in Storm's End. Ser Boros is alive because I'm not the Lord of Storm's End, said Stannis before moving past Renly to leave the Maester's chambers. Ser Boros did this? Renly asked with wide eyes, looking at the injured Edric. Why did he strike you, nephew? Edric remained silently on the bed as the Maester worked on his wound, unable to make up the words. He could not say that he desperately wanted to speak to his father, and the only way he saw was through befriending Prince Joffrey. Boy, if you wanted to speak with your father, you should have asked one of us to take you to Robert, said Stannis, who paused at the doorstep, looking intently at Edric, making him squirm. You didn't have to beg the Queen or Prince Joffrey. Is that why Ser Boros struck you, nephew? Renly asked, a rare look of rage on his face. Seeing Edric nod, Renly became more enraged. I'll have that knight expelled from Storm's End for this. Renly growled. Do you wish to see the king, nephew? Stannis suddenly asked, making Edric look from Stannis to his uncle Renly. Say the word, nephew. We'll present you before Robert. Renly said earnestly. Not just presenting him is enough, said Stannis, coming to stand beside Renly. Robert has turned a blind eye to the child for too long. I think it is time our brother notices there are other things than whores and wine in Storm's End, don't you think? Oh. Renly was pleasantly surprised to see a glint of defiant spirit in his brother's eyes. Maybe having a child of his own has changed Stannis in more ways than I imagined. Renly thought, I'm curious to know what kind of plan you are formulating in that head of yours, brother? Renly asked, chuckling lightheartedly. If you must know. Stannis proceeded to lead Renly out of the Maester's chambers while speaking in a lower tone. Edric watched his two uncles concoct plans to have him get an audience with his father. A warm, fuzzy feeling settled in him that made him grin. I'm not alone. I'm not an outsider in Storm's End. He thought happily. A storm of swords P2. Stannis discreetly eyed some of his men dispersed among the lickspittles gathered in Storm's End while Robert held court. As usual, his brother was deep in his cups, regaling the court with one of his war stories. This time it was the story of Robert's stay in a whorehouse while the Battle of Bells was about to begin. He wondered why the gods modeled his brother to have not an ounce of shame or tact. Robert was the king of the Seven Kingdoms, yet his brother showed no interest in ruling them. No wonder the lords of Westeros considered his brother a brute and a simpleton. He could see the disrespect in the eyes of these courtiers as they lapped up the war stories of his brother. These lickspittles and flatterers surrounded his brother to enjoy the excesses of his brother's court, which had unfortunately continued unimpeded despite the disaster that befell the capital city. In some deep corner of his mind, he wondered whether his brother realized the courtiers were only laughing and feigning interest in his war stories out of their self-interest. While he considered his brother a frivolous person, Robert was not an idiot. His brother might lack tact and a sense of duty, but he was no simpleton. Stannis believed his brother understood those surrounding him were not his friends, but it was just that his brother didn't care so long as he could pretend nothing was amiss. His brother lacked the will to rule and reign as a king. In his mind, Robert lives to enjoy the pleasures of life like drinking, feasting, winching, and battles. Just this morning, before coming to court, Stannis was faced with a moral crisis as he knew what he was about to do would break his brother. He was reminded of a young Robert who used to run around this castle as a young child. He fondly remembered the times he desperately tried to gain his older brother's attention and engage in the ridiculous pranks they played inside the castle. There were a lot of fond memories, but nothing could hold back the resentment in his mind. Even to this day, Robert never even inquired about the health of Shireen. To this day, not a word of comfort was offered by his brother, and that one act gave Stannis all the conviction he needed to go through with what was coming. Renly suddenly walked into the court dressed in a fine blue doublet and black breeches. Stannis noted his little brother's obsession with dressing up in sharp, colorful fabrics. Even now, he could make out a wide assortment of colors on Renly's cloak. Is that cloak painted in the likeness of a rainbow? Stannis thought incredulously before shaking his head. At least, Renly had the presence of mind to make sure Edric Storm was dressed in the colors of House Baratheon, black and gold. He had better things to do today than think about the idiocies Renly was up to. His attention instead switched to the black-haired boy following closely behind Renly. His wife had often cursed her miscarriages on the actions of Robert, who had sullied his marriage bed with Delena Florent. And yet, he found it ironic that the fruit of that union would pave the way for his ascension to the Iron Throne. He saw Renly look at him with a mischievous smile, as if they were about to commit some great prank on Robert. In a sense, Renly is not wrong. Stannis thought amusedly, "Your Grace." Renly fell on a knee and bowed before Robert, sitting on the ancient throne of Storm Kings of old. Edric Storm also followed suit, mimicking his uncle in quick order. "Renly,
Stand.
you're not here for this seat, are you?" Robert asked with a guffaw. "Don't worry, brother. You may keep enjoying the comfort of the throne of our ancestors." Renly smirked. "It'd be remiss of me not to treat my brother and king with the best Storm's End has to offer. Come and join me up here, brother. I was telling Lord Buckler about my time spent near Stony September. Those were good times, you know. I was a hot-headed fool who was smarting from a beating from Randall Tarley's men at Ashford. I had to run with the tail between my legs after Ashford." Robert took a deep swig from his wine cup before slamming the silver cup on the table and asking for more wine. "Retreat, Your Grace." "It was a retreat from Ashford," Lord Ralph Buckler said tacitly. "Bah, it was no retreat. It was a rout. Tarley is owed the credit he is owed. He gave us a good fight. Marcher lords are not like the rest of those wusses from the Reach. They are good warriors, and I'll not hear any disrespect to the man in my presence. Tarley might have fought for those sister-ducking mad cunts, but he has honor," Robert growled. "Isn't that right, Ser Barristan?" "Of course, Your Grace." Ser Barristan concurred before falling silent with nary a movement. "I'm sure your war stories are undoubtedly entertaining, brother, but I was hoping we could hold a contest of strength." Renly smoothly cut in, gaining Robert's attention. "A contest of strength? What do you propose?" Robert asked eagerly. "We've all heard tales of your warhammer. You claim only those of your blood can pick up the hammer. Let's put that to the test, shall we?" Renly challenged. When Robert eagerly agreed and began challenging those present in the court to pick up Godsgrief, Stannis knew the time had come. He slowly walked among the courtiers and found one of his loyal men. "Inform the queen that the king demands her presence and that of Prince Joffrey in the court. Should she ask, tell her it pertains to Ser Marentrant's actions last day." "Yes, my lord." Stannis watched the servant scurrying away and waited patiently. His eyes trailed over to Robert and Renly, who were goading many knights and lords of the Stormlands to lift Godsgrief. As usual, the magic in the Valyrian steel warhammer refused to budge to anyone other than Robert. Strangely, he found some morbid fascination in watching the lords of Westeros making a fool of themselves in the court. His eyes strayed to the corridor outside, the doorway of the throne room, looking for Cersei and her bastard child. As time passed, he worried Cersei would choose not to appear before the court, but to his relief, he saw the queen and her bastard brat being escorted by the Kingslayer and Trant. He was quick to position himself to Renly's side. "It's time," he whispered discreetly to his younger brother. Renly nodded and immediately trotted out front and center before the whole court. "Oh, are you going to attempt to lift the hammer, Renly?" Robert asked eagerly, his eyes alight with humor. "I would, but I'd like to yield the floor to someone who has a better chance at lifting this hammer," said Renly before gesturing to Edric to come forward. Stannis watched a flash of understanding pass through Robert's eyes as Edric reached out and grasped the handle of Godsgrief with his tiny hand. He supposed even his brother's wine-addled mind could not ignore the glaring Baratheon traits like blue eyes and black hair, not to mention the pointed ears common among those of Florent descent. Before the eyes of the whole court, Edric Storm easily lifted Godsgrief, plunging the entire court into stunned silence. The warhammer of his brother was an object of great amusement and interest for the court of Storm's End. Many believed the hammer's existence was proof that a new era of Stormland domination in Westeros had come as envisioned by the Storm Kings of old. So, to see the immovable hammer of his brother getting easily picked up by a child of 7 namesdays piqued quite a lot of interest. "Well, it seems the hammer recognizes your blood, Your Grace," Renly happily said with a flourish. "I give you Edric Storm, your son and my nephew." Robert laughed heartily and quite loudly acknowledged Edric Storm by climbing down from the throne and clapping the boy on his shoulder merrily. The court also followed suit in congratulating the boy after noticing Robert, was quite happy with his bastard son being presented in such a manner. By this time, Stannis noted the arrival of Cersei and her bastard. He quickly signaled his men scattered among the court before making his move. He walked to the center of the court and patted his bastard nephew on the head, showing a little bit of affection before the court. Who else in this court can challenge Edric's strength? Stannis challenged, knowing full well that strength had little to do with lifting God's grief. Prince Joffrey. At first, the chanting was minimal, but it quickly gained popularity in the court as more and more people took up the chant. Prince Joffrey, Prince Joffrey, Prince Joffrey. The throne room of Storm's End shook with the cries of men calling forth their prince's name. The fervor behind the chant only soared when most of the court noticed the presence of Cersei and Joffrey. It seems the lords have spoken, Your Grace. The men want their prince to lift God's grief and display his Baratheon heritage. Stannis said to Robert, who was enjoying the court's reaction. Well, what are we waiting for then? Joffrey, come here, lad. Robert called eagerly, gesturing at the crown prince. Stannis watched with some healthy amount of amusement as Joffrey ran excitedly over to Robert before Cersei could keep her son away. Edric set God's grief on the floor and moved back a pace, giving room for Joffrey. He watched Cersei trying desperately to dissuade Joffrey, but the boy eagerly wrapped his fingers around the hammer's handle and pulled. God's grief remained on the floor without moving an inch. He watched in elation as Joffrey tried again and again to lift the hammer, but all those attempts failed. Why is he not able to pick up God's grief? Robert asked, aghast at the sight of his heir, unable to budge the hammer, while his younger baseborn son had easily lifted the hammer. The court was no longer filled with excited yells, but with confused whispers. He could see Joffrey sweating profusely as the boy continued to face failure in his task, which further inflamed the whispers in the court. Bastard! The prince is a bastard! Someone in the court loudly shouted, making Stannis smirk. His men scattered around the court shouted from all corners, accusing Joffrey of bastardy, and the court took that accusation to heart. Some even openly began accusing Cersei Lannister of cuckolding the king. A bold few even began calling Cersei whore, making Stannis amused. He supposed the fault lay entirely with the Lannister harlot. The stupid woman had been insulting the Stormlords every chance she got ever since coming to Storm's End. You whore. Robert thundered. Stannis became guarded when he saw Jaime Lannister and Meryn Trant unsheathe their swords to defend Cersei Lannister. Stannis followed suit by drawing his sword while keeping a close watch on the Lannister guards and Tywin's creatures in the court. He needn't have bothered as Robert surged forward with a roar, taking God's grief into his hand while pushing Joffrey aside. What happened next stunned everyone in the court. Robert swung God's grief with a shout while the Kingslayer attempted to deflect the hammer. There was a strange sound that disturbed his ears as the Kingslayer's sword warped under the force of Robert's blow. It was not just the sword that suffered under Robert's strength. The Kingslayer's arm was twisted at an odd angle. Stannis could see the utter surprise written on the Kingslayer's face as the Kingsguard knight gaped at his arm in stunned silence. The false knight's golden sword lay broken on the ground in pieces beyond repair. It took a moment for the Kingslayer to comprehend what happened, and when he did, the false knight screamed in pain, looking with horrified eyes at his mangled limb. Robert didn't wait a moment to smash the Kingslayer straight on the chest plate with God's grief. The court watched with wide eyes as Jaime Lannister soared through the air and smashed headfirst against a pillar before getting knocked out cold. Stannis could see a small stream of blood on the corner of the Kingslayer's mouth. He hoped the false knight was not dead. A dead Jaime Lannister was not exactly conducive to his plans for the future. Stannis acted fast by catching Meryn Trant's sword with the edge of his sword before pushing it away to the side, leaving the Kingsguard knight wide open. Robert didn't waste a moment smashing the knight's head in with his hammer. A sickening crunch could be heard as Trant's skull caved in, splashing blood and gore on the floor. Some of that blood covered Cersei Lannister from head to toe, turning her golden dress into blood red. The Queen of the Seven Kingdoms screamed for all to hear as blood and pieces of Tarnt's brain got stuck on her face and hair. "Shut the duck up, you whore." Robert smashed his fist straight into the right cheek of the Queen, rendering her unconscious before she hit the floor. "I want these Lannister cunts in a cell. I want this whore's and her bastards' heads on spikes." I want them all dead." Robert roared madly, driven by rage. At one point, Robert looked like he was about to do the deed with his own hands. But Stannis quickly intervened by catching Robert's arm. "Release me this instant if you don't want your head to cave in, brother." Robert growled. "I'll have her head crushed with my bare hands. You are the king of the Seven Kingdoms. If you start killing women and children without a trial, you're no better than the Mad King. We'll interrogate Cersei. We'll find everything we ought to know, and then we'll make her admit to everything before the whole court. Then you can have her head." Stannis growled back, keeping a tight hold on his brother's arm despite seeing the fury burning in his brother's eyes. They maintained the stare for a few moments until Robert shook his head and backed down.
Ser Barristan, Ser Moore, Ser Aerys.
"Escort my brother to his chambers. His grace needs some rest," Stannis ordered, and the Kingsguard knights, who were so far useless, snapped into action. "Bah, I don't need any rest. What I need is her head and her spawn's head." "You'll get your justice, brother," Stannis assured his kingly brother. "For now, be calm. Let me handle this matter. I want their heads, Stannis. You hear me? I want their heads and the cock of the bastard who ducked the whore. I'll have their heads." Robert raged even as the two Kingsguard knights escorted him away. "What are we supposed to do with them?" Renly asked, looking at the fallen Lannisters and the dead Kingsguard knight. Stannis gritted his teeth, seeing the blatant ignorance of his younger brother once again proving Renly was not at all suited to become the Lord of Storm's End or the Lords Paramount of the Stormlands. "I'll have to correct this mistake when I become king. It's obvious Maester Jern and Ser Courtenay Penrose have failed to educate my brother properly." Stannis thought before shouldering the responsibility as the Lord of Storm's End in place of his incompetent brother. Cersei shivered as a cold wind blew into her cell through the small opening high above her head, carrying a significant amount of rainwater. Lightning split the sky, lighting up her dark cell, and thunder shook the tower where she was held as a prisoner. She could feel her bones rattle as the sky continued to show its fury as the storm raged outside in full force. 2 days had passed ever since she got incarcerated in this ungodly tower. Ever since she regained her wits after that day in court, she never managed to sleep, thanks to the storm raging outside the castle. In the night, the storms would keep her awake, while in the mornings, her husband's men would question her. So far, she had managed to hold on to her secrets and her sanity, but the question remained for how long. She knew the chances of her escaping this unscathed were slim to none. If she was in King's Landing, she could have made some arrangements and facilitated her children's escape at the very least. Here, at the heart of the Stormlands, she was powerless and friendless. Her only allies in Strom's End were the men she brought and 2 Kingsguard knights. Ser Meryn Trant had already died before her eyes, and Ser Preston Greenfield was thrown into a cell not long after she regained her wits. Her ladies-in-waiting were useless gossip women, and even they were most likely under watch with guards watching their every move. My only hope was getting the word out to father. Cersei pursed her lips at the thought. What was to become of her? What was to become of her children and Jaime? All of this could have been avoided if that blasted Stark boy hadn't forged that ungodly hammer for her oafish husband. Her little lions would have ascended the Iron Throne in time, as was their right. She cursed that insufferable family of wolves. That accursed family was always there to destroy her dreams and wishes at every corner. First, it was that plain shrew called Lyanna Stark who took Prince Rhaegar's attention when it should have been on her. She had rejoiced when the wolf bitch met her end in some stupid tower in Dorne. Then came her marriage to Robert, and she was the happiest when the crown of Westeros graced her brow. She was the queen of the 7 kingdoms, and she thought she was the happiest woman in Westeros. But all that happiness shattered like a fallen Myrish glass when her husband called out the name of the dead Stark bitch in their marriage bed. Even in death, the wolf bitch was taking what should have been rightly hers. Therefore, her fears were not unfounded when the Stark boy gave that insufferable hammer to her husband. She knew it was going to be her undoing long before she even learned of the magic that was in the hammer. The Starks were barbarians, and they were out to get her. She suspected the Starks were the ones to curse her mother somehow, and gave birth to the little monster, her Valonqar. Yes, it all made sense now. The Starks must have used their ungodly demonic magic to make her life full of misery. The wolf bitch must have used her vile magic on poor Rieger and twisted him just as she destroyed Robert into a lovesick oaf. The Starks were now out to get her children killed. They were out to kill her and her precious Jamie. She could not let that happen. She could not bear to see golden shrouds covering her babies. Something must be done, and she needed to escape somehow with her poor Joffrey and Myrcella. Your Grace. A tender whisper reached her ears, making her look around in wonder. Your Grace, are you awake? The voice came again, and she found the sound came from outside the door of her cell. I am, she whispered back, hoping against hope that the guard was not some creep hoping to take advantage of her. Your Grace, I'm about to slowly open the cell door. I'm about to help you escape, but you've got to do exactly as I say lest the guards in the castle find us. Can you do that? I can. Cersei's voice broke as happiness bloomed and hope bloomed in her heart. I can, she said more firmly as she gathered herself. What about my children? What about Jamie? She asked desperately. Already taken care of, Your Grace. They'll be waiting by the shore. We'll have to hurry if we are to escape the guard's notice. Then see me to freedom. Riches beyond your imagination are yours should you help me and my family escape. A Lannister always pays her debts. The doors swung open, and she saw a plain-looking man enter. Come, Your Grace. We need to make haste. What is your name? She asked as the guard helped her to her feet. Varen, Your Grace, said her savior. I'll remember the name. Cersei promised. As Varen promised, she was led through the castle through several small passages that were left unguarded in most cases. It also helped that their footsteps were covered by the booming sound of thunder and rain. Somehow, they managed to traverse the castle undetected and reach the shore. She found her Myrcella being carried by a man, but there was no one else. Where is? I'm sorry, Your Grace. We had to split Ser Jamie and the prince and lead them along another route. This way, we can make sure at least one group reaches Casterly Rock. No, I must see my Joffrey. Bring him to me. Cersei demanded. Before she could say anything else, she was put in a chokehold and forced to drink some liquid. Slowly her vision started to blur, and her legs felt heavy. She fell on the sandy floor as darkness claimed her. Good work, Ser Davos. The men you sent are highly competent. Stannis praised, eyeing the small rowboat that was being pushed into the sea by his men. They were old pirate colleagues of mine. They'll get the job done quietly, and they'll most likely get rewarded by Lord Tywin, said Davos. Do they know who hired them? Stannis asked. Not at all. I made sure to use a false name, my lord. Good. You've done well, Ser Davos. Stannis patted the loyal knight on his shoulder. I hope his grace won't be mad at you, my lord. Davos said tentatively. He won't. He gave the security of the castle to Renly in a bid to slight me, as I didn't allow him to just kill the Lannister whore and her bastards. Stannis scoffed. My brother's thick head has served me well these days. There was a comfortable silence between the two, except for the sound of crashing tides and thunder shaking the sky. There will be war, my lord. Lord Tywin would no doubt begin to prepare his army once he learns what happened. Davos warned. The man would have chosen to perhaps delay the war by involving Jon Arryn somehow. That's why I decided to release the whore and her bastard daughter. She'll be enough to rile up the old lion to come outside of his precious rock. We still hold the Kingslayer and the bastard Joffrey Waters. Stannis smirked as he enjoyed the feeling of success he was enjoying right now. The lords of the Narrow Sea sworn to Dragonstone have gathered in the castle as you ordered. Davos reported. Good. We'll leave on the morrow. I shall meet the lords in King's Landing and explain everything personally, said Stannis. Ravens have already flown to our allies in the Stormlands and Crownlands. Soon, we'll have ravens sent to the Riverlands, the Vale of Arryn, and the north. There will be a war, Ser Davos, and for once, the gods are on my side. My lord, what about the king? Davos asked, a touch perturbed at seeing a cruel glint in Stannis' eyes. Stannis shrugged as he knew nothing of what was going on inside his brother's head. He doubted even the gods knew what was going through the wine-addled mind of his brother. He supposed it'd be like the Ironborn Rebellion all over again. Robert would come at the last moment to hog all the glory while he meticulously planned and coordinated with their allies to beat back the Ironborn. This time he didn't particularly mind if that was the case. He was not seeking glory or recognition. Only one image remained in his mind, the Iron Throne. Only one chant reverberated in his ears. King Stannis. King Stannis. King Stannis. Eddard gulped worriedly as he read the Raven from Storm's End. At first, he had hoped Robert was merely japing. But the royal seal and the seriousness of the message in the parchment made him confront the truth that the Seven Kingdoms were once more about to see war inside its shores. This time there were no mad dragons, nor were there any reaving Ironborn threatening the hard-earned peace. Instead, it was the greedy lions of the West who were threatening the stability of the Seven Kingdoms. Eddard shook his head and cursed the House of Lannister for plunging the realm into bloodshed. He'd have preferred not to interfere in the matters of the South, but he could see there was no other choice. His son's magic played some part in the downfall of the former queen. If the Raven from Storm's End was to be believed, then his friend, the king, was calling all the banners to put the heads of the absconding former queen on a spike. There was some good news. The Kingslayer and Cersei's bastard son remained imprisoned in Storm's End. Without Joffrey, the old lion will not be able to garner much support outside the Westerlands. Eddard thought. Eddard let out a tired sigh before handing back the parchment to Maester Luwin. My lord. Maester Luwin looked at him expectantly. Call the banners. But before anything else, I want to have a word with Harrion. I've to make sure his magic remains true, and there is no chance of some misunderstanding with Robert's hammer. As you will, my lord. I shall send a raven to Avalon right now. Maester Luwin bowed. Eddard leaned back into his chair and watched Maester Luwin rush away in a hurry. War, he realized, was not going to leave him be. Once again, he'd have to take the field and traverse a rocky path between life and death. Only at the end of the path would he know whether the path leads him to the safety of his home or ruin. Old gods, help me. Help us all. Eddard whispered, closing his eyes, already dreading the depravity and cruelty that awaited him in the battles yet to be fought. And 4 artworks related to the story. Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. The old ways. That horse of yours is fast on its legs. Where did you get it? Asked Robb after carefully climbing down from his horse and handing over the reins to a nearby guard. Sweetie is a gift from Lady Dustin. Lady Barbary was quite pleased with gaining some strawberry plants in her castle when I visited Barrowton. I'm told she acquired the taste after Domeric Bolton sent a few of the berries from the Vale, said Harry. Theon guffawed upon hearing that. You named your horse Sweetie? Theon asked, holding his ribs amidst peals of laughter. You must be stupid. Even Robb and Jon were snickering. Garland was smirking at him, his eyes alight with amusement. Hey, I didn't pick the name. The horse won't respond to any other name. Trust me, I've tried, said Harry, shooting them an unimpressed look when they continued to laugh at his expense. Harry looked between the 4 troublemakers, not at all liking their attitude. He turned to his trusted new horse, patting her on her neck. Hey, sweetie, make them eat dirt, Harry whispered before clapping her on her side. Sweetie neighed happily before kicking out with her hind legs with force and precision that'd make any grown horse jealous. He saw globs of mud shooting inside Greyjoy's mouth, forcing the little kraken to shut his big mouth. Jon looked like he had grown a beard, thanks to the mud clinging to his face, while Robb was struggling to get the dirt from his nose and eyes. Garland, on the other hand, had the presence of mind to duck, but that made his hair muddy. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Harry laughed at the plight of his siblings and Theon. You show him, sweetie. Harry had to duck as Robb slung mud at him. It should not have been physically possible for him to react that fast, thanks to his proximity to Robb. But the ritual he had been doing showed results by increasing his speed and agility. Huh, you missed. Harry smirked. Not entirely, said Robb, looking a tad green. Harry frowned and saw the mud sticking to Jory's armor plate behind him. He cracked up, seeing the look of shock on Jory Castle's face. He could also see his father frowning from a distance. With a thought, the Elder Wand materialized in his right hand. A quick cleaning charm swept away the mud from Jory's armor, which made Jory send him a grateful smile. Enough playing around. Lord Stark is waiting for y'all. Come, said Jory. Hey, clean us. Jon, Theon, Garland, and Robb cried in protest when they noticed Harry was following Jory without using magic on them. I'll consider it if you apologize to my horse, said Harry, folding his hands and staring them down. 3 sets of stubborn stares were the answer he got, and so they followed Jory downhill to the place where the Lord of Winterfell was waiting for them. Along the way, he shared an amused smile with Jory as Robb, Jon, Garland, and Theon toiled to get the mud off their bodies to no avail. When they finally reached their destination, the Lord of Winterfell was not alone. There were 3 men bound in chains with fear shining in their eyes. Harry looked at the cold, emotionless face of his father, the grim looks on the guards, and then the block being carried by the guards to their location. Harry looked around and found a heart tree nearby with a frowning face looking upon them all. He could even make out the pentagram carved just above the face of the weirwood tree. Oh, an execution. Harry realized. Why are you 4 covered in mud? Eddard asked, frowning at Jon, Theon, Garland, and Robb. Without saying anything, the 4 troublemakers just pointed at Harry, who just shrugged under the scrutinizing stare of his father. They insulted my horse. Harry shrugged. Eddard opened his mouth to say something, then shut it with an audible snap. Just clean yourselves. We'll talk about this later when we return home, Eddard warned, eyeing each of them sharply, donning the tone and face of the Lord of Winterfell. The placid nature of Eddard Stark was nowhere to be found, and in its place, there was only a cold firmness that earned the Lord of Winterfell the moniker the Quiet Wolf. Harry looked from the grim shade seen in his father's eyes and the firmness he could see in many of the men's faces. His eyes once again went back to the chained prisoners and the block of wood, which on a closer look turned out to be a block of ironwood. Suddenly Harry felt a chill in the air, and he doubted the warming charms he applied on his clothes faded away. No, this chill was quite familiar, and he was dragged back into the memories he had tried so hard to suppress. A broken world with nothing but death came to the forefront of his mind. Standing here, he could feel the stench of death in the air. It was as if a dark force was cloaking him and eerily reminding him of the stench that encompassed his former home. It was not a feeling he liked to be reminded of in any circumstance, as it triggered old instincts he had locked away in the dark corners of his mind. They were a quarter of a mile east of Wintertown near a small farming village. Harry was under the impression that this whole excursion into the countryside was just a routine visit, but he supposed this was anything but a visit. They were about to witness an execution. He was not the only one to come to this conclusion. What did they do? Garland quietly asked, looking at Jory. They were caught working for an associate slaver, Jory answered, and did not elaborate further despite the insistence of Jon and Robb. Harry, on the other hand, connected the dots. He knew his father had been hunting for the people responsible for sending those tongueless children into Winterfell. Even he had at one point sought out the sick ducks who mutilated children and sent them into the north for spy work. His little investigation had not revealed much, mostly because the children were unable to speak and only capable of writing in a foreign dialect. He didn't really have the time to spare to learn a whole new dialect, so he passed on everything he found out to Maester Luwin, and that was the extent of his involvement. 2 guards brought forth one of the prisoners and forced the man to his knees. They forced his head down on the ironwood block despite the prisoner's struggle. The struggle only increased when the Lord of Winterfell unsheathed the ancestral blade of House Stark. The greatsword ice had been in possession of House Stark for thousands of years. No one knows exactly when the blade came into their possession or who bought it from the Valyrians. There were very few records that survived the test of time, primarily thanks to war or even plain old neglect. The precious few that survived never mentioned anything about how ice came into the possession of House Stark. It was a shame such records were lost. It'd have been quite interesting to learn how the old First Men kingdoms interacted with the Valyrian freehold. He was brought out of his musings as his father started speaking after stabbing the tip of ice into the ground. You've been found guilty of aiding associate slavers in transporting mutilated children and spreading them in the north. You've been found guilty of enabling foreign powers to plant spies in the north. You've been found guilty of reaping profits from the slave trade and bribing port officials of White Harbor. You've violated the sacred laws of the old gods and betrayed your people, lord and king. By the laws of gods and men established by the kings of the 7 kingdoms, the punishment for your crimes is death. Eddard declared coldly. Do you have any last words? The prisoner only whimpered pitifully and asked for forgiveness. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but there was no mercy in Eddard's eyes. In the name of Robert of House Baratheon, I sentence you to die, Eddard whispered before swinging ice. With a distinct thud, the head of the prisoner hit the ground. The headless body tried to thrash around, but the men holding the limbs of the dead prisoner managed to arrest any needless movement. Nonetheless, the blood pooling around the ironwood block was a gory sight, as was the headless body of the prisoner. Harry was reminded of some of the gory scenes from the war in his homeworld as muggles and wizards alike turned animalistic during the height of the war. Dismembered bodies were a common sight in most nations as muggles and wizards were forced to rely on cruder weapons to fight the war. Wizards were becoming weak in their magic, while muggles were running out of bullets for their guns, which forced them both to rely on melee weapons. This was one of the reasons why he had an aversion to training with a sword in the earlier days. If he was to enter a battlefield, then he had no inhibition to go for the kill, but he liked to keep it clean and as painless as possible. Using magic seemed a much more refined way of killing, rather than using melee weapons which generated some primal instincts that he disliked. Despite that aversion becoming far more significant as seconds passed by, Harry stayed firmly grounded and watched as his father executed the last two prisoners the same way. To distract himself from the twitching headless bodies and blood pooling on the ground, he focused on ice. The thrum of dark magic the sword was pulsing out as new blood touched the blade was quite fascinating to observe. It was his first time seeing ice in action, and it was far better than he expected. The Valyrians and their deep knowledge of sacrificial rituals were indeed something to behold. Even the wizards back home were no match for the Valyrian sorcerers when it came to enchantments. The Valyrian sorcerers had found a way to construct certain rituals that extracted the power of a soul and transferred it into metal. That was the source of self-replenishing magic that kept the edge of all Valyrian steel weapons. In some ways, the Valyrians were far worse than any number of Dark Lords in the recorded history of the magical world. Their brazen way of messing with the souls of so many people must have annoyed a lot of divine beings enough to warrant an event like doom. After all, the Valyrian Dragonlords were said to be closer to gods. The gods might not have been happy with getting more competition and decided to snuff out the freehold before it was too late. Harry was suddenly jolted out of his thoughts when his father stood before him with the bloodied ancestral sword of House Stark in hand. Our way is the older way. The blood of the first men flows in the veins of the Starks, and we hold to the belief that the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. If you would take a man's life, you owe it to him to look into his eyes and hear his final words. If you cannot bear to do that, then perhaps the man does not deserve to die, said Eddard, eyeing all of them keenly. It is a terrible thing to take another life. It changes you in ways you may not like or even think. So, when you take the sword, keep this lesson in mind. The sword in your hand is not just for protecting you, but to take the lives of those who stand against you. Wield it with care. Harry carefully thought over his father's words and found a certain wisdom hiding in those words. So, he nodded in understanding when his father looked at him. Come, we must return to Winterfell. There are certain things that you boys should learn, said Eddard. The return journey was a somber affair, and the only one happy in their group was Fenris, running circles around Harry's horse. Initially, it was quite difficult for the horses to behave in the presence of Fenris, but they were slowly coming around and adjusting to the company of his wolfish familiar. Only when all five of them were safely inside the solar of the Lord of Winterfell did they finally learn about the situation developing in the south. Will you be going south, father? Asked Robb. As soon as the lords gather their men and meet us here, said Eddard. Has there been any word from Highgarden, my lord? Garland asked. No, not yet. I'll let you know the moment a raven comes from your family. Eddard promised. Do you think this is going to be a long war, my lord? Lord Tywin must know he has no chance at victory, said Garland. If only it were that simple. Eddard sighed. Now, enough of this morbid topic. Return to your lessons with Maester Luwin. Harry alone stayed back in his father's solar, while everyone else filtered out. Are you sure the magic in Robert's hammer is working as intended? Eddard asked. I'm sure. If Prince Joffrey has failed to lift the hammer, he does not carry King Robert's blood in his veins, Harry said confidently. Eddard shook his head and rubbed his eyes tiredly. My lord, a raven came from Avalon. Maester Luwin suddenly appeared in the doorway of the solar, gaining their attention. XXXXXX. So, there is to be another war. Marwyn mused aloud, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. I never thought another one would come so soon after the Greyjoy Rebellion. Oh, trust me, no one did. Harry grouched as he hated the fact that more Northmen were going to fight in some stupid war, which meant more youngsters in the North were going to lose their lives. Now, enough chit-chat. Tell me about the situation with the Mormonts. Last I saw my father, he was frothing at the mouth after reading your Raven, said Harry as he was kept in the dark about what exactly happened. A week back, a fishing boat found 2 men from the sea. At first, the fishermen thought they were survivors of some shipwreck, but it turns out the 2 men jumped from a slave ship. Upon interrogating further, the men revealed they were sold off to some Essosi slaver by Lord Jorah Mormont. Harry couldn't help but be surprised to hear this. He had met the Lord of Bear Islands a few years back, and the man didn't seem to exude malice of any sort. Are you sure? Harry asked. Could it be that these 2 men are lying? I do not know, my lord. That's why I sent the Raven to Lord Stark. This matter needs to be treated delicately, said Marwyn. You don't say, Harry muttered. It was a scandal waiting to happen at the worst possible moment. Where are these men we rescued? They are being escorted to Winterfell as we speak. I thought it'd be prudent to send the men to Winterfell as only Lord Stark can sit in judgment of a fellow Northern Lord. Harry frowned at Marwyn's answer. You said there was something else important that you needed to discuss. I gather this is not the important matter you mentioned using the Raven, right? No, my lord. The 2 survivors from the sea were not the only visitors to grace the halls of Avalon in your absence, said Marwyn before leading Harry down to the cells in the dungeons. Harry found 3 men chained inside separate cells, all of them folding up in fetal positions. Who are they? Harry asked, frowning at the prisoners. Paid assassins from Essos. They were sent to kill you. The wards acted against them, and they were falling ill whenever they set foot inside the walls of the castle. Assassins? Are they faceless men? Harry asked with a bit of interest. I doubt that, my lord. Faceless men tend to work alone. They don't travel in a group. Have you found out who sent them? Harry asked, staring at the 3 assassins with a twitching eye as their incessant groaning was fast becoming an irritation for him. Unfortunately, no. They are surprisingly loyal to their client. Harry focused on the wards using his power ring and lifted the curse that made the assassins suffer continuous nausea. The effect was quite palpable as the 3 prisoners suddenly stopped groaning in pain and regained some color to their skin. I see. Harry nodded, his eyes narrowing at the 3 muggles before him. No matter the world, the muggles were always the same. They cannot tolerate those blessed with magic, thriving openly in the world. You've made your choice. I admire your bravery, Harry said coldly as he summoned the death stick into his hand. A sickly green light struck one of the prisoners, snuffing out the assassin's life in an instant. The man slumped down as if a puppet cut from its strings. It was quick, clean, and, most importantly, it was painless. The other 2 prisoners tried to nudge their friend to wake up to no avail. He won't wake up. He's dead. He was lucky because he was gifted a painless death. The same couldn't be said for you too. No, wait. We'll talk. Just don't kill us. We'll tell you anything that you want to know. Harry eyed the 2 begging prisoners coldly. Tell me who hired you and why. It was Magister Alex Aureler of Myr. He is suffering losses in Bravos because of your cheaper glass. He wants to put a stop to the glass coming from the north. Harry raised an eyebrow and turned to the other prisoner. Your friend has been useful, but I don't see any use in keeping you alive, said Harry, spinning his wand between his fingers. Wait, I can be useful. Many more Magisters in Myr want you dead. I can give you their names. They'll be sending assassins after you when they realize you are not dead. Well, aren't you a peach? Go on, then. Let's hear these names you have for us. Harry folded his hands, while Marwyn quickly scribbled down the names the assassin gave them. When Harry was sure there was nothing much the prisoners could contribute, the green light of the killing curse lightened up the cell once more. Burn these corpses to ashes. Order the guards to regularly scout the nearby settlements. I want all travelers monitored, especially those with foreign accents. Harry ordered. Marwyn agreed readily. Harry cast one last look at the 3 dead muggles before he turned his back and left the dungeons. There were other matters he needed to attend to, like the preparation for the ritual. There were only 2 more days before the full moon, and he wanted to make sure all the preparation was in order for the rebirth of dragons. XXXXXX. Surely, Mother, this is an opportunity like no other. This is our chance to ingrain ourselves into King Robert's good graces. Mace said giddily. Oh, how he celebrated when word reached Highgarden about the infidelity of the queen. Even now, he could barely hold himself down instead of jumping around in his castle at the misfortune that was befalling House Lannister. House Lannister was one of the most powerful noble houses in the South, thanks to their gold and marriage into royalty. King Robert didn't look favorably upon the Reach because they sided with the dragons during the rebellion. But now, the Lannisters had given them an opportunity to gain favor with the king, and he would not waste it. Yes, Mace, this is an opportunity like no other. At the same time, Tywin Lannister will rightly see us as a threat. If the armies of the Reach come together as a single force, it'll threaten Casterly Rock and Lannisport. I believe Lord Tywin will strike at us first to deny King Robert the support of the Reach.
Oleanna musetalo.
Then what do you recommend we do, Mother? Mace asked eagerly. Call the banners, Mace. We must reinforce the ocean road with our army and alert the Redwyne fleet as well. Meanwhile, we must send messengers to King Robert, promising him our swords. Invite the Baratheons to Highgarden for an invasion into the Westerlands. Mace's eyes gleamed positively as he thought of the prospect of an invasion into Westerlands. Even the Gardener kings had failed to subjugate the lions of the West. He couldn't help but be merry by the thought that he'd be the first Lord of Highgarden to bring the proud lions to their knees. Yes, he could see it now. The glory that he'd bring to his house would no doubt get him some approval from his mother. I told you, Mace. The Stark boy is going to bring great changes to Westeros, said Olenna, laughing at the misfortune of the Lannisters. Yes, Mother, I remember. Now that King Robert has set aside his wife, who'll be the next queen? Mace wondered, earning a faint look of approval from Olenna. You are thinking in the right direction, my son. We must immediately contact the Starry September. We must see to it that King Robert will have no trouble from the faith in setting his wife aside. I will have the maester write to Hightower, Mace said, wondering who'd become the new queen. He cursed his luck as there were no maidens in his house. There was his Marjorie, but he dismissed that thought immediately. His daughter was still a child. He let out a disappointed sigh. It'd have been mightily convenient if Marjorie was the firstborn. Mace thought disappointedly, and 4 artworks related to the story. Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. Rebirth of Dragons. Has there been any word about the whereabouts of Cersei? Jenna asked worriedly. I'm afraid not. All we know is that Cersei escaped Storm's End with Myrcella by sea. We don't know who helped her, or where she is going. Hopefully, whoever is helping her is bringing her to Lannisport. Kevin answered as truthfully as he could while keeping silent on another possibility. It was entirely possible that Cersei and Princess Myrcella could be kept hostages in Essos or a sailing pirate ship for ransom. No such demands have been made so far, but the possibility still exists. It was an unfortunate reality, and his brother was aware of the uncertainty regarding Cersei's survival. The only reason Tywin had refused to act so far was because of the war looming on the horizon. If they get distracted and chase after Cersei, they'd end up diverting valuable resources from the battlefronts. They were already strapped for gold as they had spent millions of gold dragons on that accursed Stark boy who was nothing but trouble. Perhaps Cersei was right to be wary of House Stark. He thought. Kevin could only shake his head at the thought of agreeing with Cersei. How was he supposed to know something like this was being planned by the Starks? He'd have never assumed Eddard Stark capable of such underhanded tactics to steal the throne from them. And to think he spent a fortune on the High Septon on behalf of the Stark boy. Kevin sighed while holding his head. It was a bad investment of gold and political favors. Kevin could only curse himself for not seeing the treachery that was carefully masqueraded in the form of a Valyrian weapon. The thought made him sit up straight and eye the sword secured on his brother's hip, who had so far been silent while staring into the fire. He wondered what sort of curse the Stark boy set on the sword. Perhaps it'd be better to keep the sword far away from the rock, just to be on the safe side. He made a mental note to broach the subject with Tywin once they were in a private setting. He didn't want to alarm others with his suspicions when they were already worried about the impending conflict. What about Jaime? Is there any word from him? Jenna asked, wiping sweat from her forehead. Unfortunately, no. There were rumors that he managed to escape, but all our spies have confirmed Jaime and Prince Joffrey are held prisoner in Storm's End. Tijit informed them, as he was the one in charge of their informants. We should immediately gather the banners, my lord. We must strike at the Baratheons before they gather their armies, said Ser Harry's Swift. Kevin eyed his good father with a touch of disappointment. How exactly are we to strike at the Baratheons, Ser? Leagues of reach land lies in between us. Tijit mocked, making the Knight of Cornfield sputter embarrassedly. Ser Swyft might not be entirely wrong to suggest we must attack, my lord. We must attack, but not at the Baratheons. We must take Highgarden as fast as possible. We must not allow the Reach Lords to gather their army. We must burn their fields and deny the Baratheons the grain, men, and gold of the Reach. Ser Adam Marbrand suggested. Kevin eyed the Knight of Ashmark, appreciating the sound advice the knight gave. That was the most sensible action they could take other than resolving the issue without bloodshed. He still believed he could somehow reach an agreement with Lord Arryn and avoid war. After all, King Robert was acting on the belief that his hammer was somehow correct to judge. Prince Joffrey is not his son. In all the history of the Seven Kingdoms, not once had magic been used to determine the parenthood of children. Let me travel to King's Landing and meet with Jon Arryn. Surely, the Lord of the Vale sees the folly in allowing a hammer to judge Prince Joffrey's parenthood. Surely, the old falcon can see King Robert is overreacting. Kevin suggested, not liking the prospect of a war, especially one that'd see them with no allies. His suggestion was not well received by anyone at the table, making everyone at the table squabble. Enough! Tywin thundered, forcing everyone to stay silent. They have my son and grandson. Our house is being shamed with these vile accusations against my daughter, while you all are squabbling like children instead of giving me sound counsel. Tywin turned his green eyes on them all, making them bow their heads. Leave, all of you. Tywin ordered. Kevin, stay. Kevin sat at his seat and stared into his hands, while the rest of this impromptu council disbanded on the order of his older brother. The last to leave was Jenna, who gave him a pointed stare before she took her leave. The moment the door to the chamber slammed shut behind his sister, Kevin immediately stared at Tywin, knowing what was most likely going through his brother's mind. You cannot mean to go to war, Tywin. We must. Our name is being dragged through the mud. From Dorne to the Wall, they are laughing at us, mocking the Lannister name. I'll not have anyone tarnish our name, brother. If I do not respond, they'll mock us more and think us weak. Tywin said coldly, his mind set on a course of action that Kevin feared would be the undoing of House Lannister. If we go to war, the rest of the kingdoms will turn against us. What will we even fight for? Prince Joffrey is in Robert's custody, and only the gods know the whereabouts of Myrcella. We have no clear goal in this war, while Robert Baratheon's allies are waiting to pounce on us. We are surrounded from all sides on land, and we lack a fleet to dominate the seas. I see no other alternative other than negotiate a peaceful settlement with Lord Arryn, Kevin desperately said, hoping Tywin would see the folly of pursuing war. Yes, you're right, Kevin. But tell me, what if Lord Arryn rejects our overtures of peace? If we don't strike now, we allow our enemies to gather their armies against us. Tywin said firmly, once again turning his back and staring into the fire. It was at this moment Kevin realized his brother had already made up his mind. There was no chance he could move his brother from a decision. That much he knew. Kevin let out a sigh and stood beside his older brother as he had always done. Tywin had never led their family astray. He had to believe in Tywin and hope for the best despite the enemies arrayed against them on the battlefield. So, where shall we strike? The capital or the Reach? The capital will give us legitimacy and force the Baratheons to rush at us to defend the Iron Throne. Attacking the Reach should knock out the Tyrells and the largest regional army from our borders. Kevin asked. He saw Tywin go into deep thought before resolve gathered in his brother's eyes. Ser Adam was right to suggest we attack the Reach. We must defeat them before they can gather in greater numbers and take hostages from their principal houses. We'll assimilate their armies, grain, and gold to our strength before we strike at the next target. The next target? Kevin frowned. King's Landing? He asked curiously. No. Tywin looked at him with his cold green eyes, and in the light of the fire, he saw his brother's green eyes turning gold. We'll be attacking the Riverlands. We'll teach those Starks a painful lesson for daring to challenge us. Dany felt a sense of relief and safety inside the manse of Magister Vagar Tarmarin. No place in the world would give her the safety of her former home in the Braavosi coastlands. But that home was gone just like Ser Willem Darry. Just thinking about the old knight brought tears to her eyes. With Ser Darry's passing, she and Viserys were thrown out into the street with very few possessions to their name. With the last few silver in Viserys' possession, they managed to travel to Norvos, running away from the usurper's assassins. In Norvos, Viserys appealed to many wealthy nobles to give them shelter in exchange for great rewards when they reclaimed the Iron Throne. In the beginning, there was some interest among the Norvosi noble folk and merchants alike who entertained her brother. Some even offered them shelter out of respect and gratitude to Targaryen kings and princes of old. She learned more about her fallen family from some of the merchants who spoke fondly of King Aegon V or even her grandsire Jaehaerys too. It was said King Aegon V's court was friendly to the merchant folk from all cities and cultures, while Jaehaerys too put an end to the pirate menace of the Stepstones. It was good to know. Some people thought fondly of her family, even so far from King's Landing. It gave her hope that her brother was right to claim the people of Westeros were praying for their health and waiting for their return to dethrone the usurper. But all that goodwill didn't last long because of Viserys. In Norvos, they came to learn of one Haryon Stark, the second son of Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell. The Norvosi spoke of the great magical power of this Stark who supposedly unearthed the secrets to Valyrian steel. Some claimed the Valyrian gods entrusted their secrets to Haryon Stark, which her brother fiercely contested. It became an issue that had set off her brother's temper, leading to somehow offending their hosts, which resulted in their stay getting short. It reached a point where anyone of importance began to shut their doors on their faces because of her brother's temper. At one point, Viserys tried to ignore the matter of the Starks gaining the secrets of Valyrian steel, but more and more rumors began to take the city by storm. There was talk of the Iron Bank selling off a Valyrian steel sword made by Haryon Stark at the staggering price of some 4 million gold dragons. The rumors didn't stop there. There were rumors of great feats of magical power that spread in the city such that it became a daily routine for her to hear something new every month about Haryon Stark. Unlike her brother, she loved to hear more of these rumors because she learned more about home. The breaking point, however, came when rumors of dragons reached her brother's ears. If the rumors were to be trusted, Haryon Stark made some dragons out of his magic that allowed him to fly. She could not even conceive how someone would go about making dragons out of magic when all the dragons were dead. She made the mistake of asking her brother that very same question, which predictably did not go well for her. She woke the dragon and earned herself a painful beating that left scars on her legs. It took her brother a few days to calm down, and when he did, he decided to leave the safety of Norvos. That was how they ended up in the free city of Myr. How long their stay would continue was entirely dependent on her brother. Personally speaking, she was hoping she could stay longer in Myr as it was a city of elegance and beauty. You have our thanks, Magister Vagar. When I ascend the throne, I'll not forget those who helped me. You'll be rewarded most generously with great riches beyond your imagination, Magister. Viserys boasted. That is good to know, Prince Viserys. The recent tidings in Westeros suggest the gods seem to favor House Targaryen, as Robert Baratheon has met some misfortune of late, said Magister Vagar, his beady eyes holding some mirth. But with the gray beard covering most of the Magister's face, Dany couldn't be sure. Nonetheless, she was happy to accept a plate full of rare berries, most of which she had never seen, from the Magister's servant. She chanced a taste of one pink-colored berry, and her mouth was filled with the sweet, rich juice of the berry. She was only far too happy to pick out the pink berries from the silver platter most eagerly despite the disapproving look Viserys sent her way. The fact that her brother was not admonishing her spoke volumes of the good mood her brother was in. Mayhaps the woes of the accursed usurper put her brother in a good mood. If that was the case, she prayed the gods took pity on her by heaping more trouble on the usurper. Truly, Magister, we have been bereft of any new developments in my kingdom. Tell me, What misfortune has fallen on the head of the usurper? Have the people risen against him and raised the Targaryen banners? Viserys asked most eagerly, his amethyst eyes sparkling with glee while leaning forward in his cushioned chair. One would hope so, my prince, but not yet. However, the sailors inform me the capital is in shambles. The Great September, built by the pious King Baelor the Blessed, has fallen, killing the High Septon and many faithful amidst their prayer. The September's fall was followed by a devastating wave from the sea that swept away King's Landing's ports and ships. I'm told the loss of life and destruction was massive. Dany looked at the Magister with wide eyes upon hearing the fate of their capital city. She looked at her brother to see Viserys positively glowing at the misfortune that befell the capital city. She wondered momentarily why her brother would celebrate any tragedy visited on the capital of their father's kingdom. Weren't the people of the Seven Kingdoms their staunchest supporters? Dany thought confusedly. Maybe only the supporters of the usurper suffered. Dany mused, going back to happily munching on the berries. This is good news, Magister Vagar. Is it possible that the usurper or his dogs met his end in the capital? Viserys asked eagerly, happily accepting a chalice of green nectar wine, a famed local delicacy of the free city of Myr, offered by the squinty-eyed Magister. I'm afraid not, Prince Viserys. It is said that Robert Baratheon fled his city in favor of his ancestral castle of Storm's End, while his hand held the city together in these trying times. Some of the sailors from Duskendale say the commoners are fleeing the city by the thousands. Dany jerked her head as she heard Viserys laugh so loud. She looked at her brother with wide eyes, seeing the genuine laughter on her brother's face. Her brother had laughed in the past as well, but it had always been faked after the passing of Ser Dary. Her brother only laughed to please their hosts, and it was always a fake one. But this laughter was genuine. You see, Dany, what have I told you about the Iron Throne? It'll only allow a true dragon to sit. Anyone else will get cursed because the Iron Throne was forged from the flames of Balerion the Black Dread. Viserys said happily, grinning from ear to ear. Dany couldn't help but smile at her brother's happiness. She supposed it was nice to have something happening to warrant a laugh from her brother. Maybe we can return home, Dany said hopefully, looking into her brother's eyes which shined with happiness and with a tenderness that her brother had been lacking recently. In due time, Princess Daenerys. Robert Baratheon still has many allies. Magister Vagar cautioned them, making Dany nod demurely. The usurper's dogs. They'll suffer the most for betraying my father when I retake the throne, Viserys promised, his face darkening with rage, making Dany hide her face behind a curtain of her silver hair. Fear not, my prince. You are not the only one with a grudge against Robert Baratheon's allies. In Myr, you'll find many Magisters eager to see the fall of the Starks, for you see, we pride ourselves in our roots in Old Valyria. Since the time of the Freehold's dominion over our city, we mermen were the greatest makers of glass, lace, mirrors, and carpets. Magister Vagar said with a sweeping gesture oozing great pride in his city folk. It burns me to see uncouth barbarians like the Northerners gaining the knowledge of glassmaking and metals. Surely, they must be punished, my prince, for stealing the great works of Valyria. They'll be punished, Magister, Viserys promised, finishing the wine quickly. I'll have their heads lined up on the walls of the Red Keep when I retake my throne. Very good, my prince. Here in Myr, I shall introduce you to influential magisters and merchants who will doubtlessly support your claim to see the Starks laid low. If you consent, I shall arrange a ball to let you mingle with these magisters. Do it, Magister Vagar. The sooner I claim the Iron Throne, the faster we can have the Starks and the Lannisters pay for their crimes. I'll be most honored to host the ball, my prince. Magister Vagar smirked, pouring more wine into Viserys' cup. Dany watched as her brother got drunk as the night progressed. She just hoped the Magister's words were not a jest. She longed for the home Viserys and Ser Dary fought for and promised. Mayhaps brother will smile more at home, she thought. Aim. Loose. Harry watched from a comfortable position by the window of one of the towers on his castle's wall as the ballista fired a bolt into the sea. He tracked the bolt's trajectory with a telescope and clicked his tongue when the bolt veered off target, striking the seawater. A second later, the water exploded outwards as the bolt released the blasting charm carved on its bolt head upon contact. A miss. Reload and engage the target. Silos Pool ordered. The men manning the ballista began swiveling the mounted weapon, while the other two men carefully armed the ballista. Target in sight, sir, the soldier controlling the trigger declared after taking aim. Aim. Loose. Silos yelled. Harry went back to tracking the bolt once again. Once again, the bolt failed to strike the target. Harry let out a grunt of disappointment as he watched the small fishing boat remain floating despite the violent explosion beside it, blowing the boat further away from the coast. Your feats of magic are great, my lord, but if you don't have men with good aim, it'll do us no good. Marwyn commented. They'll learn with practice. Besides, the ballista's primary purpose is to attack enemy ships housing siege engines. Since ships will be much bigger in size compared with the boat down there, the men will have a better chance of striking the target. Silos Pool claimed. The harsh taskmaster of the archery range sighed as another bolt missed the target by a wider margin. Enough, Harry ordered, putting a stop to the field testing of the ballista. Use normal bolts if you must instead of the rune-enhanced bolts. There are only so few in our armory. Silos nodded before going about replacing the rune-enhanced bolts from the ballista. Harry eyed the men for a moment before he climbed down the flight of stairs, content to leave the testing in Silos Pool's capable hands. So, what do you think? Harry asked, eyeing Marwyn sideways. The weapon is impressive, but perhaps there is some magic that can enhance its aiming and releasing force. Marwyn suggested. Perhaps a mounted telescope might give proper aim to the men. Harry suggested, thinking of the sniper guns of his old world. That's a brilliant idea, my lord. I'd have suggested it'd be too costly, but since you are the one spell forging the glass, the cost is not an issue. Marwyn muttered thoughtfully. The problems I foresee will be training the men, arranging sufficient stocks of the telescope, and altering the current design of the ballista to accommodate the mounting of another device. Silos shall oversee the training. The man is a good archer, said Harry. A good archer may not necessarily make one a good trainer or a castellan. Are you sure it was wise to name Silos Pool as the Castellan of Avalon? Vayan Pool was far better, in my opinion. Vayan Pool is the Castellan of Winterfell. Father only agreed to send the man to build up the household and position the guards in the castle. It was always a temporary arrangement. Harry shook his head as he, too, would have preferred to hold on to Vayan Pool. Besides, I've known Silos most of my life. He trained me in Winterfell. He's a capable man, as you say, my lord. Marwyn dipped his head and let the matter drop. How are the Forrester siblings doing? Harry asked suddenly. They are doing far better than I thought. They are very good at numbers than their letters. What about their magic? Harry looked at the old maester curiously. Jazara Snow does not show much potential other than his affinity with animals. Even your direwolf is calmer around the boy. A warg? Harry frowned, as he had seen the same thing happen with his siblings. Fenris never allowed anyone to pet him except Harry and his siblings. Possibly. His sister Elzara, on the other hand, Marwyn trailed off thoughtfully before shaking his head. She's something else. I can feel her magic as a tangible force. She lacks control over that power, but she is the most magically gifted creature I have ever set my eyes on after you, my lord. Harry looked thoughtful for a moment before deciding to get into a hands-on approach with the natural-born children of Gregor Forrester. The only reason he had so far kept them at a distance was because of his focus on the Dragonstone issue, in the ritual to restoring the dragons. I'll sit with them and take over their magical education myself after the dragons settle in, said Harry, reaching the base of the Wardstone Tower. Meanwhile, keep everyone away from the tower tonight. I'll not be available till tomorrow morning. I understand, my lord. Marwyn bowed low as Harry climbed the steps into the tower with the door closing firmly shut behind him. At the very top floor of the tower, he found his trusted Valkyrie prepping the room for the ritual. Rubbing his hands excitedly, he joined them most eagerly. When night finally came, Harry finished warding the tower to withstand even a superstorm. The stone floor was painted with concentric circles and runes connecting them neatly to channel magical power in ways pertinent to his design. Anya, Adela, and Kyla stood outside the runic circles with a large cylinder by their side. All right, Anya, you may begin, Harry said, commencing the ritual. On his signal, Anya, aided by her fellow sisters, slowly poured the water in the container into the neat grooves they carved into the floor. The water slowly flowed through the channels until, finally, the grooves were filled to the brim. After making sure there was no spillage, Kyla and Adela activated the runes on the tower. The roof of the tower lit up with runes and folded in on itself, exposing the ritual chamber to the silver light of the supermoon. The air came to a standstill for a moment before the runes started to activate, absorbing the moonlight. The green glow of the runes changed into silver, white as they transitioned into moon runes. The magic absorbed by the runes began extracting and combining with the magic in the 5 ice crystals Harry placed in small circles on the floor. The crystals turned into dust, and the magical power was absorbed into the water. That was when Harry activated the runes near his feet by touching the tip of his wand against the floor. The water saturated with the power and magic of the moon from the ice crystals transmuted into a silver, opaque fluid. The silver fluid jumped out of the channel of its own accord and began to fill up 2 separate vessels containing the 2 dragon eggs. Harry lit up a fire beneath the vessel carrying the fire dragon egg, while he used an ice spell on the other vessel carrying the ice dragon egg. The fire dragon egg ended up surrounded by boiling silver fluid, while the ice dragon egg became encased in a crystallized form of the silver fluid. The runes on the floor continued to draw dense magical energy into the 2 eggs while the moonlight continued to shine down on the 2 eggs. Now, the waiting game begins, Harry thought, sitting down on the floor while keeping his eyes wide open. Hours passed with only the magical fire beneath the fire dragon egg making any sort of noise. Harry was nearly ready to close his eyes and take a quick nap when the icy shell around the ice dragon egg cracked with a distinct chipping sound. Harry sat up straight and focused on the ice dragon egg. He was immediately forced to put a shield around himself and his Valkyrie as the ice dragon egg exploded outwards in a shower of ice pellets. The ice pellets harmlessly impinged on his shield and dissolved into dust, but the whole room was covered in a misty fog by that time. Even the magical flame he created was snuffed out, but he didn't dare move as he heard the beating of wings. Harry banished the fog with a flick of his wand, and he saw a small ice dragon looking at him with small icy blue eyes. The little dragon tilted its head to the side and blinked confusedly. "Hello. You are safe." Harry switched to Parseltongue. The small ice dragon continued to eye him curiously without moving an inch. An idea popped into his head, and Harry fished out another ice dragon crystal from his pocket. Slowly placing it on the floor, Harry stepped back a few paces. The ice dragon hesitantly put its right hind leg forward and then looked at him. Harry stayed perfectly still, but he kept a tight grip on his wand. The hatchling slowly moved closer, taking small cautious steps until, finally, it nudged the crystal with its snout. The hatchling sniffed around the crystal a few times until, finally, it just curled around the crystal. Seeing the dragon making itself comfortable, Harry slowly moved forward and reached out with his hand. He touched the hatchling behind its neck. The dragon was cold, but it was not an unbearable cold. Harry scratched the blue scales of the hatchling, expecting the dragon to find some comfort in his actions. But the hatchling just stared at him unamused. "It's going to be hard to please you, huh?" Harry muttered. So, he waved his wand and conjured a block of ice which garnered a reaction from the hatchling. The ice dragon crawled forward and spread its small wings wide and tried to climb over the ice with his claws. Harry snickered, watching the feeble attempts by the ice dragon to scale the block of ice with its claws and hind legs. At the same time, he heard a trill coming from the other vessel. His eyes widened as he set his sights on a pair of yellow eyes peeking at him from the vessel. The little fire dragon crawled out of the vessel with some effort and spread its bronze-colored wings while letting out a screech. At the same time, the ice dragon managed to climb atop the block of ice he conjured and let out a challenging screech as well. Harry looked between the 2 dragons, and he realized the 2 opposing elemental magic were instinctually making the dragons perceive the other as a challenge. Interesting. Probably a defense mechanism ingrained in their genetics, Harry thought, studying the 2 dragons proudly spreading their wings and sizing each other up.